Hello. Hello, police. Yeah, what's the problem, sir?
We just drove down our farm track.
Yeah.
Go and feed our pheasants. We come across a Range Rover with 3 people in it.
Yeah.
It appears that they're dead. I don't know what's happening. Blood in the motor all over them.
And welcome back to a new video on the Essex Boys case. As always, if you are enjoying the content, please do give the video a thumbs up. And if you're interested in the Essex Boys case, or simply true crime in general, don't forget to hit the subscribe button below. If upon analysis of the facts and evidence, an intelligent man can eliminate all the possible explanations, then an intelligent man must surmise that which he has yet considered impossible to be the only possible explanation. Most of Britain's career criminals will accept or consider they are plagued by an element of bad luck. But is it bad luck, or something else far more sinister? Most have at one time considered just one deal, one particular deal important to them. On any given day, the deal would have made things different. It would have allowed them to step back a little, maybe even retire, to enjoy the fabled good life that so few ever achieve, and all convey. It's always the one deal, the one that mattered, the one that will change things. This one always goes wrong. It's not the end for them, and it doesn't put them out of business. It doesn't always get them nicked, but it matters, because it's the one they didn't want to fail that always does. Why is it that all these intelligent career criminals can just put it down to bad luck, or the unknown informer, or maybe an undercover guy embedded deeply in their organisation? Bad luck? Or just the police got lucky that day, they tell themselves? None consider. Maybe they just foolishly gave themselves up, when they forgot just how capable the opposition really are. The best move the experts tell us to make in the game of chess is the move your opponent least wants you to make. There are some great chess players out there, and yet they hide in the shadows. These players in the shadows will tell you, if you can get into your opponent's head without him knowing you are there, and know all his secrets, then you'll know the best move to make, and always win the game. There is no good life if you're on their radar, the men from the shadows. It's all about what works for the greater good in their great game. If you serve a purpose, you serve them. They will keep you on the board, playing the game for them. When you think you can get out, then they throw you to the wolves. There is no good life, ever. There is something deep within Britain. It is the reason it was once Great Britain. As time goes by, political correctness and access to information improves. Then this something's ability to function and exist may have seriously diminished. Please do not think it has gone away. It will adapt and survive. It always has. Is it evil? Is it good? A difficult question. And there are many answers, depending on your perspective and interaction with its force. Fortunately, most will never have to ask or even know the question. Most things bad in this world, along with many things good for the last few centuries, have come from Great Britain. A nation which spawned many great minds and pushed all the frontiers has always known how to survive and prosper. The driving forces buried in the depths of the once great nation were responsible for many atrocities to preserve their grip on power. The American Indians weren't the first to take scalps. It was the British. The long hair and braids of the natives made interesting trophies. The Nazis didn't invent concentration camps. The British did. They used them in the Boer War 50 years earlier. Firebombing allies, misinformation and dirty tricks are almost a national pastime. The British practically invented espionage, and they have most certainly perfected it to a fine art. Through the 50s, 60s and 70s, Britain's secretive operatives developed the ability to listen to a Soviet agent whisper in his lover's ear at 1,000 yards in a sandstorm. The amount of money, time and resources the British dedicated to eavesdropping on anyone of interest in recent decades is staggering. So when you, the British public, all freely volunteered to carry around a personal transmitter and now even a video camera, they were highly delighted. While other nations built weapons, Britain built the ability to watch, listen, and know. London has more cameras than any other city in the world. You, the British people, are the most carefully observed population on the planet. Why, when you are told for the last 20 years the tabloid newspapers have been listening to your telephones, recording and stalking at leisure, didn't any of you take a look at the device which you take everywhere and think you might like some privacy occasionally? No, of course you didn't. If the newspapers can do it, then who else can, if they wanted to? The illegal recreational drugs market is estimated to compete globally in financial value with oil and weapons. Combined spending on illegal drugs in the UK is measured in the hundreds of millions annually. Illegal drugs are a cash business, untaxed and unregulated, and of no financial benefit to Britain. It is a steady flow of money out of the nation's legitimate fiscal system directly to organised crime, both at home and abroad. Drugs are intrinsically linked to or directly responsible for murder, robbery, and numerous other criminal activities which undermine law and social order. It would be naive to think a force within the bowels of a Britain who had listened to the Soviets and the many Reds under the bed and practically invented espionage and deception would sit idly on its hands while all this happened in its own backyard. The nature of the beast is and always has been the same. They know now and will always know what you are doing if it concerns their financial and national security. Note the order of preference. They have the technology, they have the resources, and it's in their nature to spy, to manipulate and manage anything in their own backyard to suit their own agenda. Do not think anyone amongst them will ever break ranks and divulge what they are capable of. If you knew what they know, then you would know that the moon would not be far enough to escape their wrath. No one will ever leave their club. The Essex boys were but a minor irritation in their grand scheme, and in the end served a purpose. Now I'm sure a number of dangerous and wealthy men, who thought they might step back and enjoy the fabled good life, now find their worlds collapsing around them as they no longer serve a greater purpose. Have you ever thought your phone battery suddenly went flat? Did you ever go to make a call and hear the background noise from the room you were standing in through your phone's earpiece? Think of all the strange things the little devices you carry with you everywhere have done. They can turn it on remotely. It will listen to all it can while you think it's sleeping. They can access the camera, watch live feed from the inbuilt optical lens. It tells them where you are. It lets them know who else is with you. It is the worst thing that ever happened to you, if you have something to hide. And the best thing that ever happened for them, if they are interested in you. They'll never let you know just how good it is. It's the best thing they've had since they stole the Enigma machine from the Germans. Never forget how many men they let go to their graves to protect that secret. Should the listener to this video want to get straight to the Essex bank robberies and drug action, then this video can be skipped. However, this book is written from the perspective of the British establishment and its manipulation of events, leading to the murder of three of Essex's most notorious and violent drug barons. To understand what was waiting for the Essex boys, and who they would really come up against, one must first read a little of the type of man who the British establishment could employ in its efforts to control them. An introduction to the calibre and efficiency of the men whom the more secretive elements of the nation's enforcers may call on to operate at the front end. To briefly touch on the Falklands conflict is an extremely poignant reminder as to just where the establishment's real boundaries lie, or rather, where they don't. The Falklands Islands, May 1982. Sergeant Angus Peacock, 22 SASD Squadron Mountain Troop, and Corporal Bill Handley worked their way along the length of the central isthmus of East Falkland. It had taken 3 days, or rather 3 nights. The lack of good cover meant they'd remained motionless during daylight hours, moving only under the cover of night. The sun rose late at around 8:30 a.m. and set again early by 5 p.m. The faint sliver of the evening crescent moon was gone a couple of hours after sunset. The pair decided on the laying up position, a good hour before dawn's greyness emerged on the break of each new day. They didn't move off again until the full darkness of the night enveloped them. Movement had been slow, cautious and laborious. The 2 SAS men could hear the light-hearted banter of the Argentinian troops only a few hundred yards away. They belly-crawled steadily with their equipment towards their objectives, slowly freezing in the cold and remote South Atlantic islands' empty blackness. Sergeant Angus Peacock, a career soldier, had already been ashore in the Falklands for over 2 weeks. He had been attached to the mountain troop since joining 22 SAS from 2 Para. Angus had entered the parachute regiment straight after leaving school. Corporal Handley came to the regiment from the Marines. He started SAS life in the boat troop. But Bill, or Buffalo to his mates, developed an affinity for the rugged mountain terrain where Angus operated. Bill was a good long-range shooter. The land was a better firing platform than a small rib, so he'd found his calling in life, the mountains. Bill came ashore with the beach landings on the night of the 21st of May at San Carlos. Bill carried with him a fully loaded Bergen. It contained all he would need to survive in the harsh Falklands conditions for at least a month. He also carried one of the new satellite phones. The battery was fully charged, or so they told him. Bill carried the regular complement of grenades, sidearm and his knife. The long gun of choice was an Accuracy International L42A1 sniper rifle. In the last 6 months alone, he had sent 5,000 rounds down the new hammer-forged heavy 7.62 NATO barrel. This had replaced the gun's original. It had a 4-groove, right-hand twist rifling in the replacement barrel and made for more consistent accuracy. Bill had fitted the East German-made Pekka Berlin telescopic sight himself. Bill could hit a small coin consistently at 1,000 yards with the weapon. He had 10 full magazines in his webbing pouches and carried another 100 rounds in the Bergen pack on his back. The rule for a sniper was 1 shot, 1 kill. So Bill was being optimistic with the amount of ammo he carried. If he needed them all in the next few days, then he'd likely as not win the war single-handed. The guys from 40 Commando had jibed him as he'd loaded the magazines and cleaned the rifle for the second time on board HMS Fearless on the evening of the 21st of May. Bill wasn't the first onto the beach. Nothing much went on anyway. A few startled sheep were about the worst of it. The Argentines later started bombing the troops with their Canberra bombers. By then, Bill and Angus had long since moved away from the beachheads. Angus found Bill in the small hours of the morning of the landing, hanging around the command post of 40 Commando as agreed previously. The 2 SAS troopers set off on what Angus called a gentle tab, and Bill referred to in the tradition of the Marines as a short yomp. The two covered most of the 13 miles to their objective before dawn. From their first layup position, they saw the first of the Argentinian positions at Burnside Hill. The morning brought with it heavy mist, so they heard more than they saw. If they'd come too close during the night, they might be seen once the mist burned off. Unfortunately, the weather never cleared all day. The pair were cold, wet, and extremely uncomfortable. They withdrew west a couple of hours after the darkness of night enveloped them, then called in the situation report as ordered on the sat phone. Not a lot of change from earlier reports by other SAS reconnaissance patrols. After a cold ready meal, They headed south over the rough barren terrain before they again crawled east to another layup position to have a look at the Argentine positions at Darwin in the coming daylight. The RGs were in bigger numbers here, well dug in on the ridge. The Argentinian troops had also dug 2 well-placed machine gun pits. Their arcs of fire would be a problem for the approaching paratroopers due in a few days' time. The pair repeated the process again after dark, again withdrawing west, making a sit-rep on the satellite phone, then heading south once more under cover of night. The next 2 days were spent reconnoitring Goose Green and the airfield. The pair of SAS men had spent 3 cold nights on the isthmus and were suffering from the continual damp and freezing conditions. No hot food was possible, not even a hot brew-up. They were too close. The ground's topography was always difficult to gauge in the extreme darkness of the nights. Each morning they felt open and exposed, as the grey dawn's light revealed the barren landscape. Any sniff, trace or sound of them, and it would be too easy for a determined Argentinian patrol to thoroughly search the barren land. If they were flushed out of hiding, they would have a very little chance of escape or evasion. Their field of operation was just too restricted on the narrow isthmus. They wouldn't be able to hold off a determined attack in numbers by the regular Argentinian soldiers. After a token blast of their weapons, it would probably be an embarrassing surrender. The British Paras were due to attack Argentinian positions in the early hours of the morning of the 28th, the ultimate objective being the airfield, so they had to remain undetected until then at the very least. The night of the 26th for the cold and wet SAS men was a slow creep back to northwest of Darwin Ridge. The guns defending the airfield would need fast air to deal with them. Their recommendation, along with the accurate map reference locations for the cannons. RAF Harriers were the only viable option, was the last message sent by Angus using the sat phone. Angus wasn't sure it was received. The extreme cold and damp had done for the technology on the night of the 26th completely. No more contact with operational command. The SAS were to be on a station of their choosing, according to their standing orders, to provide sniper cover where it would be most effective for the coming assault by the Paras. The Paras would be briefed. Friendly sniper cover could be operating, and to think before they engaged friendly covering fire for an obvious overwatch on their flank. They hadn't altogether made the 2 SAS men overconfident about where to place themselves in the coming firefight. The 2 35mm Oerlikon anti-aircraft cannons at the small airfield were not something a single sniper could realistically engage. The machine guns on Darwin Ridge would cause casualties from an advancing ground force. The removal of at least one of the weapons would support a flanking move by the British Paras. Sergeant Peacock decided it was better to help their Paras at the ridge. The day of the 27th passed slowly. The pair had stayed further west than they had on the run south a couple of days earlier. The Royal Navy bombardment to soften up the Argentines before the land assault was due at 3 a.m. on the 28th. British Navy gunnery is not an exact science. The thought of going forward the following night was on both their minds, though not their tongues. By 2 a.m, the cold and wet elite Special Forces soldiers were northeast of Darwin Ridge. Bill reckoned he'd identified a reasonable shooting position 200 yards in front of where they currently lay. The terrain was not on their side. Any further back from the action and they were on the back of another rise, which didn't afford a view of the Argentine soldiers' positions on the Darwin Ridge. Bill would be firing about 300 yards across a shallow depression. Cover was sparse on the wind-torn barren South Atlantic outposts of the dwindling British Empire. Ideally, Bill should have been 800 yards out. They were both experts in concealment, but once Bill started shooting, they would be damn exposed. The position he eventually chose should have an easy shot at one of the machine gun pits, and possibly both of them. They were currently 500 yards out, and planned to belly crawl in when the naval bombardment started, assuming that ordnance was landing on the other guys and not on the dead ground they were heading for. Most of the approach would be out of the line of sight of the Argentinians on the ridge. Technically, it would have been better to get into position before the bombardment, but at only 300 yards out, neither had thought to suggest it. The Navy were late getting started. The guys were eventually in position just after 4:30, and the shelling continued for another 30 minutes. Fortunately, no friendly ordnance fell on them. The sound of a running ground skirmish could then be heard to the northeast as the naval bombardment subsided and finally fell silent. The Argentinians on the Darwin Ridge had just kept their heads down. They'd had nothing to shoot at so far. Bill had a good bead on the nearest machine gun. The furthest gun pit wasn't so easy. But he could probably cause them some difficulties. The sporadic gunfire to the north continued in the darkness. Still no sign of the Paras, and the grey light of dawn was breaking. The two SAS men watched the ridge, still nothing to do. The first action they saw was a small number of Argentine troops withdrawing to the ridge from the northeast. The Argentines were fighting a reasonably well-organised rearguard action as they came from the direction of Coronation Ridge. The Paras emerged out of the mist. Unfortunately, they were quickly pinned down at the base of Darwin Ridge. There was precious little cover for them to advance on the positions held by the Argentines. The British boys were getting reasonable mortar cover coming in from their fire teams somewhere behind them. The trouble was, the RGs were well dug in, and had their own mortars doing a good job of spoiling the advance and keeping the British boys' heads down. From the layup position, the SAS watched the Paras send a small force forward into the gully to attack the ridge. Angus wanted to scream. No! The first few guys in never stood a chance. They were cut down by the withering Argentine machine gun fire. Bill dropped the nearest Argentine gunner with a headshot. Before his number two in the pit had realised what had happened, Bill dropped him. It gave the exposed Paras a chance to fall back to cover. Bill put 2 rounds from his bolt-action sniper's rifle into the second machine gun pit. He didn't know if they counted. The machine gun was silent briefly, then resumed again. The first machine gun opened up again, but this time it raked the ground in front of the 2 SAS guys. It wasn't right on target, but mud and gravel kicked up in front of Bill and Angus. The gun's new operators had an idea where they were. Bill could see through the scope. 2 more Argentinian soldiers had made it to the first pit. They were keeping their heads low and pointing the heavy machine gun just off to his left and lower down the slope at a small outcrop of rocks. The replacement gunner didn't know exactly where their hide was and was looking for obvious cover a sniper might use. Bill had deliberately avoided such a location. The British Paras now had bodies out there on the ground, dead or dying. The Argentinian machine gunners raked them again and again. The SAS men watched again, almost in disbelief at the stupidity or extreme reckless courage of the Paras. They were going forward again, into the same gully of death. The Paras died in the open scrub again. Bill had no choice. He took out the nearest machine gun team a second time. He then dropped the last 4 rounds from the magazine into the second machine gun pit. The gun went silent. But he couldn't tell if they were kill shots. No clear line of sight, even with the rifle's powerful Pekka scope. It was mid-morning and the Paras were tied down. They needed luck or fast air to clear the ridge, or they would be in danger of having to withdraw. Not good for the 2 SAS guys, who had now announced their presence in the deadly game of death. The rake of machine gun fire tore up the ground all around them. Again, new arrivals had made it to the machine gun pit. They were coming along a narrow trench from their well-dug-in positions above the ridge. The replacement Argentinian gunners, coming from the main elevated positions they held, now had an even better idea of the SAS sniper location. Angus was spotting for Bill. He had just seen the brave and lone para trying to make his way up to the ridge. The lone British paratrooper was using the narrow gully to shield himself from the nearer machine gun pit. Angus lost sight of him every few yards as the soldier struggled to remain in cover and alive. Angus gently nudged Bill and pointed slowly so as not to create any sign of movement in the hide, which would be seen by the machine gun crew still desperately scanning the hillside for them. The regular rifle fire from the ridge was keeping all but this one brave paratrooper pinned down. Through his sniper rifle's powerful scope, Bill watched a lone para moving slowly up. The lone paratrooper carried an M72 66mm tube on his back. He was definitely stalking the nearest machine gun position. The weapon, if he was on target, would destroy not just the operators but the weapon, its pit and any nearby ammunition. All Bill could hope for was that the Argentines ran out of guys willing to go forward and man the machine gun before they found his hide and decimated it. The 66 would put a finite end to the emplacement, leaving the paras clear to flank the ridge very quickly. Especially if Bill could spoil the furthest machine gun's operations long enough. The further machine gun post had seen the danger, so they raked the gully again and again. The para hunkered down, but he was heavily exposed to the furthest pit's machine gun. The brave para wouldn't make it, and get a clear shot at the pit he was stalking. The arc of fire had been well planned by the Argentines when they placed the two weapons. Bill looked at Angus, who nodded. Bill had already changed his rifle's magazine. He laid two more full magazines out in front of himself. Then he started to drop round after round into the second machine gun pit. The machine gun fell silent. The ground around them exploded as the nearer weapon and Argentines on the ridge zeroed in on them. Through the melee of mud and peat which sprayed up around him, Bill kept the bolt-action rifle on target and went through two magazines, then the third was almost done. The crazy paratrooper was stood up tall. He'd made the ridge, and he had the tube on his shoulder. The brave para never wavered his aim. Exposed as he was, he shot, ran straight and true. The searing white heat radiated from the explosion of the anti-tank rocket. It had gone directly into the machine gun pit. The battlefield held its breath for an instant. Then the paras pushed hard. They came on fast, out of the arc of fire from the remaining machine gun. Bill pulled out more magazines from his webbing and looked for any opportunities on the ridge. The white flag soon appeared all along the Darwin Ridge. The Argentines had repelled the British paratroop regiment for several hours, but determination and extreme valour won the day. Bill laid a rifle on its side. It was covered in the blood and brains which had once been Angus's head. A firefight is a lottery. Some live and some die. It all comes down to fractions of an inch. The nearer Argentine machine gun, before it was forever silenced, had found the hide. The bullets had ripped the ground all around them. Angus, lying next to Bill, caught several of the high-velocity rounds. The last exchange between the two men had been a silent acknowledgement of the risk involved if Bill fired. He had to fire. Bill stayed with Angus for the rest of the day and through the following night. The show was all over the next morning, and the airfield had the Union flag flying all over it. What he hadn't realised, not all the blood on him belonged to Angus. The firing position Bill used had his head lower than his torso. They had been laying on the downside of a slope, feet higher than their heads and shoulders. Bill's standard firing position using the bipod, legs apart, rifle butt in tight to the shoulder, the custom-made cheek piece nestled under his sighting eye, the right eye, and a bullet from the machine gun had grazed through his left buttock cheek and disappeared into the hillside between his legs. Bill now had a neat 3-inch slice through his lily-white arse. The bullet had opened up his camouflage drills and his flesh. The freezing conditions and dealing with Angus had meant his mind hadn't recognised or registered the pain initially. Bill dug into his Bergen, sorted out the curved needle. He washed his wound, sprinkled the antibiotic powder into it which hurt the most, and then put several crude stitches in. Stitching up your own arse wasn't the easiest thing to do. The cold is the greatest of anaesthetics, but it made his fingers numb and the knots were a mess. More antiseptic and several butterfly plasters added to the mess. Followed by a field dressing, and the bleeding had slowed to nothing more than a slight ooze. He wouldn't bleed out this time. Bill just didn't fancy letting the paras near his bum, so it'd have to do until he got to a real doctor. By mid-morning on the 29th of May, it was all over. The place was buzzing with paras, vehicles, helicopters and Argentine prisoners. A British officer eventually approached the hide on the hillside cautiously, with a burly sergeant and 2 grunts. The grunts looked twitchy. Bill remained still, not wishing to alarm them. 20 yards out, The sergeant had seen enough of Bill's kit to know what he was approaching. He relaxed noticeably. So did everyone else. "Regiment?" the sergeant asked. "D Squadron," Bill replied. "That was one hell of a job you did on those machine gun emplacements, young man. Is there anything we can do for your colleague?" "Captain John Barclay Smith, 2 Para, D Company." The officer gave the salute in response to the weak efforts Bill made, still laying on his side. Sitting was not a comfortable option right now. "No, it was pretty quick, so guess he didn't suffer. I could do with some help to get him down. I got a small flesh room myself and a hot brew would be most welcome, and a battery for the sat phone when someone can. I guess my guys will have another job for me soon enough." "Sergeant, can you get this man what he needs and look after his friend, please?" As with most army officers' polite requests, it was in fact an order. "Of course, sir. What's your name, lad, if you can tell me?" A genuine question from the sergeant. "Corporal William Handley, but the boys call me Buffalo on the account of the long gun." "Buffalo Bill. Well, thank you once again. That was some bloody drubbing those machine gunners gave you two. Surprised you were able to keep their heads down long enough for our boy with a 6.6 to finish it. But we owe you. Thanks." "We lost a colonel in the gully at the foot of the bridge." Captain Barclay Smith leaned down and shook Bill's hand, then made his way slowly back down the slope, leaving the sergeant and the 2 grunts to sort Bill's shit out. Bill left the Special Air Service and the whole army thing 4 years later, age 33. The regiment looked after its own. No medal for Bill. He vanished off the isthmus as quietly as he had arrived. Angus Peacock stayed on East Falkland. It was the way of things. A bronze plaque bears his name on a lonely memorial. 6,000 miles from home, never to return, always 36 years, young. Bill could have stayed in the regiment, but he no longer had the appetite for the front end of the job. The training, the endless training was fine. He knew if he stayed, eventually he'd be in another hide, it would all be the same again, or worse. The Metropolitan Police Force was a far cry from the British Special Forces, but a uniform is a uniform, and when you get used to one, it's hard to do anything else. Well, that was Bill's excuse. Police Constable Handley ate the humble pie, like any good squad he could. Went through Hendon and came out of a sparkly uniform. Rumour had it they might soon get tasers and CS gas, deadly stuff. The Kevlar stab vest and the utility belt was a distant cry from the kit he'd handled in the other life. The other life became just that. No book deals for Bill. He wasn't that guy. He put the regiment out of his head and never looked back. He did a good job of it. The easy short story about being a corporal in the Royal Marines came naturally. Bill edited out the Falklands experience, if he was ever asked about his military career, which was rare, as he'd not told anyone anything exciting about it, ever. Bill attended a couple of the regiment's social events the first few years he was out. He didn't tell the boys about the life of a policeman. It wasn't the sort of thing to bring up. All a bit too mundane and normal. Several of the guys had gone on to private security. Some talked hush-hush nonsense about being soldiers of fortune, mercenaries for hire. Some was true. A lot was bullshit. The regiment generated men who would never fit into civilian life, never able to adjust to the average guy on the streets version of normal. The ex-servicemen of the Special Forces Regiment would always be different, having seen things they wouldn't, shouldn't, and generally couldn't discuss outside of their circle. Bill had done reasonably well in moving away from it all. He'd just been able to put it away in a box somewhere in his memory. The less he opened the box, the easier it became. Bill's military file was exemplary, and large parts of the later years either closed or heavily redacted. What he had done in his final year was an amount of close-quarter protection for senior politicians and even a bit for the royal family. So while his armed forces career was hard to access, anywhere beyond the good marine and exemplary conduct, there was a file on him available to others at Special Branch. Special Branch knew he'd joined the bottom ranks of the Metropolitan Police. They always knew things like that. Initially, the department his application had come across was unsure as to whether he would be suitable. The officer carefully read Bill's application. It was completed accurately and honestly. The trouble was, the man was a professional killing machine and extremely capable, Someone should have a quiet word. The guy should be invited to look elsewhere for employment, was the recommendation penned. The recommendation went to a more senior officer for signing off. It was ultimately denying an honest man who had risked all for Queen and country of a decent career opportunity. Fortunately for Bill, the more senior officer took a more pragmatic view regarding Bill's particular skill set. Bill's file would be kept at Special Branch. Constable Bill Handley wouldn't know that. Margaret Thatcher had romped back to power after the Falklands, the Iron Lady of politics. Maggie now had Northern Ireland firmly in her sights. The senior Special Branch officer was aware she had slipped the leash off her dogs. To have a man with William Handley's training and abilities sat quietly in the ranks of the Metropolitan Police couldn't be a bad thing. Who knew when his particular skills might be required? Bill now had a guardian angel, or maybe just a monkey on his back, depending on how, or even if, things developed in the future. That man, or monkey, was seated on high in the very upper echelons of the United Kingdom's police force. A place where things could become very grey and the boundaries were often stretched. Bill was okay with the uniform bit of the job. He was a fit guy and reliable, the steady type of bloke. Early on, the CID team pulled him in on a few operations. He did a bit of surveillance on a few occasions, and he did it very well. Police Constable Handley soon got a reputation for his ability to operate on his own initiative. SAS soldiers are far from stupid gunslinging muscled morons. They are resourceful and outwardly very normal-looking individuals. Bill had a calm and inner strength about him. He took the sergeant's exam at the end of 1990, having moved officially to the CID 2 years previously. He enjoyed working with the team at Ilford in East London, where he was posted after making it to plain clothes. They'd had some good results, and he had friends. And then Bill eventually hooked up with a pretty lady called Linda. Linda was divorced with a couple of kids. She lived in Upminster. In the regiment days, there had been girls, but his head was in a different place back then. Now, life was on a different plane. He even liked Linda's kids. The other life was really a thing of the past, long forgotten. The subsequent move to Romford was a change, but not an unpleasant one. Bill was practically living with Linda by now, and Romford was nearer to Upminster than Ilford. The flat in Ilford could go up for rent soon. He would still see the Ilford boys for the weekly curry in Cranbrook Road. The boys now had a dragon boat rowing team, and he'd got into that in a big way. Romford Police Station was on the main road, next to the Magistrates' Court and a short walk from the busy marketplace. Romford had its fair share of villainy to keep Bill both busy, interested, and sometimes frustrated. The average lot of a hard-working copper in the home counties. The locals fancied themselves as being of a better class than the residents in Ilford, but knew they weren't as posh as the lot up the road in Brentwood. It appeared things got better as you went along the A12, and worse if you took the A127. Basildon was about level with Ilford in the poshness stakes. All this seemed particularly important to the average Essex boy, but meant bugger all to an ex-Marine from Cornwall. Bill would get very acquainted with the Essex boy mentality in the coming years. His file at Special Branch was still there, yet there had been little interference in the 6 years prior to the Romford posting. Bill got what he applied for approved. He passed the exams on his own merit. The file, his file, had nothing untoward in it, and got the odd little extra gloss to keep him happy, without his knowledge. Bill was realistic about his career prospects. He wanted to carry on up the promotional ladder, and enjoyed the work. The only problem for Bill, and the only drawback, is that he liked to get out and amongst it. He was a hands-on copper. As a detective sergeant, it was a good combination. To move up to DI, he would have to become more corporate. It all started to get a bit political, and that level and upwards. The guardian angel knew Bill wasn't heading too far up the rankings ladder. The monkey on Bill's back liked it this way. If Bill's skill set was needed one day, he would be a lot easier to manipulate as a foot soldier rather than a career junkie. Bill was a team player. The honourable fair play guys, don't stand a chance with the politicians in this world. Another Monday morning CID briefing at Romford. They had some special guests this Monday morning from Serious Crime. Everyone had been told about it over the weekend. He who needed to be there was there, including Detective Sergeant Handley. The Serious Crime guys took their chairs in the CID briefing room, a tight bunch, just 3 of them, and sticking together, almost an air of arrogance, especially amongst the 2 insubordinates. They were headed up by a guy who had mentioned he lived in Basildon. He was part of a Metropolitan Police task force to deal with serious organised crime. He was there because something was maybe going to happen on their patch. The Romford team formed a tight unit themselves. Empty chairs separated them from the visitors. The murmur was they were from Special Branch, but it wasn't confirmed by the visitors. Hollywood's Romford, 1993. The nightclub to be seen at in the early 90s on a Wednesday night for the local players and wannabe players of Essex. Eddie Dante and Dave George got out of the cab and strolled forward. It was 10 o'clock on a cold November Wednesday night. The club was in full swing. The queue stretched a good 20 yards in the cold night air. The club's door was run by one, Tony Tucker. He had had the door security there for a few years and ran a firm not to be messed with. Ed, former Romford Market stallholder, and his mate Dave George, a legend in his own underpants. George, to all who knew him, mobile phone shop guru and all-round flash git, never queued. Both men were long-time regulars at the club. Both were spenders and would walk straight through, heading for the upstairs VIP bar. George fancied himself as a gangster, but he'd play it down if asked. He wanted to be the Earl of Essex one day secretly, so he liked to play the smooth businessman and did a reasonable job of it. Unless he owed you money, then he was harder to find than rocking horse shit. Tucker was seldom there now his security firm was established. The regular muscle they employed would recognise the regulars needing to be pandered to. Palms would get pressed, short and hip greetings given, egos gently massaged. The regulars would stroll on through, enjoying the disgruntled mumbles from the plebs shivering in the queue for the mere mortals. Tony Tucker's empire had grown fast, with the ruthless tactics he employed. The club management had little or no choice to engage him and his associates. The marketing modus operandi he employed was basic, but effective. If you let them run the door, then you had little or no trouble. If you didn't let them run the door, then well, they would come along in 1s and 2s as guests, then pick a fight with any unfortunate who got in their way. When the resident bouncers tried to break it up, it didn't take a lot of imagination as to what happened next. The muscle on the door would advise the club owner of their predicament. They would then most likely join Tucker Enterprises, if they were any good. If they were mugs, then they'd move on quickly. Tucker didn't have every door in Essex. There were other heavy firms out there. Law of the jungle dictates the big predators give each other enough space so they can all live well, especially when there is plenty to go around, which there was in Essex. The firms might eye each other up cautiously, look for any weakness, but making a move on another firm requires a bit of thought. Take territory and you must hold it or appear weak and invite more trouble than the expansion is worth. It wasn't long before the Basildon club scene fell under their umbrella, then Southend. Tucker was there that Wednesday night surrounded by his dinner-suited enforcers. Tucker looked up as the pair approached. He nutted out to George. George's little chest swelled and he reached out for the customary palm press. Ed fell in behind. One of Tucker's men was talking with a guy who had 3 mates hovering on his shoulders. The muscled goon had the guy's hand in one of his paws and his hand on the kid's shoulder. The kid looked confident and cocky. It was a friendly-looking exchange. The guys and his 3 mates were going through the door without queuing, obviously part of the in-crowd or known to the door firm. No one was paying from the group, free admission for the rich and famous. Ed followed George, who followed the gang of 4 up the stairs. Ed wasn't paying too much attention to the 4 guys. They were dressed sort of regular for the club, couple in suits and the 2 at the back just shirts, all about the same age as Ed, or a couple of years older, but certainly no more. It wasn't until the top of the stairs, when the lead guy spun, saying something to his mates, that Ed got a proper look at him and realised he knew him. It was Paul Green, the market copper. Ed had left the market a couple of years back, but it was definitely Porky Green. He was the copper that used to stroll around the town's busy market. He used to take charge of when the vans could enter the market at the end of the day. The little prick was a proper nuisance. He strutted around like some sort of demigod. He'd also blown in on anyone whose motor tax was out of date, and was behind a few of the guys who'd got a pull after leaving the market at the end of the day, after having spent a few hours in the ship, the market pub. But not everyone who spent time in the pub got stopped, and especially some who should have. There was one rule for some, and one rule for others, it had been rumoured. Ed had long forgotten that bit. "He's old Bill, George," Ed whispered to George. "Who?" "Him. The chubby fellow at the back there. The one who was shaking hands with the doorman downstairs as we came in." George glanced back casually. "Yeah, I got him. His mates could all be as well. They all look like they're together." The pair headed into the club, then directly up the internal stairs. The door to the VIP was held open by a member of Tony Tucker and Co. George's entourage was already in his regular corner. The drinks flowed. The cocaine soon followed. Another Wednesday night in Essex for the county's clubbers. The four coppers, that's what they were, because if one copper was there, then they all were. George, who was 3 lines of gear into the night, went badly paranoid. Porky Green had looked at Ed a couple of times. Ed guessed he'd probably recognised him. There was half a smile, but no approach. The coppers now had girls in their company. They were all drinking and doing a decent impression of looking like regular night clubbers. George was getting twitchier by the minute. He pulled some dodgy faces under the influence of cocaine. Ed wondered why he even took it, because it destroyed his sharp mind and quick wit. He became almost mute and seriously paranoid. Most club nights were then back at George's Chigwell mansion. Ed loved those nights. The girls would all come back and there was a good chance of him getting a result. Unfortunately, not for George, as he would always disappear upstairs alone and lock himself in his room, whereon he would spend the entire night at the window looking for policemen hiding in the bushes. George would sniff and look, sniff and stare, all night, his senses heightened by the manic paranoia that cocaine brought him. George told Ed he enjoyed the feeling. He knew it was complete madness, but couldn't help it. All Ed was interested in was partying with the tarts. George could keep the sentry duty for himself. The coppers in the VIP were ruining George's night. His mind was already creating images of uniformed officers bursting through the fire exits. Everyone carted off to the cells, and any possibility of a knighthood gone forever. The way the four coppers were carrying on, however, it looked like the last thing on their minds. They appeared to be focused solely on the female company around them and little else. The upside of George's paranoia is that he passed a bag of coke to Ed to look after. A few grams at most. Practically everyone in the club, certainly the VIP, would have at least had that in their pockets. But George badly wanted that knighthood. He was looking to the future, and his own self as usual. Tucker breezed into the bar. He strolled around the place, a self-assured, confident man. He could have owned the place if he didn't know better. He strolled up to the coppers. Porky was clearly the top boy of the four. He moved away from the group with Tucker. Tucker had his arm on the kid's shoulder in a paternal manner, all like long-lost buddies. Ed watched, without staring. He'd seen enough passes in the clubs, brought enough gear from doormen throughout London whom he'd never known or met before. It wasn't hard to see the signs, even smell the gear 1,000 yards in a sandstorm. Porky was receiving a small rap. He pocketed it. What he didn't do was part with folding. It's usually the part of the deal easiest to spot. The dealer tends to check that they're getting what they expect. The customer just takes the packet and hopes. The buyer waits until he gets to the toilet cubicle before he knows what he's got. He'll be most unlikely to go back and complain. If the rap comes up short, he'll part with more money for another. At the most, he'll ask for a large one, because the last one was short. The dealer will say, "They're all the same, mate, take 2. If he's flush, he'll go for it. Buying the gear in clubs, you take what you get. Any sensible partygoer will get their gear sorted in daylight from a regular guy. But once people start using, they pass the stage of being able to be so organised. Buying it in the afternoon leads to sampling it in the afternoon, leads to consuming it all in the afternoon. So back to buying in the club." George had noticed the transaction as well. How could he not? His head was going around like an owl. Once the paranoia button in his head got switched on, the only way to switch it off was lots of vodka. Tucker kept his arm on Porky's shoulder as he rejoined his gang. What happened next wasn't quite what Ed was expecting. It was all going a bit weird. Tucker was introduced to Porky's pals. Perhaps they weren't old Bill. Tucker looked like the proverbial big brother, and Porky was larging up his own status. But this kid was the ex-market copper. Surely Ed wasn't the only guy who knew it. George was about to explode. He had looked from Tucker and the coppers to the emergency exits a dozen times doing swan neck impressions. Ed reckoned George was close to bolting out of the club before his paranoid mind's imaginary scene occurred. The press photographing him coming out in handcuffs with a blanket over his head. Tucker was heading their way. He looked like a man totally in control and at peace with the world. His world. George? Tony? You guys all sweet, having a good time? Tony, the kids over there, do you know them? Yeah, well, one of them, the chubby little prat. Tucker had played up to Porky, but a dismissive response gave up his real opinion. They were just punters, nothing to him, just the mugs in the club who he took money off. Ed didn't think Tucker would have much different to say about him if asked. He'd met this type of man before. George probably thought he mattered, but in truth, he was just an older guy who Tucker would climb over on his way up the food chain. George was infinitely smarter, nowhere near as nasty. George would last. Tucker might. But not if he was selling coke to undercover coppers. Hollywood's was rife with the stuff. The Wednesday crowd upstairs, being older and well-heeled, were interested mostly in the cocaine as drug of choice. The kids downstairs on the dance floor and most of the weekend crowd were all into ecstasy, a cheaper and longer hit to keep them bouncing around all night. Hollywood's supplied whatever you wanted. The door firm controlled who dealt in the club. Tucker controlled the door firm. He sat at the top of the food chain. Perhaps Romford Old Bill had an ongoing operation. Well, it was all about to fall apart for someone. Knowing Tucker's reputation, Porky might be in a bit of difficulty in the next few minutes unless his backup was nearby. Ed was thinking if George departed shortly, it would be a good idea to join him. Ed said he knows him. Said he was a copper in the market a few years back. Yeah, I know. He's a detective constable now. Tucker chuckled to himself as he made the play on words. Yeah, the little prick is as bent as a 9-bob note. He likes to come up here and give it large with his mates. The other three are Essex Old Bill out of Basildon. Just uniform kids, but handy to keep 'em sweet. Never know when you might need a bit of help. If they're going to spin somewhere, then likely as not I'll get the heads up in plenty of time. All four of them are on gear. Sometimes I slip a tart into them, you know, an old Tom. The silly twats think they've pulled. Got some nice pictures of Porky and the tall skinny wanker in Palms a few months ago. All-nighter in a room, with 2 tarts. Plenty of gear flying about and all, so if they ever misbehave, I can lean on them. Tucker's smug pride was written all over his face. He was talking at 200 miles an hour. He was clearly using his own product. However, he kept his voice low. Only Ed and George were privy to what was said. Nevertheless, it was the sort of information he should have kept to himself, Ed thought. But then maybe he couldn't. Ed recognised Porky for what he was. Tucker wouldn't want anyone to think he was mates with Old Bill, so he had to bring the pair into his confidence. Ed had heard of friendly coppers. Everyone had heard of bent coppers. Ed brought up the subject with Bernie Ronson. He was old school, professional, very clever, and a good friend of Ed's. Bent and corrupt officials had been around for as long as prostitutes, the oldest profession, it was said, in the world. Bernie said he had come across a few over the years. He had managed to avoid a lot more. Bernie's take was this: a bent copper ain't no better than a grass. In fact, they are a lot worse and probably more dangerous. You see, Ed, a man has to know what he is. Choose a side and stay with it. If you're a copper, then be a copper. Your mates are all going to be coppers. You start helping the crooks, then you're betraying your mates. If you're a crook, then your mates, the guys you work with, are taking the same risks as you. You wouldn't blow them in to save your own arse. No, a man needs honour. Nothing wrong with an honourable copper. You know what he's about. You know he'll nick you if he can. But when a copper starts working with the wrong side of the fence, then he's no good. No honour. So he'll always sell you out to save his own arse. You see, you'll never really be able to trust him. I mean, yeah, if you want to use him, then so be it. But I wouldn't want to be around anything a bent copper had anything to do with. Because if, or when, his gangly Old Bill work out he's no good, then they'll nail him to the wall, and he'll sell you out in an instant. You'll never see it coming, but it'll happen. Sure as living with a crocodile, one day he'll bite you. The man with no honour will always give you up. Look, he's already stuffed his mates. So what chance have you got? We don't live in Beirut or Bosnia. Over here, the electrodes don't go on your nuts, so there is no excuse for being a rat. Ed's reply was, I don't think there's any excuse, even in Beirut or Bosnia. Ed, it's a nice thought, and I'm sure you mean it. But when the torture starts, then no man can hold forever. The lucky ones, the ones with the truest hearts, well, the heart does just that. It stops all on its own. Because the mind ain't strong enough. Once the terror and the pain set in, then the honourable brain can't stand up to the little reptilian section buried deep in our psyche. The part that wants to live above all else. It simply takes over. Sorry, but it does. And there's no dishonesty in that. If you work in them places, then you structure things differently. But we work here, so we have our rules. And they are not too difficult to stick to, for a man of honour. A bit of bird is all they can threaten you with here. And that's it, Ed. The following Wednesday at Hollywood's, and only a few weeks until Christmas, the place should have been busy. It was sort of busy, a full house downstairs, but the VIP area was deserted. The crowd in were mostly office parties and the average mortal plebs Wednesday's downstairs mob. The atmosphere might not have been noticed by anyone, but it was different. The top faces weren't in tonight. The usual crowd in the VIP strangely absent. The door firm were being particularly efficient. The queue to get in was moving smoothly. Everyone went through the metal detector's arch. None of the usual high rollers strolled into the front of the queue and avoiding the airport-style electronic body scanner. The nervous plebs were usually cajoled and rudely shoved through it by impatient doormen. All stood for some unknown reason to wait in the cold, while nobody appeared to enter or leave. The doormen were just playing games, showing total dominance over if or when the pleb could take a pace forward into paradise. It was strangely not happening this night. The doormen were doing their best impressions of being caring, lovable, cuddly bears. By midnight, there had been 2 small fights, the office parties, alcohol and general stupidity responsible for the heated exchanges. No gang stuff, no firms operating nasty. One drunk had offended someone's girlfriend, he'd got a smack. His pals had jumped in, and the door firm were there quickly, as usual. Everyone was marched outside and down the front steps. The doorman strangely listened to the pleas of the guy who had been offended. He was allowed to return inside. The idiot and his mates strolled off hurling abuse at the door firm, who again unusually didn't respond in kind. The second incident, drunk hits girlfriend, hero hits him, another few characters pile in. Drinks and glasses go over. The door firm responded swiftly again. Everyone is now leaving quietly. The drunk foolishly swings at the doorman. His mates then have a go as well. They get arm locks, headlocks, and gently removed. Girlfriend stays inside, along with the hero. Outside, the idiots are standing across the road, shouting at the doorman. The night's offenders were not regulars, but all part of the Christmas office party squads who had no idea just how lucky they were. To stand outside Hollywood's and tell the door firm what you are and aren't going to do was never recommended, especially if you ever wanted to come again. The second mob, who tried to have a go in the club, well, they would normally have gone down the back stairs, and the last thing they'd be doing was standing out front giving it large. They'd be lucky to be standing at all. Most likely the walking survivors would be carrying their mates to casualty at Old Church Hospital, which was conveniently nearby. The reason for the caring approach to nightclub security and the lack of the usual VIP faces suddenly became clear. The loudmouths outside quickly vanished with their heads down as the 4 transit vans, lights flashing, pulled up outside the front of the club. A good number of police liveried squad cars following and screeching to a halt, Hollywood, USA style. Police officers piled out of the vans and cars in a carefully organised raid. Most went through the front doors. Some went to the fire exits in the parking garage below the club. D.I. Harvey was slow through the front door. His years and portly frame no longer up for the frontline scuffles which often ensued on such a drugs raid. This was a well-planned and coordinated raid on Romford's biggest and busiest nightclub. Hollywood's had been coming up on the radar consistently for some time. Over the months, a number of drink-drive stops had produced drivers not just over the alcohol limits, but with carloads of passengers clearly under the influence of more than just alcohol. The resulting searches had produced nothing too exciting, just personal use quantities of recreational drugs. Most had been dealt with by the way of cautions and sent home the next day. A few seizures of multiple packages led to a few intent to supply charges. These usually got dropped to a possession charge in exchange for a guilty plea and some information. The information kept coming up the same. The dealer's a guy in the nightclub. Don't know a name. No one was giving names. There was a genuine fear element or some serious loyalty when pushed hard for a name. These kids, the unlucky ones to get caught, were low-grade wannabe faces. They were of little interest to the police. They had regular lives and regular jobs, just out for the night doing what they thought everyone else was doing. If pushed hard, the one thing in common was always a description of the supplier. The kids wouldn't give a name. They didn't know a name. So in the appearance of desperately trying to help the police and have the intent to supply dropped to personal use and a caution, the kids would set about describing in detail the guy who they got the gear from. Looking at the collection of descriptions, D.S. Handley and D.I. Harvey had worked out exactly who was supplying the cocaine, the ecstasy and the weed in Hollywood's. It was a common theme in the accurate details the kids had all given. They had shut their eyes, and one and all, man or boy and several girls, had carefully pictured the face in their mind's eye, then sat there and accurately described the features, the intricate details, the height, the weight, the hair, the eye colour, and occasionally even a hint of the character of the supplier. So on the night of the raid, D.I. Handley and D.S. Harvey knew exactly who they were after. Such was the commonality in the descriptions. The suspect list wasn't passed to the uniformed officers because the two detectives wanted to keep the night real. The list they kept to themselves. It contained the following characters: Tom Cruise, Brad Pitt, Harrison Ford, Michael Jackson, Kevin Costner, John Travolta, Elvis, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Bruce Willis. Some idiot even had Rocky Balboa as their supplier. It was funny once D.I. Harvey finally cracked it. It was the absolute inconsistency of the descriptions. They had to laugh as they worked out the list of famous film and music stars. By accurately concentrating on someone real for the description, the describers made sure not to give away the true likeness of the real supplier. It was very clear. No one was prepared to give away the real identity of who was trafficking stuff in the club. It meant one of two things: either a close friend or the fear factor. The detectives ran the numbers on the people pulled over in the last 6 months, those suspected or known to have come from the club. They were not from the same family, same street, or even the same town. The only thing in common was Hollywood's nightclub. The club's doorman held the doors open and invited the police in. The doormen were all high on the list of possible dealers, so they were lined up against the wall. To a man, they looked calm and relaxed. D.S. Handley was up the stairs with the uniformed officers. The music died and the lights came on. D.I. Harvey watched the heavily muscled and dinner-suited security staff turn out their pockets. Not a bead of sweat on a man. Nothing on the floor. After 10 minutes, no one had come down the stairs except the rest of the doormen sent by the police officers upstairs. Despite the size and potential malevolence hidden deep down, Hollywood's security looked like model citizens. IDs all checked, most probably had something on file somewhere with law enforcement. Tonight, no reason to detain a single man. They were laughing and joking with the younger uniformed officers. They hadn't a care in the world. "Come down whenever you want, lads. You'd be guests at the club. I'm sure you like to have a good night when you're not on duty," said the largest and most sinister-looking guy. The doorman was doing his best impression of a gentle teddy bear to the lads in blue. Actually, not blue. It was now high-vis yellow for the officers on the raid. Upstairs, Bill Handley and the other detectives were having a slightly better time of it. A few of the drunk office party lot were getting leery, so the uniform lads were able to wade in and have some fun. Several idiots were now cuffed and heading for the meat wagons downstairs. No one made for the fire exits. D.S. Handley had been upstairs quickly when the lights had come on. He had seen the telltale nervous looks on a number of people. Something was going to come out of the night. The club was large and on 2 levels, so the officers would have their work cut out getting to everyone quickly. Anyone a bit smart would easily ditch their gear on the floor without being noticed. The searches went on, and a number of possession charges were given, probably leading to no more than cautions the next day. The raid managed to fill several van loads with clubbers destined for the nick. The cells at Romford were full to capacity for the evening. The large amount of discarded drug wraps found on the floor would have raised a tidy sum of money, but in comparison to the number of bodies in the club, it was small. Around 30% of the punters had at least one type of illegal recreational drug in a small quantity, was the rough estimate from the floor. No more than 34 people in possession of drugs, just the idiots too scared or slow to drop it on the floor. The raid was done. The night was over for the club, and everyone was going home. It was almost 2 a.m. by the time they'd finished anyway. About the only thing D.I. Harvey could say to the manager was, "There are too many of your customers consuming drugs on the premises. You need to increase your security staff's awareness of this." The reply: "Everyone entering goes through our airport security scanner, sir. We can't really do intimate body searches on the customers. We don't think the drugs are being openly consumed on the premises, and we have security regularly checking the toilets. What else can we do? Did you find anyone dealing in large quantities?" Harvey's rather unimpressive response: "No, we didn't." Look, if there's anything more that we could do, we would. I think my security do all they can, and they were helpful with you tonight, weren't they? This isn't a problem club for you, is it? We have no problems with trouble here, do we? I think the security here do a good job, and you never have any problems in the street outside, do you? D.I. Harvey shrugged his shoulders. He had to admit that the club wasn't a problem venue. There'd been a number of complaints from people about rough-handed treatment by the security, but it had never come to anything. The complainers usually accepted that they'd started something in the club, and couldn't remember who had actually hurt them. Perhaps they'd been drinking too much, and fallen on the stairs on the way out. Looked at individually, nothing too sinister, but an old copper like Harvey, he started to see a pattern, similarities. Patterns were things he worked with, put together. Unfortunately, not always as fast as he'd like these days. D.I. Harvey was old school, and he didn't like the bullies, especially when they broke the law and people got hurt. "Bill, I'm going to head home, and you can do the same if you want. There's no point in us going back to the station house. I don't think we found what we were looking for tonight, do you?" "No, Governor, we didn't. I'm going to head over to the Nick just to make sure we never missed anything. Then I'll be in at 9 in the morning. I don't think any of our guests are going to be that interesting anyway. DC Green and the custody sergeant can have the pleasure of dealing with them for the night. Anyone half interesting, we can interview them in the morning. I suspect the super will be giving cautions all morning, and that'll be the end of it." Bill didn't sound too enthusiastic about the night's haul. D.I. Harvey headed for his car, an old and very tired-looking Ford Granada Scorpio. In its day, not a bad effort from Ford, but left for dead now by all the German saloons on the roads in Britain. DS Bill Handley walked into the custody suite at Romford 10 minutes later. It was utter chaos. The girls' dresses had looked okay in the nightclub, with its subdued lights, lasers, mirror balls and music pumping. Now they looked decidedly tartish, even whore-like, against the grey gloss-walled police station, with its stark white overhead neon lighting. The sorry faces of the fools not brave enough or quick enough to ditch the small packages were all getting checked in for the night. The guys among them were now trying to look brave, but it was too late, pathetic and remorseful. Their mates not there who should have been. The ones who were quicker thinkers had the sense to drop the contents of their pockets to the nightclub floor. "When can I go? What's happening?" whispered by the dejected specimens, some trying to look cocky and unconcerned. Some generally didn't give a rat's arse, laughing and bullish, but still there, because they didn't have the bottle to act when they should have. "DS Green, have you found anything interesting? You've missed all the fun this evening. There's some lovely ladies there tonight, single bloke like you. I'm surprised you didn't jump at the opportunity to be on the raid. You could have done some of the body searches. I'm sure a few of the girls would have been happy to have your chubby little pinkies up their skirts." Bill teased the constable. He had never really been able to get much from the man by way of positive reaction to anything. Maybe the guy was just an oddball. He wasn't Bill's sort of bloke. "I go to the club sometimes, so I don't mind doing this end of the work. Don't always declare to the girls I'm in the job, you know, sort of thing you don't get into." Yeah, okay, fair enough, lad. Have you ever seen anything going on there that you're not happy about? The question was dropped in friendly. Nothing except a copper's natural tendency to ask questions, if he had nothing else to say on the subject. The often misconstructed idea that all coppers have a secret, hidden and devastating last question to put at the end of an interview is just that, misconstrued. Often it does lead to something, because the interviewee places too much concern on the answer they give, and therefore it beggars another question, opening the proverbial can of worms, when all it was, simply the interviewer had run out of things to ask and throw something in random. It should be regarded as just that, a random stab in the dark, as there's nothing else left to say. DC Paul Green did answer. He said there was nothing as far as he knew. He quantified his answer, then waffled some more. Bill let it pass in the custody suite in the moment, but it would come back to him in the not too distant future. For now, he shrugged his shoulders, accepting it at face value, and headed out to the parking lot. Bill climbed wearily into his car and drove home to Upminster for some sleep. The clubbers had a long sleepless night, the drink and drugs wearing off, the misery and reality of the situation replacing the euphoria of the pre-raid fun at Hollywood's. Mid-morning, the day after the police raid on Hollywood's. How was the spin last night by the old Bill? Not too sore? No, Tone, they came piling around midnight all fired up for a rumble. We held the doors open for them, turned the lights on and the music off before they even asked. They had us locked downstairs. None of the boys had anything on them. No tools, nothing. We left a few baseball bats and silly things like that in the office. I mean, they expect us to have a few things like that, but nothing proper. So they soon settled down. Other than about 3 dozen silly little pricks with a bit of puff, a few E's or a wrap of coke in their pockets, there was nothing for them to find. Apparently there were loads of wraps on the floor, but they just collected them up, never said much about it to us. According to Antonia, who was running the bar opposite the DJ, there were a load of single wraps just dumped around randomly, just the divs who'd had enough brains to drop their bit of personal before the cozzers started filling up their bollocks. They took a couple of hours to go through the place. It was a proper job, boss. They were definitely trying to find something, but they got fuck all, except a few silly kids with personal in their pockets. Okay, well done. The information was good then. See, I told you that little prick copper was worth keeping sweet. Trouble is, we don't want him to think we're going to be of any help, or to start getting clever and maybe work it out. What do you mean, boss? Tony looked at the ceiling. He'd be patient. The guy did exactly what he was told, was loyal as they came, and was extremely handy in a tear-up, but not the brightest button in the box. Tony Tucker was a bright button. He might not look it, but there was a lot going on in that head of his. He was ambitious, had big plans, and liked nice things. Nice things came with money, and he had plans, big plans for himself. Now listen, mate, look, fucking old Bill ain't stupid. They've probably been having a look at the club, and they fancy there's business going on in there. They planned a raid a few weeks ago, but for some reason they put it off. Only got the heads up they're actually coming yesterday morning. Now they might just be a little bit disappointed they got nothing juicy and call it bad luck. But then again, they might not. It may occur to them that we knew that they were coming. Then they'll try to work out how. And there's only one way that their lot told us. So there's the problem. Yeah, well, I see what you mean. The steroid-fried brain of the muscle-bound thug probably did get it. But what he wouldn't do was have a solution. To protect the source, extend the life of the inside man, make sure the privileged information continued to flow freely to Tony Tucker. Tony knew nothing lasted forever, but he'd have a good go. When his pig got tumbled, what did he care? He'd soon find another pig rat easy enough. It was all about greed, and Tony knew about greedy. His own basic mistake he knew already. The previous night, he let too many people know it was coming. He couldn't help himself from being Flash, the man in the know. It wasn't sensible, and other than a few worthless pats on the back, it wouldn't get him any big rewards. Tony wouldn't make the same mistake again. Next time the old Bill would get some richer pickings. It wouldn't be like being a grass, nothing like that. It's just the copper was his man. No point prostituting out the information to all the flash wankers in the VIP. They could take their chances next time. What did they ever do for him? They treated him like some kind of boy. Tony was nobody's fucking boy. Flash wankers just strolled in the place like he was their man. Tucker was his own man, and he had privileged help. It's because he was cleverer than them. Time to think about number one. Tony was number one. Next time Hollywood's got a spin, Only his boys would be clean, have their cards marked. The rest could make their own arrangements, take their chances. If they were in the place holding anything more than a bit of personal, it was a liberty anyway. It was his club. So if they were being disrespectful, any dealing on the premises not going through his pockets was of no benefit to him. Well, gentlemen, a long night with not a lot to show for our efforts. D.I. Harvey addressed the team. The general murmur and nods of agreement said it all. The team had worked systematically through the night's haul of bodies. All bar one had gone home. The chief superintendent had spent the day in his best uniform, getting more irritable by the moment, reading out the words of the formal police caution to the now inappropriately dressed nightclubbers. The duly cautioned persons were then pitched out the door, bleary-eyed onto the main road, to find cabs or be collected by friends. 4 people had been charged with intent to supply. This wasn't going to get past the CPS. The Crown Prosecution Service would likely deal up outside the Magistrates' Court on all of them for a guilty plea on a lesser possession-only charge. It was in reality just a poor effort to make the night's report read a little better if it was ever looked at by anyone. In truth, the whole night had been no more than a show of willing to combat recreational drug use in the town's nightclubs and bars. A rattling of the sword, a show of force. It was how they were now pitching it to make themselves feel better. Amazing how with the expectations quickly downgraded, pats on the back could be issued to all involved. Only one poor lone guy staying in custody, and it was just his bad luck. An outstanding warrant for non-payment of fines, only traffic offences, hardly Britain's most wanted. The interviews hadn't produced anything meaningful. They would have to keep a lookout for the odd Hollywood movie star dealing in the pubs and clubs locally. The theme also hadn't changed. No one wanted to give up the real supplier. The CID briefing room emptied. It was gone 4 in the afternoon, and Thursday was almost done. CID had other business to attend to. Regular stuff. Burglaries and no end of low-level time-consuming nonsense. Governor, there's just something not right about last night. DS Bill Handley had been quiet during the boss's summing up of the previous night's raid for the rest of the CID team. Look, Bill, I am inclined to agree with you, but realistically, we've done all we can. We were through, but we just struck out. I mean, what can I say? Better luck next time. Maybe the movie stars had all been and gone earlier in the night. And at the end of the day, we acted on a hunch, remember? It's not like we've got any real intelligence. You know what the kids are like anyway today. They can't go out for a bloody night out without a bit of whatever it takes to get them going. Maybe, just maybe the supply is so diluted by the time it gets to the club, and the big dealers are far removed elsewhere. It appears everyone's got a bit of something on them these days anyway. The Mr. Bigs are out there, and obviously we know that, but perhaps we're just at the bottom of the food chain. The report's going to go up to the division. Look, if the bright and brilliant minds up there have anything specific, then we can act on it. But otherwise, we can only do what we can do. OK, Gov, but I know when I'm expected at a door. And I can tell you that last night we were expected there, and it was no surprise for the management when we walked through the front door. I've done a few obbos over the last few years when I was part of the Ilford team. And whenever some little slag's got a few quid, Hollywood was one of the first places they would go to party. Give it large, champagne it up with the ladies and all that old bollocks. Well, the VIP last night, it was a fucking graveyard. I already checked with serious crime this morning. Several of the local players are still listed as regulars in the club on a Wednesday. That big fat fella from Canning Town lies over Brentwood now. Johnny Blunt they call him. And the party guy out of Chigwell. Dave George, remember him? Fancies himself a bit of a gangster. Got pulled over once with a fucking BB gun. Beat up some poor girl off his nut and threatened her with it. Told her it was the real thing, remember? Bill laughed as he thought about the event and went on to describe it for D.I. Harvey. Yeah, she called us absolutely terrified, and it was only a bloody toy. Look, anyway, what I'm saying is they're all regulars in the place. Not one of them or their known associates were in the club. Either we got unlucky, they got lucky, or we have a rat in the ship. Well, it's a possibility. The trouble is, Bill, look, with a big job like last night, we have to call in all the available manpower. The whole station knows the shout is on somewhere. It's a popular local club and people talk to neighbours, loose lips and ships. Some silly sod may well have let it slip. Once the word's out, then there's not much we can do. But I take your point. I would have actually expected a bit more from the night than what we actually got. Christmas came and went in Romford. It was business as usual for the bars and nightclubs of Essex and East London. People were partying hard and having fun. the drugs were widely accepted as part and parcel of a night out. The pub and club doors were secure, with not much aggro going down. Certainly not any to bring anywhere in particular to the attention of the police. For Tony Tucker, business was good. He had carved out his piece of turf and was thinking about expanding and moving himself up the food chain a notch or two. Recreational drugs heading for the UK consumers came from varied sources. Bolivia was the main grower of cocaine, yet Colombia controlled the global distribution. Cannabis came from all over the world, grown in Holland, Morocco, and a dozen or more other countries. Ecstasy, a manufactured product, was produced in laboratories in several European countries. Importation into the United Kingdom was where the big money lay, and opportunity was soon to present itself. It wasn't rocket science, and Tony needed to expand his horizons. The appetite for the products was growing. Supply and demand. It was just a business. A way to get the nice things in life. The things that other people had. The things Tony and his pals wanted for themselves. Fast cars, and even faster women. Tony had the hired muscle, and the venues he looked after were the ideal marketplace to achieve top dollar for the product. He now needed to start looking across the English Channel. The importation job made silly money for its participants. If that could be added to the high return from his network of dealers in the clubs he controlled, then Tony would make a fortune, if he could just stay one step ahead of the old Bill. And Tony had some help in that department too. He really should develop that and look after it properly, even if he hated the little wretches he had to play up to. It was all laid out in front of him. All he had to do was pick it up and run with it. Tucker had some good leverage on a number of people, so he would soon start to demand more from them. They would be his bitches, but for now, he would be nice. The spring approached, the ideas he had were good, but it just wasn't happening fast enough. Tony and his mates were spending it as fast as they were making it. The cars, watches, the women, the lifestyle, all good, all expensive. Just not enough coming in. Time to take it all up another level. Some other firms would have to make way. Time to get even nasty and take more control of the food chain. Tucker desperately needed to find a mechanism to get the gear from Europe home and a way to get into the foreign suppliers. April 1995 in Essex. Over a year had passed and the Essex club scene was in full swing. Some people were making money, ridiculous amounts of money. Other people were getting bullied, hurt and manipulated. DS Bill Handley was asked to report to New Scotland Yard on Monday the 24th of April. The request came through the usual channels. Nothing untoward about it and nothing to indicate a career move upwards, sideward or downwards. Bill had been putting in a solid effort with the resources available, so he wasn't unduly concerned, more curious about what the day might hold for him. The real problem was that there was never enough hours in the day or manpower to achieve great things. Crime overall was up year on year, as was the population. The statisticians would harp on about gains in one area and keep quiet about slippage elsewhere. Crime evolved and morphed to grow along with everything else in the world. Highwaymen no longer loitered about in the forest lanes looking to hold up a coach on horseback. Instead, postmen handed over envelopes containing credit cards to a bloke in the pub for a few quid. Pub bloke then hits the Thurrock Lakeside shopping centre on a wild spending spree. The next night, pub bloke would be selling goods for cash in the pub. So the end result very similar to the highwayman's, just a different road on a different day. Crime is as ingrained in society today as it was in the beginning of time. Bill was a conundrum in the great scheme of life. He was maybe a bad guy, because he had in a previous life done bad things. Yet those bad things were only bad if looked at from an insular perspective, or an Argentinian one, and any other place the British may have been inclined to use his particular skill set. However, if looked at as part of a larger picture, the type of picture civilised society was fond of adopting, then the for the greater good rule is conveniently adopted and laid over the sinful events, the deaths at the end of Bill's rifle barrel. It's then that Bill becomes a good guy, saving us all from the horrors intended by the losing side. History is always written by the winners, Therefore, this theory always works. Bill considered himself a good guy in his current career. He followed the rules of law and his broader personal rules of morality. He actually cared about the job and wanted to make a difference. Bill Handley, in fact, only fired in his previous life when instructed to do so. He had been able to justify the actions to himself personally. His own personal moral code had remained intact. He had long since put it all behind him. Job done. The primary reason for leaving the Special Air Service had been the loss of colleagues in the field, and a general frustration at the things he had seen go unpunished. Bill had operated in various theatres of war, and the politics of it all had sickened him. The politics of war clashed more with his moral code of right and wrong than the extreme prejudice with which he was sometimes ordered to act. This was all in the past, and he never revisited it. His mind had shut it away, and he slept well. But some would still have called him a bad man. Bill entered Scotland Yard at 8:30, a full 30 minutes before his expected time of arrival. He passed his policeman's warrant card over and was given in exchange the visitor's pass. He would swap the pass back for the cop's badge on departure. When would that be? He wasn't sure. Perhaps he would be there for a few hours, maybe most of the day if it was some sort of training course. At 9 a.m. sharp, a uniformed WPC came and collected DS Handley. Other than basic pleasantries, nothing was said to him, as he was led deep into the mother of law enforcement's nest. New Scotland Yard, Broadway, London, SW1. The iconic home of the Metropolitan Police. The home of the great and the good who ran the Metropolitan Police Force. Sergeant Bill Handley's masters. After a number of corridors and an elevator ride, then more corridors, a couple of card swipes to pass through doors, and Bill was led into the inner sanctum. The sanctum of what? He had no idea. It was his first and only ever visit to the High Temple of Policing in England. The swagger of two guys who exited the doors he had just entered while he was directed to a small seating area was totally different to the crisp, enthusiastic movements of the uniformed officers who he had passed on the lower floors in the entrance lobby. These two guys looked more like Romford motor traders at best, and had an air of what at worst could be called mischief, or worse still, arrogance. Surely this wasn't the custody suite. Maybe it was just two wide boys making bail. Were they about to stroll through the building unaccompanied? Bill, still watching the door they'd exited through closely, when he heard his name called. "Hey Bill, how are you, son?" It was a warm and casual greeting from a guy who had just appeared from whence the horse thieves had just come. The casually dressed man in a soft tweed jacket threw Bill for a moment, but Bill was good with faces and names. It was Detective Chief Inspector Brett. A few years had passed, and Bill had only met the man once. "Hello, sir, how are you?" Bill stood and walked forward with his hand extended. It was warmly clasped with two hands. "I'm good, Bill. Pretty much retired, but I still come in on a few things. Hope life's treating you well. How's that pretty lady in Upminster looking after you?" Bill knew how the British intelligence services worked. He had done enough for them in another life. It bit him hard to the bone when he realised he had been on the receiving end of it. He let it go over his head, but he saw no good reason for the man in front of him to know bugger all about his private life, and if he did, it wasn't a subject for him to bring up, unless he wanted Bill to know he knew. "She looks after me just fine, sir." Bill tried to hide the abrasion in his reply. He wasn't sure if he had. The smile remained unmoved on Brett's face. "I bet you're wondering what this is all about. Just follow me. I thought it might be a good idea if we had a little chat. A colleague of mine is going to join us, if that's all right." It was one of those army-type questions. English grammar rules would dictate the sentence construction made it a question. Enough years in the army enabled Bill to assimilate clever use of the Queen's English and well-veiled orders. Bill had been, and always would be, the Queen's man. Bill followed DCI Brett along the corridor into a large office. There was a guy a few years older than Brett finishing up a phone call behind the office's large desk. In front of the desk, a long low coffee table, with a pair of two-seater leather sofas either side of it, and all perpendicular to the desk. The furniture, unlike anything in the Romford nick, and probably the rest of this building. For all Bill knew, It looked like something from an English country house, all dark green leather and dark hardwood. Brett closed the door behind him. A gentleman was seated on the sofa facing Bill. He was even older. Grey hair thinning, a bright ruddy complexion, and just a few pounds overweight. What was missing was a handlebar moustache, thought Bill. It might have made the man look altogether different, friendly even. Because clean shaven, he had a malevolence about him. It was in the dead shark black eyes. He allowed a smile to cross his face as he scrutinised Bill, but it did nothing to soften the hardness of the man. Brett indicated for Bill to sit, which Bill did, opposite the smiler who had not got up, but he did offer his hand across the coffee table. Bill took it as he sat. It was dry, hard and cold. Bill had the feeling he was shaking hands with a corpse. DCI Brett did the introductions, as the phone was dropped into the cradle by the man at the desk. "This is my old boss, Superintendent Spendlove." The guy got up from behind his desk. He was bald as a baby's arse, but it suited him. Spendlove moved considerably well for his age. Bill could tell he was a guy who was fit and looked after himself, unlike the guy sat in front of him. Spendlove took Bill's hand in much the same way as DCI Brett had done. For a moment, Bill wondered if it was some sort of Masonic handshake. He'd heard about Masonry when he had joined the police force. It had no appeal to him, and he had made no effort to find out about it. Bill thought he'd been approached once in a roundabout way when he first arrived at Romford Nick, but he'd spurned the conversation quickly. He was already a member of one elite organisation and had dropped out of that. No point joining another. The golf club might get him one day, but nothing more secretive interested him. "And this is Mr. P. Seaton." Had Bill heard him correctly? He was no way a P.C. Seaton. No. He had introduced the man as Mr. P, with no mention of rank and no idea what the P was for. Mr. P. Seaton was the alpha male and the mystery man in the room. Spendlove went around the coffee table and sat next to him. The leather sofas were large. No one was crowded when DCI Brett sat next to Bill on his side of the coffee table. Silence stretched for a long moment. No one was going to start. Even Bill knew the room belonged to Mr. P, but he seemed in no rush to break the extended silence. "Sergeant, how are you finding things over there in Romford?" Mr. P sat back into the leather sofa as he finished a very general question he'd thrown out there. "Okay, yeah, perhaps it would be nice if we got a few more results, but the team are a good bunch, and everyone is positive. I think in general the reputation of the force is good in the town." Bill thought it a lame answer as he finished. But the question was very general, and although he had a good few grievances, it was probably best to sound positive. He was giving his best attempt at an answer he thought could be reasonably well received and not lead to another open-ended question. He had done enough interviewing himself and tried to keep his brain ahead of his mouth. Mr. P sat forward. The mouth smiled. The eyes never did. "A far cry from your last job. I bet there are times you find it all a bit frustrating." Bill didn't want to be led into a line of conversation which would then get backed up on him, make him look like a whinger, not a team player. He still had no idea why he was there. "I think anyone on the team would have their moments of frustration. In my previous career, the lines were usually more clearly drawn. For a start, the other side wore a uniform and played openly for the other side, so to speak. Here, it gets a little cloudy sometimes and the rules of engagement are different." Bill smiled as he finished. Mr. P had brought up his military career, not him, so he thought by making light of it, he would be able to draw a line through the subject. "Not to me, they're not, Bill. You don't mind if I call you Bill, do you?" The question seemed genuine enough. The face was smiling, but never the eyes. "Of course not, sir." Anyone on authority was sir to an older soldier, and Mr. P definitely had an air of authority. The calm and relentless authority oozed from the man called P. Everyone in the room hung on his every word. Now there are some pretty nasty characters out there who have been pushing the boundaries. They seem to think that they can operate in Britain with impunity. Well, I'm not going to tolerate that, and we are doing something about it. We have been steadily growing in numbers here at the branch, and I expect to make things particularly uncomfortable for quite a few people. The conversation was clearly between Bill and Mr. P. The other two men were were just there to make up the numbers. I'm not sure I follow, sir. That's okay, Bill, I didn't expect you to. It's just me rambling again. Mr. P was a conundrum of personalities to Bill. However, he was not some bumbling fool, whom he had just tried to play when he dismissed himself as a rambler. Mr. P sat back again. Bill caught him give Spendlove a subtle nod. Bill, I assume it's fair to say that you're not really sure why you're here today. It was more than a reasonable assumption. No one had told Bill anything. It was beginning to feel like army stuff, and he had long forgotten the drill. It was starting to make the hairs on the back of his neck tingle, just like they used to when the squadron was called into the briefing room back at Hereford, or some other godforsaken part of the world, when the men huddled together to be explained the miracle they were about to perform, the one they had all volunteered for, the one they had all trained for, the one they all had no idea existed in truth until that moment. Bill shrugged his shoulders, smiled and replied, I haven't got a bloody clue, if you'll excuse my French. Special branch, Bill, special branch, old chap, would you fit in here? It was Mr. P, who had cut across Spendlove, who was just about to say something. I'm not sure. I guess so. You guess so? Well, so do I, son. Mr. P sat back and intoned for Spendlove to continue. As Mr. P puts it, we think you'd be a very useful asset here, and we are doing something over your way which I understand you have some experience of, and you should know some of the principles we are interested in. It would be a permanent move to Special Branch, and it's generally considered an upward one. Bill relaxed a little. He was being offered something. This wasn't the regiment, and the downside had to be minimal. He could probably even say no. A real luxury when he thought about it. I would be very interested. Where would I be based, here? Officially, yes, but you could be working from somewhere nearer to home for a while. Again, Mr. P cut in with an answer. Rank and pay? Why not enjoy the luxuries the army had never offered? He chuckled inwardly to himself as he posed a bold question. Same and same, but the overtime you get to put in will make Romford's wage packet decidedly paltry in comparison. You see, we operate a little differently here at the branch, you'll find, Bill. We are an exclusive club, and the members will tell you that. Isn't that so, Peter? DCI Brett had a first name, and he wasn't really being asked a question by Spendlove. Peter took his cue. It is. I'm retired. I called it a day last year. But once you've been in, you're never really out. I guess it's a bit like that with a Special Air Service, isn't it, Bill? Would you be surprised if I told you no? I mean, it can be, if you want it to be, and you want to keep the umbilical cord in place. You know, go to all the reunions and hang around the base. But to be honest, most guys just drift away and move on. Get on with their lives. I mean, it's not like what you learn is much use on Civvy Street. I know some guys go off and try, security or even mercenary stuff. I suppose that's the image a lot of people attach to us. But if you want to know the truth, then I'll tell you the sensible guys keep quiet about the job. Go and get on with their lives as best they can and never look back. That surprises me, Bill. Peter and Spendlove almost answered in stereo. Mr. P gave Bill a knowing look. OK, Bill. Well, I guess we are a little different to the army in more ways than I knew. The reason I'm here today, I was asked to come in early and run through your file with my former colleagues here, as I've worked with you once before, and I'm doing a little consulting for the branch on the project they are considering you for. I can tell you, I think you would make an excellent candidate. Peter Brett, now the civilian in the room, sat back and gestured for Spendlove to continue. Now, we know that you're not from Essex, we know that you're not from the local area, we know that you've got no family or associations there, apart from your young lady up in Upminster, but you've put in a solid effort, both at Romford and previously at Ilford, so you know the patch very well. The downside, obviously, is that you are known to most of the coppers at Romford, but we can't have everything. The pros outweigh the cons. The principal area of interest barely touches on Romford, to be frank. It's mainly the Essex Police's patch you'll be working, although there will be some crossover with the Met's turf. Bill was listening carefully, but Spendlove was beginning to sound like he was talking in riddles. Mr. P sat forward. This isn't going to make a lot of sense to you at the moment, Bill. Are you in or out? I think I'm in. Bill was slightly hesitant as he answered. I'll take that as a yes, Bill. Mr. P leant forward and shook Bill's hand over the table. Right, Bill. Special Branch is tasked with all sorts of things, but our primary reason for existence when formed in 1883 was the Fenian threat. They were the murderous thugs who were here to reap havoc on the streets of London. Bombing, murder, terrorism and extortion were the stock in trade for the Irish Republican Army operating in London. Since then, the branch has been responsible for all matters concerning any threat to our democratic way of life in the United Kingdom. Terrorism, and now in particular organised crime and drugs, are on our radar. There are certain exclusive resources we have here, and we are working on a number of cases. It is not always our intention to act directly or intervene at the first sign of infringement of the law. We are here to build a bigger picture and achieve wider objectives. It is currently all about intelligence gathering and strategy. We look at the big picture. Sometimes we might feed information to the local forces, let them deal with an incident in its individual right. Gently steer them in a direction which gets them results, while we sit in the background and look at the whole. Spendlove looked to Mr. P for approval of what he had just said as he sat back. Bill, I'm sure you've had your fair share of frustration working at CID. You probably feel like you're missing the bigger players. You know they're out there and bad stuff's going on, but you just can't put your hand on their collars. The bigger players are almost making a mockery of you. You've got football hooligans now driving around in Porsches and Mercedes cars with no legitimate business income to explain the villa in Marbella and the big house in the leafy Essex suburbs. They've learnt quickly how to defeat you. They lawyer up and hide behind the no-comment interviews. No one will give evidence against them. They stroll out of the police station's front door laughing at you. Well, we are targeting them now, and one by one they'll get unravelled. It may not happen overnight, but their days are numbered. This is our country, Bill. We make the rules, not them. And if they think they're above the law because they have a bit of muscle, well, they're going to fall very hard when we put them down. Bill nodded in the appropriate places while Mr. P spoke. He didn't sound as if he was rambling. He sounded like a man with purpose and direction. Okay, so if I'm on board, what happens now? My office will deal with the administrative matters. Head back to Romford today and deal with what you need to for the rest of the week. They will get a replacement sergeant in the next day or so. I think we have most things ready to go, as not too many people turn us down. You'll have to report here once a week, same time, and I will introduce you to the guys you'll be working with. Everyone stood, following Mr. P's lead. The meeting was clearly over for Bill. I'll walk Bill out, gentlemen, Mr. P said as he shook Spendlove's hand. Bill did a round of handshakes and headed out behind Mr. P. Bill, I think you'll fit in just fine here at the branch. Lots of opportunities and interesting work. I know you've already signed the Official Secrets Act and understand its implications, so please do remember the commitment you made. There will be things pertaining to what we do here that are not for mainstream policing. I don't know what you want to say to your mates at Romford, but anything said here today is not for their ears. The easiest thing is to just say anti-terrorism, which sounds mysterious enough and covers a multitude of sins for us. No one expects you to divulge what you're working on once you drop that one on them. Bill collected his warrant card at reception. Mr. P shook his hand and turned back into the building. Bill decided to walk to Liverpool Street Station. The sky was bright and blue. A fresh breeze blew through the trees as he cut through St. James's Park, then along Horse Guards. Bill knew the walk would take an hour, but it would give him some time to think. Sergeant Bill Handley hadn't expected anything like what he'd just experienced. He hadn't the slightest notion how that had all just happened. But he was optimistic. The bit he couldn't work out was the Mr. P character. P had the smell of something more than just regular police, or even special branch. Bill hadn't personally had any direct dealings with the country's darker organisations. However, he knew his former bosses at the regiment had them all the time. The regiment knew all about what they got up to, and their reputation for getting things done was something he had first-hand knowledge of. It hadn't always been plain sailing. Intelligence, they called it. The troopers on the front line had their own opinion on that title. The year before, both of the country's secret intelligence organisations had acquired shiny new headquarters. Bill had seen the stories in the national papers. For supposedly secret services, it had all been very public. One mob got Vauxhall Cross, the other Thames House. They were both obviously very busy. Now with the big red threat off the table, they could be focusing on other things to justify their budgets and existence. Still, Lynn would be pleased. It was a move up for sure. Commuting to London wasn't the worst, and they'd said somewhere in there that he might be working nearer to home, hadn't they? What do you think of him then, sir? Peter Brett asked the room. I think he'll do just fine, Peter. I think he'll probably find it a little bit boring at first until he starts to get into the work. What do you think, Superintendent? I'm sure he'll have no difficulty with the intrusion into people's lives. He is certainly no stranger to doing what his superiors tell him to do, no matter how unpleasant the job might be. There was a general chuckle of laughter around Spenlove's office from the three men, as they sipped the single malt he had just poured. Mr. P continued. He'll have known from his previous life the capabilities of the GCHQ, and we are 10 years on from then. The fact that we are using technology to look at what these bastards on the street are up to won't surprise him. To be honest, I would expect there would have been a fair amount of frustration for him during his time with the Met CID. You know, why we don't do more to tackle these vicious thugs. No, as you say, sir, I expect it will be the lack of real action he'll struggle with most. But I'm sure once he gets into the operation and starts to see the results the intelligent brings his old mates on the front line, then I'm sure he'll find the role fulfilling. It's not like we can give him a gun, is it? Anyway, I read somewhere most of his regiment's primary role was about intelligence gathering behind enemy lines, so it's not going to be much different in that respect. I mean, alright, he's not crawling about in some war zone, but he's probably going to be glad of that. I reckon breaking down what these bastards are doing and the best time to move on their operations will be very interesting for him, even if he's not out there on the pavement feeling collars. What do you think of him? You worked with him before, Peter. Well, it was only one operation, a couple of years back. To be honest, if you hadn't shown me the file, I would never have guessed what he'd been up to. He's a bright fellow. His governor liked him, and I've known D.I. Harvey a long time. D.I. Harvey said Bill was a good team player, yet kept himself to himself, if that makes sense. Independent, intelligent, bright, no real vices. Otherwise, nothing really which stood out about the man. I guess on another day he would have been ideal for undercover work. But as we know, that is complicated with these guys. It's the one thing they're all paranoid about, except grasses, and we've had no luck there lately. Problem is, the undercovers have to get so involved, we'd have to nick them as well. All the CID ever nick these days is low-level gophers, who are too scared to roll over on the guys we really want off the street. No, I think the way you're going about it makes sense. Almost wish I was still in. Just to see the look on some of those smug bastards' faces when you throw away the keys would be nice. You forget though, we have nicked a couple of our own guys, Peter, as part of their cover. Shit, yeah. But I don't think Bill would want to do 18 months inside to build a cover story, or snort cocaine and shag tarts to gain entry to these slags' outfits. He's definitely more suited to the watcher role, I'd say. Peter Brett swallowed the last mouthful of the 15-year-old golden liquor, stood, shook the extended hands, and left the room. Peter wasn't sorry he was no longer in. He hoped they'd have better luck than he had with Canning Town and the rest of the evil that had spread from the east of London to his home county and beyond. Bill reported to Scotland Yard as agreed a week later. The final week at Romford had been a bit of an anticlimax, or maybe it was just like any other week, and perhaps he'd hoped for more. The guys had taken him for a curry on Sunday night. Now Monday morning his head was a bit foggy from the brandies pushed on him at the end of the meal. Another smart young WPC collected Bill from reception. He was back in Spendlove's office by 9 a.m, a full week on. There was no sign of Mr. P, or the former DCI Brett for that matter. There was, however, a new face. Good morning, Sergeant. All ready to get on board then? This is DCI Nicholas Edwards. He heads up the team you'll be part of. He reports directly to me, but you'll be working out of a satellite office, which Nick will tell you all about shortly, I'm sure. Now, there are a few things to sort out here today, then I guess you'll get right into it, and Nick will introduce you to the rest of his team. DCI Nicholas Edwards stood and offered his hand to Bill. Good to meet you, Sergeant. Not sure how much you know about what we're doing, but it's good to have you on board. Now, we have a room booked along the corridor for a few hours this morning, and a couple of my team will join us, but usually we work out of an office very close to where you are based. Yeah, that was one of my only concerns, as the local boys don't know we are there. That's okay, there's nothing unusual in that, as most of our work is just based on intelligence gathering. However, we would prefer to have our presence remain unknown. The work we are doing is sensitive. Some of the targets are nasty pieces of work, to say the least. Some of the information we gather is, well, shall I say ambiguous. We have to analyse the whole before we can act on a part. Nicholas Edwards was mid-50s, had once probably been athletic, maybe football or rugby. Middle-aged had softened him. His belly spoke of a more than healthy appetite for food and beverage. It wasn't a paunch yet. If he was careful, it wouldn't grow to look too bad. It was just brimming over the belt, and the second chin hadn't made its own space just yet. He had a gentleman's haircut and a smart suit. Only two things let him down: the dodgy-looking pair of shoes, which looked like they'd be more at home on an Egyptian pimp, and his squeaky Scouse accent, which was almost feminine. Bill trotted down the corridor following DCI Edwards. "Where are we based then, sir?" "Gov will do just fine." It was hard to tell the exact tone of the reply Edwards gave Bill, and he hadn't answered the question. Bill followed dutifully, hoping the new Gov wasn't going to be a complete wanker. DCI Edwards showed Bill into a small conference room. There was a projector screen set up one end, and an enlarged mugshot of a character flickered on it. Rather poor quality and grainy, but easily recognisable. Bill thought he recognised the mugshot from files he'd seen at some time, somewhere, but couldn't put a name to the face. As they entered the room, the screen flickered off, and the two characters turned in unison, standing to meet their boss. "Sergeant Bill Handley, I'd like to introduce you to one of my DIs, Paul Ellis, and his sergeant, Mike Bale." Bill shook the extended hands in the order of seniority. The DI was bald as a coot and rather red-faced. Could be blood pressure or too much sun. Paul seemed an amiable guy, looked a bit underweight, but wiry and fit. Hard to gauge his exact age, but older than Bill for sure. He had no noticeable accent, not posh, just no accent, probably home counties. Sergeant Bale gripped Bill's hand firmly, a man of equal rank, apparently not bothered about competition from the smile and warmth of his greeting. His accent was easy to place, as was his aftershave. Wales and Marlborough Reds. Bale was short, stocky, and smelt like an ashtray. He had a rather long body and extremely short legs. Bale wouldn't be catching too many villains on foot. Bill laughed quietly in his own head, making sure it didn't spread to his face. "Now, Bill, to answer your first question, we operate out of our offices next to Romford Station, so we'll keep things brief here this morning. Then after a spot of lunch, you can head out with Paul and Mike to settle in. We have a lot going on, so the extra manpower is greatly appreciated. The sooner you're up to speed, the better. The villains don't rest, so neither do we." The DCI had just answered the question for Bill. Maybe he was going to be an okay governor. "Paul, would you like to give Bill some insight in where we are and what we do?" "Of course, Gov. Bill, you may have heard the names and even come across some of these guys that we're going to talk about. Not one of them doesn't deserve to be pulled off the streets right now and have the bloody key thrown away for what we know they've done, or will do in the future, to satisfy their lust for power and money. They're at the top of their game and control most of the larger criminal activity in the East London and Essex area. Any small-time villains who start to make a name for themselves come up on their radar quicker than they do ours. They then move in. The sensible ones join the growing ranks. The fools, well, you can guess what happens to them." D.I. Ellis was very matter-of-fact in his delivery. No emotion, it was just business. "The local boys have had a run at them a few times, but the top dogs are sliding further and further from the front line all the time. So the results they are getting, although they hinder the businesses, they are never going to stop them. It's too deeply ingrained in society, and they are making too much money. They have the best lawyers, know how to play the game, and are starting to think they are above the law. The recreational drugs market is growing all the time. To put it in perspective, all you have to do is look at the sort of money the drink suppliers are making from the pubs and clubs. They are huge multinational organisations worth millions and making millions. Now the consumption of recreational drugs by the parrying public is growing exponentially. The amount of money they are prepared to spend on the stuff on a night out is more than their budget for booze. So you can see the sort of money that's involved, that's flowing into these guys' pockets, and where it will eventually put them. But I'm sure you've heard all the numbers before, Bill." There was no way Mike Bale was going undercover on the Essex crime scene with that accent, Bill thought as he listened to him. "So what is it the unit actually does?" The less senior men looked towards the boss, DCI Edwards. "The offices we are in are just along from the town's main railway station in Atlanta Boulevard. You probably know it, as the street Hollywood's nightclub's in. We have several other similar units opening in East London, but this is the first in Essex. We all liaise with the central team here at the yard. This Romford office was set up over a year ago. It's conveniently located near to a major BT exchange, so we are hardwired into the GCHQ over in Cheltenham. Bill was still none the wiser as to what he'd signed up for. Things were all starting to sound a little bit far-fetched for him. He liked the job at CID. This might be getting a little weird, but he'd said yes, so he'd have to run with it. He nodded and tried to look interested in all the right places. Back in the day when I was a young man, if I can remember that far back, the Scouser was trying to be funny, but he said nothing, as Nick Edwards continued. They had their covert and sneaky ways of listening to people, but it was a lot more complicated. They relied on placing bugs and hidden microphones, all that sort of spy stuff. Well, it's a lot different now. I'm sure you know, Bill. We can intercept and listen to pretty much anything which is transmitted electronically. The mobile phone has been an absolute godsend to us. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised just how much of a godsend in the coming weeks. What you're about to realise is just exactly what we can do with the cellular technology. This information is covered by what you have signed and therefore not to be discussed outside of the team. The information we are able to obtain is not suitable to be used in normal process of criminal prosecution. It merely enables us to know what is happening, when it's happening, and who is doing it. There really is no longer any need to use undercover officers or informants in the way we used to. Every one of the targets we look at has at the very least one single mobile telephone, and more often than not, several. They think that by changing their mobile devices regularly and using unregistered ones, we are unable to get material that we can use against them in courts. Well, that may be the case, but think of it this way, Bill. The targets carry around with them a receiving microphone and mobile transmitter at all times. They never have one of the things more than a few feet away from them, and even if they didn't, then someone else will surely bring one to the party. The targets have this ridiculous habit of placing them on the table in front of them, and then discussing all their plans, dreams and fantasies directly over the microphones. Honestly, Bill, the mobile telephone is the single greatest contribution to law enforcement this decade, perhaps even this century. We know where the buggers are within a few feet. We know who they're meeting because the other bugger will bring along his electronic tag and listening device. The only drawback, we have so much information to analyse and the courts won't allow us to use the recordings as evidence unless we jump through a million hoops first. But Bill, we don't need to use the material. To be honest, we're all very reluctant to make it public knowledge just what we really have. I mean, the first few prosecutions would be devastating, but the reality is anyone and everyone would soon know about it. Then the phones would all get left at home. We'll be back in the dark ages. The clever thing is to use what we learned from the intelligence gathered, then turn up at the most inappropriate moment for the bad guys and quite literally catch them with their pants down. They'll always wonder how we got so lucky. Was it a grass or someone undercover? Then fear and paranoia sets in to further destabilise their operation. The trick is to just use enough information so that we can bring them down and not make it obvious just how much we know. The balancing act here is that we get stuff which we really do have to let go for the greater good. Unfortunately, it's where it does get a little bit grey sometimes, hence all the stuff you have just signed. You really need to remember now more than ever, we are an elite unit within the British Police. You cannot discuss with old colleagues anything you may hear or see in the coming years while at the branch. Is that understood? Yes, sir. Yes, Gov. The next hour will be spent flicking through various aspects of the operation, then an introduction to some of the characters on our radar. We'll include some of the basic organisational structures of the criminal elements from the East End of London and the Essex area as well. DI Paul Ellis had been on the team a year. He had a good overall understanding of who was who, along with some background information on how they got there, apprenticeships served under who, etc. Bill was instantly fascinated at the complexity and size of the operation. The family tree of the who's who of crime was up on the projector screen. There were lots of mid-tier players, or foot soldiers as D.I. Ellis called them. Many had honed their skill sets, becoming violent and dangerous criminals over the years. Some were from the football terraces, mainly Upton Park. There were also a number of wide boy type motor traders and small-time businessmen. The high-ranking players were the ones of most interest to the branch. A few of the names were mildly familiar to Bill Handley, but only from the hearsay occasionally slung around in the CID rooms. although the rumours about a few being extremely ruthless and dangerous were taken seriously. Bill knew that much, at least. Basically, the senior players were in age groups. There were the old hard men and the new generation hard men. Funny how the job didn't seem to go from father to son very often, Bill noted. Perhaps the hard men didn't want their sons to follow in their footsteps. There were some uncles and cousins, a few links by marriage, but the real top heavies were never superseded by their immediate offspring. The top dogs obviously had enough sense to steer their number one heirs into something safer, with hopefully more longevity, both physically and financially career-wise, than being a top London gangster. The overview was extremely broad-ranging with its lists of things attributed to the main players. One had to ask the very obvious question, why weren't they all behind bars already? So you know all about these guys, and they are still out there? An obvious question from Bill. What we know and what we can prove are two very different things. A lot of what we know, and you'll soon understand this, is never going to be usable in a court of law. It's hard evidence of hands-on crime is what we need. The trouble is, the top guys are rarely hands-on these days. And there are plenty of willing foot soldiers to do their bidding. We often get the lower tier guys red-handed, but they are more than happy to keep their mouths shut, and unless they have a pile of previous convictions, the sentences are what they call doable. Some of them even welcome it. It's all part of the process of getting respect and moving up the criminal ladder. They all have friends on the inside, so it's always an easy time for them. The prison guards are well looked after on the outside by the inmates' associates outside, which doesn't take a lot, considering their piss-poor salaries. A few quid here and there, and they'll take in whatever you want. Drugs, mobile phones, you name it. The foot soldiers keep their mouths shut, they earn respect, and they have a roof over them. They are part of the firm. The names of the top boys are theirs to use inside, and they've earned the right by taking it on the chin. The rule of the law, for these guys, is not laid down by us. They have their own code and it's enforced ruthlessly. Punishment, beatings, threats to family and loved ones to keep them all in line. Now some of it is exaggerated, but enough of it's real, and the rumour mill does a good job for the cause. I won't admit it outside of this room, but we all have a bit of grudging respect for some of the names on this screen. Don't get me wrong, there are some real wankers up there as well, but most of them are very capable men. On another day, maybe in another time, the likes of them would have been the reason Britain was once Great Britain. But as we all know, times have changed, and we are now civilised. But you still can't help admire the balls on one or two of them, and they inspire loyalty, a lot more than some of the wankers in this building, but you didn't hear that from me. D.I. Ellis looked at Edwards as he finished up. Edwards kept a deadpan face, but a corner of his eyes creased as he suppressed some humour at the last comment. Paul is right in his assumptions. These guys do inspire loyalty, even if it is misplaced. The biggest problem we face is the amount of money they are now generating for themselves. It is at unprecedented levels compared to that of their predecessors in the 60s, 70s and even 80s. The burgeoning use of recreational drugs and money generated from the club scenes now means they draw their revenues from the mainstream public, who other than their thirst for good times are not career criminals. These guys are being funded by the average kid and more than a few adults in a way which we have never seen before. Historically, these career criminals would have been involved with hijacking, robbery, maybe even a bit of protection come extortion thrown in. They would probably have to be hands-on. Not enough in the back of a post office van to go around more than a half a dozen guys. Nothing to share around a large army of foot soldiers for sure. Then, like most of their contemporaries who had just scored some fast cash, they wouldn't be too hard to spot. Once they started slinging a few quid around the town, we would soon have them fitted up and off the streets. Not now though, I'm afraid. Things have all changed. They have regular and large revenue streams. They give themselves a scrap of legitimacy by setting up security firms and taking a percentage of the club. Then a few sunbed shops, which supposedly take more cash than Tesco's on a Saturday afternoon, to wash up the reddies from the pills and cocaine sold on Friday night. There is almost bugger all that we can do to touch them. We know even with the paltry few quid they pay in tax, they could never support their footballer lifestyles. But that's my own little grievance, and I won't go into that today. Sergeant Bale, would you like to go over how we break the turf down and what Bill will be focusing on out in Romford? Yeah, sure, Gov. Okay, so Bill, you've heard of some of the names on the board. We are really primarily listening to the characters operating in our area, and that is Romford and out towards Southend and anything in between. The old guard in Canning Town are still in play, but the younger guy there is now the real menace. His nickname in here is the usual suspect. He has his older brother and a couple of very loyal and very naughty characters around him, but he is the main one. Make no mistake, he is nobody's fool. He has no vices, except he loves a blonde. He is fitter than a Welsh back row forward. Rumour has it he never sleeps. They say he just sits in a dark room with one eye open, thinking about his next move. During the day he's either in the gym or working. He is tireless and remorseless in his quest for more and more money. He is surveillance savvy, paranoid and lethal. He would be a gentleman if you didn't know about the crawl streak. He is not on our immediate radar, another team are on him, but anything happens in our neighbourhood of any significance and his name will always come up as the usual suspect at the top. Some of the guys we are looking at are or were under manners to him. Although we think the relationship is now stretched. We believe he suspects, but we know for sure, that some of the guys we are looking at fancy they will jog him on one day. We think they are dumb enough to have a go. And to be honest, they are making serious money, and money buys muscle, so maybe they will. But my money would be on him. Let's just hope he doesn't get the ump with them before we've had a chance to nick them. That's real frustrating when you're on someone and they get themselves dead before you can nick them. A real waste of resources, that. Obviously South London has their firms, and they like the country life just as much as the townies, so Kent is a team operating much like us. We share information, there is no silly buggers going on here. We know from our intel that when needs be, these firms will meet and find solutions to problems involving cross-border issues, territory, insults and just silly wankers getting into bother on each other's turf. They are gangsters, but they are commercially driven businessmen as well. We sometimes can't work out what comes first, but if they cooperate across the territorial divides and we can't, then you know who's going to win. This information comes down from above. It's filtered by the gods above us, and so we get what's happening on our turf primarily. But Bill, this lot have got themselves extremely well organised, and they travel. Most of them pitch up in Marbella for the summer. They are more about making money, I reckon, than anything else, but don't get me wrong, if there is a move on their patch, they react ruthlessly. But more often than not, they find accommodations before it gets too bad. So to deal with this threat, we have to look at the whole. If we are ever going to unravel them, especially with the way the courts tie our hands. Then obviously you've heard of the B team over in North London. They are also a real handful. Fortunately, they have their eyes on other prizes. From the intel we are getting, as long as no one from our manor pisses them off, we are unlikely to come across them on our current assignments. The West End and City teams are on them big time at the moment, along with Revenue and Customs. Unfortunately, those wankers are not team players and more often than not fuck things up before we ever get close to a decent collar. Right, shall we break for some lunch? The nightclubs were all busy. Most of the firms were making plenty of money. The kids who served up the drugs of choice were paying their dues up the food chain. The money was flowing into the pockets of Essex's criminal fraternities at an unprecedented rate. Not a lot different to the clubs in Kent and North London. The villains had never had it so easy or so good. No longer risking life and limb on the pavement or chasing a security van. The fun-loving public were now funding their lavish lifestyles and filling their pockets without a shot being fired. Well, almost. The craving for recreational drugs and the method of supply could be assimilated to the days of prohibition in the good old US of A. And everyone remembers who made fame and fortune during those hedonistic years. The first afternoon at the secret special branch office, and Bill had settled himself into a space in the open plan office at Atlanta Boulevard. The DI had an office along the corridor, but his door was always open. There was one other sergeant and 2 DCs, all from the home counties, not just Essex. Hertfordshire was home for one of the sergeants, and Berkshire for the other 2 constables. Looking at the team, they were not like the hands-on guys at Romford, who came up through uniform and didn't mind a bit of rough. Bill felt like the odd one out. It was all college educations and even university for Bale. Albeit a university in Wales. Did they actually have a real university? Bill wasn't sure, but he didn't say anything. Bill had been Royal Marine straight from the secondary modern. Bill was fine with computers, but would need to concentrate if he was to keep up. No mention was made of the possible educational differences, and he was made to feel welcome amongst the team. It would have been a bit different down at Romford if Bale or even Edwards had joined that team. They'd have been given plenty of stick about their origins, even if it had been good-natured. The sergeant from Hertfordshire and Sergeant Mike Bale really seemed to know their way around the electronics kit. There was a long kitchen-style counter along one wall of the office. There were all sorts of complex and expensive-looking electronic kit, both on and under the counter. Bill was given a brief overview for non-technical dummies. Okay, Bill, can I introduce DS Wright, Darryl to you and me? And these two articles are Constables Tony Firmin and Michael Bartholomew, but now we call them Thelma and Louise. Good to meet you all. Why Thelma and Louise? Perhaps you want the pleasure of telling that story, Darryl? Darryl was probably similar age to Bill, had thinning blonde hair, and would soon be full-on spamhead. He spoke with a pleasant tone, probably born and raised in the Shires, and he clearly knew his way around the electronical stuff. Darryl looked a confident and well-rounded bloke, probably a bit soft in a fight, looked more the librarian than the rugby type. He wore a blazer and club tie, but not one that Bill recognised. The team looked very businesslike. It wasn't overly smart, just professional, organised, and he noted despite the abundance of paperwork and files in the office space, the operation looked slick and organised. What Bill had observed on arrival was the beefed up security on the windows and doors. It wasn't obvious from the outside, but on the inside it was plain to see the property was extremely secure. The heavy filming on the windows obscured the view of the main wall, which was a maze of photos and coloured pieces of string, the spider's web of Essex crime. It was hard to tell looking at the wall any organisational hierarchy. He noted a couple of names, some he knew, some he didn't. But what he did recognise was the names of several well-known Essex nightclubs. Okay, let's give you the story. So these two clowns over here, they were doing a covert surveillance on a well-known foot soldier. We suspected he was meeting someone at South Mims Services and wanted to get the pair smudged up together. It was meant to be a couple of hours out of the office with a long lens camera. They were patched into our target's mobile phones and being directed by GCHQ, so they didn't need to have an eyeball on the target's vehicle. Anyway, turns out the meat had been moved. Sometimes these guys used old-fashioned methods of communicating, maybe carrier pigeons, I don't know. Anyway, we end up missing the change of venue, and these two end up following the target to Glasgow. Yes, they ended up getting the photo, but they went missing for 2 days and put 1,000 miles on my fucking car, which I'd lent them for the afternoon. So now we don't let them out on their own. The pair of constables both grinned at Bill, unperturbed by DS Wright's rantings. The mood of the team was clearly good. They looked like they worked well together. Bill, do you want to come through to my office and have a coffee before you get started with this lot? D.I. Ellis had caught the last of the Thelma and Louise story and clearly knew it already. He let Bill follow him to his office and then shut the door which was seldom ever shut. Take a chair, Bill. Bill sat opposite the D.I.'s desk and D.I. Paul Ellis took his own seat the other side. Now Bill, the primary role of this team and the others doing the same as us is all about intelligence gathering. There'll be a lot of things that you see and hear which your old teammates down the road would want to act on immediately, but we have to sit back. We don't ever show our hand first. This will perhaps seem a little bit strange at first, but once you've been at it a while you'll start to see the benefits. The recreational drugs explosion, everything around it, is a serious problem and one that we have to deal with. Now this is starting to become a very real threat and one that we must start to take extremely seriously. The amount of money being moved around and the ability of the participants to organise themselves and then reorganise themselves is staggering, even if we make arrests. It really is just mind-blowing. Honestly, you will see just how little effect your local teams are having on the supply of narcotics on the streets today. Now the hard men at the top are seldom anywhere near the product. Yes, a lot of them partake in their own merchandise, and you will hear what complete wankers a lot of them turn into when they're under the influence. But they never have enough around them to make it worth busting them. And you will soon realise that there is always some lower ranking individual in the room who will take the rap for anything that we find, just to ingratiate himself or save his arse from a kick-in. Whatever the reason, the main players are firewalled. So to get to them, we have to be patient and carefully unpick their operations. Likelihood is we will hopefully nick them for something a lot more serious than possession if we are patient. The information we gather, if we could actually use it, would have them all away for lengthy spells on conspiracy charges. The trouble is, at the moment the way that information is obtained, we cannot use any of it in a court of law. So we play the long game. We use what we learn to hit them at the right moment, at the right place, where we can then make something decent stick. It's all about catching them holding the baby or pulling the trigger. We know it's only a matter of time, so we listen, we watch, and we wait. What we will do is feed through certain bits of our intel through to the local teams, like your old team down at Romford. We gradually erode in strategic places, create niggle and animosity between certain people or groups, divide and conquer. So if we know something is due in from the continent and it suits us, we'll let them have it. It's amazing the infighting it creates, especially if the loads have not been paid for. Then the suppliers start growling at the customer. Soon as they start fighting, then we see who crawls out of the woodwork to settle things. It's a good measure for us to see who is at the top of the pile. It's always the mugs who take the financial hit. Then we have our out-and-out slags, who are just screwing over anyone and everyone. They create their own brand of havoc, and it all leads to infighting, but it produces good material for us. Not that we don't mind them taking each other out. It's great if we turn up while the body is still warm and someone is holding a smoking gun. Then that's a slam dunker for the courts, as long as the CPS don't balls it up. The other thing we do well on is any new scams, or any new kids on the block trying a bit of blagging. The top boys on these firms might believe that they have modernised, but they still behave like their forefathers. They think anyone making money crooked on their manor owes them dues, or more often they want the whole job. So as soon as any new fresh faces start getting a few quid crooked, then one of the foot soldiers looking to gain favour with top management will bring the new face to the attention of said boss. Because this is criminal activity which they've had no involvement in yet. They are also less paranoid about discussing the merits of the poor perpetrator openly over the telephones. It's amazing how many new avenues we've been able to steer the local CID teams down when we know they clearly had no idea that any villainy was going on. It seems the detection rate of new entrants to the criminal world is a lot better out there on the street than it is for us. So in effect, we still have our informants, even if they don't know they are working for us. D.I. Ellis rocked back in his chair, chuckling at his last sentence. Okay, so in effect what you're saying is that I'm going to be looking through material where crimes are being planned or even carried out. We know about them because we hear it over the said phones or by other means, and a lot of it will go into files and there won't be any direct action. Yes, Bill, that's exactly what I'm saying. There's no point in us nicking every kid selling a few wraps of gear or turning up when we know someone is going to get a slap because he's a week late paying for the gear he had on Friday night. Now, if you think it's going to be more than a slap, of course we intervene. I mean, we aren't going to let some kid get topped, are we? What we are primarily concerned with here is the large-scale importations, the organised guys at the top of the tree. So we have to let a certain amount of the business take its natural course, and to be honest, most of the violence is virtual. This lot are masters of intimidation and psychological bullying. Yes, things do happen, but we've had to accept that. Although eventually these guys have to be stopped, what we do have to remember is that when they eventually do go, this will create a vacuum. There will probably be more stupidity in the clubs and bars than there is right now. So we don't rush in without thinking of the consequences long term. There are some who reckon the top boys do a reasonable job of keeping order amongst the plebs, and perhaps if it wasn't for all the money they are making, then we might have been inclined to leave things as they are. The truth of the matter is that they are getting far too big for their boots, and they need to be brought down hard. At least that's the word from on high, though when that will actually happen, God knows. So for the time being, we watch, we listen, and we interfere as we see fit in this game of gangster chess that they all seem to be playing out there. Divide and conquer. So what is it that I'll be actually doing specifically? I mean, have we got any particular targets? I understand you did a spell in the army, Falklands and all that, SAS or something, is that correct? Yeah, something like that. Bill never liked to discuss his past, and he wasn't sure how much of anything D.I. Ellis would know. Okay, well we do go out and have a look at the guys we're interested in, but to be honest, it's never too intense. The top boys are all surveillance conscious and the local plod do enough looking at them. I mean, there is some merit in that, even if it gets us little or no information. Now these guys know that we know they're at it, and if they never saw us following them around, they'd probably start to get suspicious about that too. We do know that they see the local boys because we pick it up on the electronic stuff that we get from the tech boys at GCHQ. We reckon most of them aren't bothered by a bit of attention, and some of the idiots even feel more important because of it. What we do know for a fact is that if something is immediately about to happen, then they usually run through some basic counter-surveillance stuff to lose any tail, whether real or imagined. So if you notice a bit of erratic behaviour from a target, or the contract mobile phone is suddenly heading in a different direction to a pay-as-you-go mobile, which has slept in the same house and gone to the cafe for breakfast with it for the last 10 days, then something is on. Sometimes they can go into action real quick, other times we get a hint of a build-up to something imminent. Who meets who, especially with the big players, is always interesting and needs to be noted and cross-referenced with the other teams. It's all about building a big picture, gathering information as to where the money is going. Because one day when the elected powers eventually wake up to how serious this threat is, then it's where the money is which will be king. Because to these guys, money is more important than anything else. If we ever get the legal powers to go after it properly, then you'll see their worlds cave in. Okay, well I better get out there and get started. Bill, one last thing. You're going to see it soon enough, so just to give you a heads up. Some of the lads who work for us, you know, some of the guys you may have come across in your days at Romford, they may come up on the radar. For sure we have a couple of traffic cops over in Basildon who are regulars on the intel. Now it's not my place to judge a man or to try and second guess how he found himself in the mix, but we have some rot in the police force. Some of it we aren't sure of, but have a fair idea as the gangsters have very little respect for turncoats who supply them information. Some we know are bullied, some take money, but for whatever reason they are playing both sides. How they get dealt with in the future is not our business, but for now we leave them to play. Knowledge is power. Bill let that sink in. He wasn't shocked, and it would certainly explain a few things in the past if he thought about it. He had wondered about this before. It would be extremely interesting to see just what was going on in Essex, he thought, and with that, he got up out the chair, spun on his heels, and left the room. This was going to be an interesting job. Bill had been up and down over the last week as he'd thought about joining a special branch operation and all the mysteries which surrounded it. But the hook was well and truly in now. Back in the main office, Bill took his seat. As you guys have all been up and running for a while, where do you want me to start? Sergeant Bale lifted a large wad of beige-coloured files from the edge of his desk and sat himself on the edge of Bill's desk. We are currently closely watching a couple of dozen real headbangers in the Essex area. Sometimes they come up on the East London team's radar, and sometimes they come up on ours, so we share information. No selfish my bat, my ball stuff, or bad guy wins. Have a look at some of the profiles of who we consider to be serious players in the Essex drug and violent crime scene. Some you may have heard of, some you'll not have. The top boys all know who is who, sometimes they get on, and sometimes they don't. And none of them trust each other. They'll all screw each other over if they think they can get away with it. There are plenty of foot soldiers, but just get your head around these top guys first. With the kit we have here, we can listen to anyone we want live. That's assuming they have a mobile phone with them. Sometimes we'll be concentrating on a particular group because we suspect they're up to something of interest. But generally what we do is go through the historical stuff. Not too old, no more than a week at most. We try to put together the diaries for the targets, work out what their next move is, how close they might be to something which would be worth the local boys mounting a full-scale operation on. Most of the top guys are active in some way or another on a full-time basis. To them, it's what they do, their regular means of employment, so there is plenty of material to go through. Most think they are surveillance savvy. They are not. But this is a bit like the Enigma, and the effectiveness of what we have is they never know just how good we are at knowing what they are up to. The mobile phone is to us exactly what the first captured Enigma machine was to Bletchley Park. No good if the Germans had known we could break their codes, they'd have simply moved on to something else. The best way to use the information is in strategic and limited ways. It makes them look elsewhere for the leaks, and lets them believe that we just got lucky. The way I see it is that if we nick them all tomorrow, the problem wouldn't go away. Someone would soon fill the void. So it's much better for us to be in a position where we can manipulate it and control it. We pull the strings and they dance to our tune. Sergeant Bale placed a bundle of folders in front of Bill. And the fact that some human rights lawyers would have a field day if they knew about it, The information we record is no use in court, is it? A judge would just throw it out, wouldn't he? Bill felt the need to say it, even if he didn't necessarily agree with the lawyer opinion he had just voiced. Quite, but then when did we ever have to play by all the rules? It's not like the bad boys do, to be honest, Bill. They are just being bloody naive if they don't think that we can listen to them whenever we want. I mean, any fool can buy Peter Wright's book Spycatcher in W.H. Smith. He left the SIS in the 70s, I think. In it, he describes how he could listen to practically anything he wanted to during his Cold War days. Back then, you had to have a guy to plant a bug or something. Now the idiots go and buy their own and carry it around wherever they go. I bet one day they'll even put cameras in them. How cool would that be? We could even watch video of the idiots planning their mischief bang to rights. Bale laughed as he had a distinct hearty Welsh guffaw, which made his shoulders pump up and down rather awkwardly. Peter Wright was a scientific officer working for MI5 in counterintelligence during the Cold War in the 50s and 60s. He was involved with and responsible for some extremely ingenious and sneaky ways of listening to conversations. The British government tried to suppress the sale of his memoirs, Spycatcher, which eventually went on to sell over 2 million copies. It is accepted as being technically accurate. 30 years on in the scientific development of snooping, it is surely reasonable to assume that the British government now has the ability to hear a gnat fart in Outer Mongolia, should they so wish. Okay, so once I've read these guys' resumes, how do we proceed? You'll start sharing some of the material I have coming through, as I'm struggling with the amount I get at the moment. Then when you get to know some of the bad boys better, I'll hand them over to you. How we work things here is we all have our own guys. We sift through the intel on them. You'll soon get a feel for the guys on your watch. Then each day around 4 o'clock, we have a team meeting and we discuss who's up to what and who's interacting with who. The way I do it is I try and get inside the head of my guys. It's a personal thing. They are like my pieces on a chessboard, and the rest of the team all have their pieces. Some of the players you'll find easy to assimilate with. Others are complete wankers, and you kind of like it when shit happens to them. It's like we're watching a big reality game show. It's the best way to describe it. Everyone is in the race to the top. Some of these guys are real scum and they will screw anyone over. Some have loyalties. You start to build a picture, and between us all we have an understanding of what's happening. From that we liaise with DCI Edwards, and the other teams put forward possible scenarios. Who's making a move on who? Any big drug importations expected are always top of our lists. We decide how best to let the regular boys move on them. Maybe we'll let the load run, see if we can hook a big fish, or decide when to pull it. To cause the most damage to a particular group or individual who is getting to be more of a problem than we want them to be. We try to work out exactly where the money is going, because the powers that be are always particularly interested in that one. Money is power, and we can't let anyone have too much power. Okay, Bill, now I know you've been told about the unfortunate position of some of the regular forces officers, some who have got themselves compromised. Some are also no better than the bad guys themselves. But what you'll see coming through on the intel is that a few of the so-called hard men don't mind whispering in the ears of the local CID either, especially if they believe it will help remove some of the competition or take the spotlight off themselves. Sometimes we have to interfere to stop that affecting the bigger picture. But when we do interfere, it's with the deftest of touches, so that the grass or his detective buddy have no idea. We do go out on the street sometimes and have a closer look, as I find it helps to see them in the flesh, but we never get too close. There's just no point. When an operation goes down, then the local boys usually get the job. We sometimes get to go along for the ride, and we'll sit on some of the interviews if there are questions that we have. More often than not, we already know the answers, just can't prove it in the court of law, unfortunately. But it doesn't hurt to ask, and let them no comment us. Let them think that we know bugger all. Okay, well I better get started with this lot then. Each folder had a suspect's name and personal details on the front. Inside the cover was the latest mugshot. The written material to follow inside the beige folders started with lists of convictions, and in most cases was surprisingly sparse. Some did have a string of stuff from younger days, some had absolutely nothing. What was consistent was that there was very little or no recent stuff. The next section was, however, considerably thicker in content. It was the intelligence summary of what they said the character was into, what he was known to be involved with and responsible for, both current and historically. The reading of that would take some time, so Bill decided he would skim through the thin pages first on a lot of them. There were a couple of bad boys out of Cranham Upminster, another bloke head of a family from South Ockenden, several characters from Basildon and the surrounding areas. Chadwell Heath and Dagenham had candidates, along with Romford and Brentwood. Southend and Chelmsford had their own bad guys too, and it seemed that most of the major towns had someone. A couple of gypsies were thrown into the mix, perhaps just to fill in the gaps, just in case an area lacked a nasty. Perhaps they could drag their caravans over to fill the void. Bill made light of it in his head. It wasn't really a matter to be taken lightly, and when he started to read in depth, he realised just how ingrained the criminal element was in civilised society. Sergeant Bill Handley understood what they had meant. If it was all suddenly removed, then the balance of power would change, and the filling of the immense void would be chaotic at best. The old adage, better the devil you know than the one you don't, sprung into Bill's head as he read on. Bill sat in on the afternoon meeting. He could hardly avoid it. The open plan office served its purpose. The whole team were involved, everyone playing a part, except Bill. He quickly understood how they worked it. Each member of the team had any number of bad guys' conversations with other persons of interest noted down in brief, all contained neatly and catalogued in the papers they had on their laps or desks, depending on where they had positioned themselves. The meeting trawled through a number of different towns in the county, and each one had pubs and clubs to be discussed. Then the names of the worst guys were pulled up. Questions were thrown in as to what he was up to, and had his minions done anything spectacular or out of the ordinary. Was anything sticking out as unusual? Was anyone getting targeted? Any overambitious plans for the coming days or weeks other than the usual bollocks, as Bale put it? To most, it was business as usual. Nothing outside the regular daily clandestine activities of the Essex gangster or drug dealer. Despite the seriousness of the business, the group still found time for good humour. It helped to humanise the villains, strip them of their invincibility, and provide entertainment for what was a difficult and mentally consuming job for the team. The weaknesses and the failings of the hard men provided plenty of entertainment for the group. Although it wasn't strictly police business, the personal love lives of the targets made for interesting discussion. The team found the disastrous romances of Essex's most feared men often hilarious. Most characters were running at least one, if not two birds on the side, as well as her indoors. The gangsters juggled their complex personal lives and seemed ever fearful of them unravelling, going to great lengths and expense to keep it all harmonious. Then there were the drugs. Whoever said drugs messed you up wasn't joking. The state some of the guys got themselves into was crazy. The funniest and worst things happened once drugs got thrown into the mix. The files actually listed the products preferred by an individual, and notes on the alternate personalities derived from consumption. Some became monsters. Others just wanted to talk rubbish or shag all night. It depended on the person and the combination of products consumed. There were a couple of new breeds who took absolutely nothing, and they were very top-drawer enforcers or bosses. The intelligence files on these persons of interest were the thickest. A month in, Bill was operating smoothly and was up to speed with things. He had taken a while to get his head around just how much information was coming in and why they had adopted the modus operandi they used. Being a few days or a week behind was the best way to build up a real-life picture of who was doing what and with whom. Trying to do it all real-time wasn't productive. There was just too much chaff and nonsense. Far better to sift it steadily once it was written in transcript from GCHQ. Analyse, cross-reference, and then do the afternoon reviews. Bill had done one Friday night live with the team on a specific group of targets. It had been both interesting and confusing at times. The live session was planned and set up, since the analysis of the material coming through on the individuals in question had suggested something worth getting live feed on would be happening that evening. Everyone had live intel coming in from a dozen different sources. Some was actual live telephone calls over the targets' mobiles, and these were clear enough to listen to. Although Bill didn't yet understand all the terminology used by the targets, the rest of the team filled in most of the blanks for him as they worked through the night. The real-time conversations they could just about hear over the background noise from wherever the suspects were. This was when the technical capabilities really paid off. The mobile handsets' microphones were being used as listening bugs for the team. As each gang member had several mobiles, and when they were in small groups, it meant a number of possible microphones might pick up on the conversation. It was just a case of switching from one device to another to get the clearest audio feed. The locations were punched up on several of the computer screens, and DS Bale was in charge of them. He would let the team know where anyone on the nighttime special was as the night's action developed. There were 3 locations for most parts of the night, and 4 separate groups of targets. Then a couple more mid-tier players phoned in or got called by the targets. They were identified by Bale as being either at home or at a tart's flat, and in one guy's case a hotel in Waltham Abbey, where it was assumed he was entertaining a female or male. A whole load of other technical information had been explained by Bale and Wright over the course of the first few weeks. Thelma and Louise seemed very much at home around the systems and what was available technically to the team. Generally, as a group, Bill realised everyone was comfortable with the capabilities and knew how to work with the technology and fill in the gaps when needed using a bit of initiative. The mobile phone can be turned into a covert listening and tracking device and will transmit anything its microphone is able to pick up to the tech team at GCHQ across the mobile phone's network. The transmissions do not appear on the suspect's bill and he is completely unaware of what is happening to his handset. The transmissions do not appear on the suspect's bill and he is completely unaware of what is happening to his handset. If the mobile phone's owner starts to use the handset to make a call, the transmission is broken. However, the subsequent call is relayed live along with any information available on the recipient of the outgoing or incoming call. If it's a contract phone, this would include the owner's details, or if it's pay-as-you-go and unregistered, then what's available is all the places the device has been from the moment it was ever turned on and logged into a network, and all the numbers it has ever dialed. It may not be immediate, but after a few hours the team are able to discover where the phone has slept for the past week. Likely as not the address will be known to them, along with its occupant, and the pay-as-you-go mystery handset will then be tagged to its rightful owner. Naturally, he doesn't realise this. This information cannot, and will not, ever be used in court. However, it is extremely helpful to identify where to look more closely on any given day. The microphones in the handsets varied in quality. Certain handsets were favourite to the tech guys as being great for the job, others not so good. To Bill, it was all pretty amazing in the first few weeks. The villains looked distinctly naked and vulnerable when you looked at them like this. The terrible frustration was knowing all he now did and having to live with it, not act on it. Turning their phones off sometimes was favoured by some of the more paranoid players, but this was no protection. The microphone still worked fine, the phone still connected to the network, the tech guys could hear anything the microphone could, and the players in their full security bubble opened up even more. The only way to be safe was to remove both the SIM card and the battery, DS Bale told Bill. So if you're thinking of doing anything you shouldn't, Bill, best not to have a mobile phone in the same room. Bill wondered if the team or someone in the branch had given him a look prior to joining the team. Truth was, he knew of course they had. It's how they had known about Linda. The first day he walked into the yard, DCI Brett had asked him about the pretty lady in Upminster. He'd had a good look at him before inviting him in. He was irritated, but he let it go. This was too important, and the technology was too good. How could they not use it, wherever and whenever they wanted answers to something? Bill then tried to remember if he had said anything to be ashamed of over the weeks and months prior to joining the branch. He didn't think so. Maybe the odd grumble about the job or the odd soppy thing to Linda, but Bill realised he was wasting his time trying to remember. It couldn't have been anything more than slightly embarrassing, even if he could remember, or he wouldn't be there. The Friday night live sessions had been entertaining and hectic on occasions, as they tried to piece together the activities of 2 heavy hitters and about 20 other guys, along with 1 woman. A couple of the mid-tier guys on each firm had been spouting their mouths off for around a week about what was and wasn't going to happen over a bit of gear that had got lost on the way over from the flat. The trailer had been provided by the Dutch supplier. The trailer had been turned over in the Lakeside Forex Services car park, having turned up for the regular meet to hand over a kilo of Charlie. It wasn't the biggest deal in the world, but the trailer was regular and a straight load. The driver badgered the small package up under the dash. It was double wrapped and diesel washed to beat the customs dogs. Truck cab with diesel smell, not likely to arouse suspicion, and the freight company was large and straight. Only the driver was crooked, so the small load could have gone on forever, and would certainly have been left to run by the branch. It wasn't big enough to concern themselves with, especially when they knew everything about it. They could always let customs have it one day if it suited, but for now, the fact that someone had stuck a tool under the driver's nose and relieved him of the load was interesting, and showed just how sneaky and deceitful the players all were. The old boy Frank from South Ockenden, who was meant to receive the parcel, was growling. It was his bit of work, and he hadn't a clue who had taken it, but he did have several suspicions, including his supposed mates up the road. He went to his mates up the road. One of them in particular was incredibly handy, and the only person he thought could collect from who else he suspected might have robbed him. The mates up the road he went to had listened respectfully, and one stepped up to play the concerned friend, Paul. The back channels were alive for a few days between the foot soldiers from Paul's mob and some who had the ear of the usual suspect, Clive. Paul and his minions had a meet set up with Clive, who would definitely bring his minions on the meet. What Paul didn't know was that Clive had a lot more of his firm ready in Paul's venues and would not just do Paul if he said the wrong thing, but use the opportunity to take those venues, or at least put Paul right out of business for even thinking he'd done this. Clive was pissed that it had even been suggested that he'd bothered to take the old guy's poxy kilo of gear from some Dutch numbnut in a car park. Clive always took whatever he bloody wanted, but he would not have left a trail to his own bloody door, and Paul was off his canister if he thought he could take it back, especially if he'd actually taken it. Paul and his partners had a reasonable firm, but Clive was different. He was only going along with the meet because it might present him an opportunity to make a move. He was hardly bothered with any threat from Paul, and wondered why on earth Paul was sticking his neck out so far for the old guy. So would a branch team, but Paul, when all was said and done, could have a stand-up fight with the best of them. He was lethal when he was off his nut on the gear, so anything was possible. But as usual in the office, no one would bet against Clive, even at the 5-1 offered by Thelma. Bill had gone from school to the Marines, so he'd missed any exposure to university and the beginnings of the recreational drug scene. From the SAS to the police, and coming from Cornwall, he might as well have been listening to a Chinese radio station in the first few days at Atlanta Boulevard. Thelma and Louise translated, and he soon picked it up. Charlie was just one of the many names for cocaine. Key? Well, that wasn't too tough. It was the weight measurement kilo, and wholesale cocaine came in multiples of that. Retail coke was grams and multiples thereof. Those packages were referred to as wraps, bags, and other not-so-difficult pseudonyms. Retail coke had endless aliases used late at night by messed up individuals pleading on the phone for more, or even just prudent punters placing orders during the day in advance of requirements. The other terms, livener, sniff, shovel, bags, t-shirts, packets, hot dogs, pizzas, boxed cars, you know what I mean, anything. It wasn't hard to work out what was meant when you listened to the word in context it was used. Phone call to pay-as-you-go mobile at 4 a.m. from flat in North Street, Romford. Mobile currently on the move in Collier Row, Romford area, having received several calls of a similar nature in the last 2 hours from other locations in the Romford area. "Hi mate, you about? It's me." "Yeah mate, where are you?" "Indoors mate, got a few pals over. Can we have a couple of pizzas, yeah? Make sure they're good ones, not like the rubbish ones you had last time." "Yeah, got some good stuff here mate, no problem." "Alright mate, how long?" "About 20 minutes. I'll probably be there sooner, but I know if I say 10 you'll ring up again in the 11th minute if I'm not there. And I don't want too many calls on this phone in case it sounds like I'm delivering drugs, not pizzas, know what I mean? Especially as the last caller asked for 3 bags and the one before that wanted 2 hot dogs and I've just dropped off some shovels." The amount of stuff that was blatantly obvious yet of no significant interest to the team was just filed. Maybe one day someone would change the rules and the recordings would become evidence. In the meantime, Romford and the rest of Essex were blissfully unaware of Big Brother and thought they were so smart. Bill soon realised the extent of the problem and understood why the information wasn't acted on. It would be a full-time job for an army. The prisons would be full in a month. What then? Basically, if the kids wanted to do shit, then let them get on with it. His team had bigger fish to fry. The language lesson went on. Badgered meant hidden. The Dutch lorry driver had found a decent hiding place in his truck up behind the dash. Not the biggest space, but just right for a kilo of coke. The coke was vacuum sealed, washed in diesel, then vacuum sealed again washed in the strong-smelling fuel. It removed any trace of cocaine on the packaging to beat the customs dogs. This was all done long before it was handed to the driver in Holland. Holland was referred to as the flat. Being a country with no hills, it wasn't rocket science. The tool that went under the driver's nose was the type that emitted hot lead at ballistic speed, fatal if ingested. Customs often let their dogs run about on the car decks of the cross-channel ferries, but with the small package having been carefully sealed, submersed in diesel, then wrapped a second time and washed again, there was no outward trace of the drug for the dog to pick up. The T was a straight firm. T stood for transport. Again, not the best code system in the world, but by being straight it meant it was probably something like a UPS or a DHL truck, which was back and forwards all the time, so wouldn't arouse suspicion and the driver would be a complete unknown on any criminal database. Maybe he got approached through a distant family member or neighbour and was never known to the police, but couldn't resist the chance of easy money. The fool probably convinced himself he would be able to say he never knew it was there if customs stopped him at the port. Clive had moved quickly, and in force on the night of the meet. The team had missed just how decisively he had moved until the Friday night live show kicked off. They had suspected they were missing chunks of what he arranged, but now they were sure. Clive wasn't one of their targets. He was East London's boy, but they knew the East London team wasn't holding back on what it gave them from its surveillance of the career criminal who sat at the top of the pile. Clive was famous for outfoxing the teams. They suspected he used carrier pigeons, but really didn't know how he did it. It was Bale who worked it out for that evening from a foot soldier's chatter which he always followed with interest. Clive had a team on Paul's best mate, who was also a real handful, but not due to be with Paul on the next meet with Clive. Paul was looking like he probably didn't want a head-on confrontation with Clive, as he had deliberately not invited his maniac friend. He probably knew that Clive would consider that to be a threatening approach. Clive was always one step ahead. He had 4 very capable foot soldiers over the road and just out of sight of the pub in Cranham, favoured by Paul's deadly pal. A word from Clive's brother, who would be with Clive, and they would be putting out Paul's pal's lights permanently. There were also half a dozen others who had slipped into a small nightclub just on the edge of Romford by 10 o'clock. This was an hour after the meeting started, and it turned out they got stood down, so just got on with having a good time. The main venue for the top dog's meet was Neutral Territory, a country pub not far from Rainham. Clive was early and sat in the corner, back to the wall. He had his brother and 2 reliable guys in a car outside. 2 muscle-bound lumps along the bar were also his men, both drinking orange juice. The team could picture it all visually in their heads, from the live feeds from the mobile phones. The landlord of the pub was always going to be in Clive's corner. He was no fool. But Paul was not a man the landlord would want to upset right now, so he was in between a rock and a hard place. The landlord was not a comfortable man, and it seemed that all his worst nightmares were upon him at the moment Paul strolled through the door, looking a little wired and calling him out by name as if they were best of pals. The pub sounded busy, and the team was struggling to hear if Paul got a reply. Thelma and Louise were listening to Clive's brother's phone outside in the car and had a lot clearer soundtrack. He had given the running commentary to the rest of the branch in the Atlanta Boulevard office. Okay, the brother's just seen him pull up, says he looks like he's on his own. Might be someone in the pub for him, but no one we know. Let's stay put and keep an eye on the doors. My brother will rip his fucking head off if he steps out of line. That's what he's just told his mate. The branch knew that Clive had been in the pub for some time, but he had his contract phone driving around Canning Town. Clive was clever, but not clever enough for the branch, and they'd eventually find a way in East London to get the missing comm system he used. The meet didn't provide any intel. Although they got most of what Paul had to say, he probably had his phone in a jacket pocket. Clive was always softly spoken, unless reading the Riot Act, so they didn't get much of what he said at all, but voices hadn't been raised, and no gunshots. Paul had opened up with, "Look, that silly old git has got it in his head that someone from your manors had his gear." Paul was already making it clear that he wasn't pointing the finger at Clive, so in effect this was going nowhere. The meeting closed with what were probably full shows of respect and affection, Clive telling Paul that he would pass on his salutations to the old guy, and that Clive would make some inquiries. Maybe you should look at the driver. Maybe he was in on it. That was the closing statement from Clive. Clive let Paul leave. He waited 30 minutes before joining his brother outside. No one about, and Paul looked like he really had been on his own. From the brother's car and sounding like the brother, well, he's got some bollocks, I suppose. came on his own. To be honest, I don't know why the fuck he bothered. Wasn't like he achieved anything. Are we really going to bother to ask around? He wasn't on his own. He had 2 kids upstairs. Mike the landlord was shitting himself, but give him credit, he marked my card. I'll tell you why he came. Because he's had the load himself, and he planted the seed in the old guy's head it was me. When the old guy got himself wound up, he begged his mate Paul to help him. Paul had to look like he could do something, so he's told everyone he's going to see me. Well, he's seen me, and he'll go back and try and convince the old guy that he's put it on me, and I promised it wasn't me, but I'll ask about for him. Makes him look good, and gives the old guy a glimmer of hope, and stops him using his bloody noggin properly and looking a little bit closer to home. That was the end of the night for Clive, but the branch gang were all set for a late one. The fridge was full of beers and the curry had finally arrived. They listened to the crew in the nightclub who ended up at a party in Emerson Park. Paul ended up having a lock-in at another pub in Dagenham where he managed to knock someone out just for the fun of it. Because that's what he did, when he felt like it. The crew on the pub in Cranham went to a club in Ilford, then dispersed to various locations to continue their debauchery with various partners, in their cases all of the opposite sex. The night could have gone differently, but it didn't. Bill was surprised how relaxed the team had been from the offset. Bill had thought they should have the armed response units on standby all over the place. D.I. Ellis had said to him early on, "Bill, this won't turn into a bloodbath, don't worry about it. They all know how much is at stake, and Clive is always overkill on his organisation. It's as much a show for his own guys as anything else. The team on the pub in Cranham now, I reckon they would have gone through with it if they'd got a call. But think about the effect it has on them, knowing how much he covers, every possible scenario. It's as much keeping his own firm under manners as dealing with Paul's crew. In a few weeks the whispers will seep out and everyone who needs to know will know that he was ready to retaliate at the first sign of a threat. He didn't really think for one moment that Paul was really going to try anything, but his crew won't ever know that, and Paul might just get to hear about it as well. He'll be even more wary of Clive in the future. It was always a win-win for Clive the moment that Paul opened his gob and said he wanted the meat. 10 days after the Friday night live show, the transcripts were discussed, along with material relating to it received in the days following the meeting between Clive and Paul. Clive had been right. Paul was heard discussing the bit of gear one of his minions had relieved a Dutch driver of. The old guy who they'd taken the gear from had no idea, and the kid who had done the bit of work for Paul was from out of town. He'd simply fucked back off to Clacton with his whack for the job and been told to keep his mouth shut. The kid from Clacton was an unknown, but there were always new faces looking to join the world of fast bucks, fast cars and even faster birds. It turned out the Clacton kid had a pretty full file at his local nick out on the Tendring Peninsula. He was just a regular headbanger and therefore not much of a significant interest to the branch. Anyone who was regularly arrested by the local forces for all sorts of stupidity was never going to warrant any serious attention from the branch teams. Clacton Kid was an accident waiting to happen, and despite the fact he had performed a job for a very dangerous criminal whom they were interested in, there was no point adding him to their workload. The Clacton Kid was probably chosen by Paul for the bit of work because he was just stupid enough to do anything for a fast buck and was totally expendable. If word ever started to go around about this kid from Clacton being in the frame for the robbery of a kilo of Charlie from a Dutchman up at the Thurrock Services, then the mates would hear it. If not before, then certainly at the same time as Old Guy. Paul would charge down to Clacton on Old Guy's behalf. It wasn't rocket science to work out the outcome. Whatever happened, Old Guy wouldn't be getting his gear back from some waster in Clacton, and he wouldn't expect to. So if Paul came back from the seaside with only blood on his hands, then no one would fall out. It was actually quite a clever move by Paul's standards, and the branch men gave him all due credit for it. Clive, never to their knowledge, bothered to make any inquiries as to who had robbed the gear, and as far as he was concerned it was all forgotten about on the intel report they had from the East London team a week later. Bill had taken the time the following week to read Clive's file. It made interesting reading, though Bill had the feeling something was missing from the file. A regular member of the public, someone like his Linda, would be horrified at most of the content. The man was capable of extreme violence and cruelty. The files listed a very large number of incidents attributed to the man by various intelligence sources. But Bill was more reflective in his assessment. He'd seen a lot of shit in another life, and Clive wouldn't be where he was if he wasn't prepared to do what he did. Just a month on the team, and he had learnt more than he had in all the years on the CID about just how much really went on in Essex and East London. This was no fairy story, and unlikely to ever have a happy ending. The gang thing was as old as time itself. The drugs had been around in the past, but they had been something for lowlifes and losers. Now that had all changed. Recreational drugs were part of the mainstream entertainment, part of civilised society's idea of fun. The money was flowing to the guys controlling it. They were learning fast and adapting to the world around them, faster than anyone could think possible. Certainly faster than the ability of the Crown Prosecution Services and the available legislation to keep them in check. Without the evil and the cruelty required to control his pack of dogs, Clive was perhaps someone to be admired. He was certainly a resourceful and intelligent man. He had his own mind and personal life strictly under control. Everything was carefully thought out, all possible scenarios and outcomes catered for. The man planned ahead, yet was able to adapt and be flexible if required. He was relentless in the pursuit of his goals. He would have fared well had he been born into a different time in the history of the world. Bill looked around at the guys in the Atlanta Boulevard office. They were all caught up in what they were doing. The mood was light-hearted and the banter flowed easily. None of them would have lasted 5 minutes on the streets with Clive. But then they didn't have to. They were cocooned in a veil of mystery, hidden under the thick blanket of the British establishment, which was the hardest and meanest gang on the street, and that was any street they chose. Clive was 1,000 times more ruthless than this bunch of guys, but he was nothing compared to the weight of what was hanging over him, and he had literally no idea. The frontline coppers on the street were far more at risk. They were the ones in harm's way. They had to put up with all sorts of crap being thrown in their faces, and sometimes they got hurt. Badly. Clive wasn't shy when it came to the boys in blue, and there were more than a few names in his file at the branch of coppers who had capitulated to his will. Some by coercion and sweets, some by fear. All way out of their depth. So who were these guys in this room to be so critical of the unfortunates in uniform who fell short of perfection? Bill knew it was a far from perfect world, but his eyes were being opened wider as each week passed. It would be easy to pass judgment from his position of privileged intelligence on people who fell short of what was expected. Bill Handley would always remember the world was a lot greyer to the boys on the street. Most people never really intended to stray from their course in life. It just happened. Some would be damned, some would not. Bill would keep his eyes and ears open and try to help things for the better, and remember why he became a police officer, he told himself. "How are you finding the work then, Bill?" It was Detective Superintendent Spenlove asking the question. He had come to see D.I. Ellis as he did often. Spenlove liked to get out of the yard, it was said, at any opportunity, and get amongst the various teams around London who came under his umbrella. He was neither formal nor invasive on the visits he made. According to D.S. Wright, who took it upon himself to fill Bill in on the politics of the office from the onset. Darrell was the office go-to man, if you wanted to know something on procedural or political matters. DCI Edwards was the unit's immediate superior, but Spenlove seemed to like getting amongst the troops whenever possible. Interesting and I suppose a bit frustrating at the same times, if you can understand that, sir. By frustrating, are you referring to a lack of action, Bill? I suppose I am, yeah. It's knowing what's going on and having to let it go. It's difficult sometimes. You understand it's the enormity of the criminal enterprises. They run them as if they're regular business with an almost arrogant impunity. Spenlove took a chair and pulled it up to the side of Bill's desk. He leaned in closer and eyed Bill closely. Nothing intimidating, just gauging the mood of the man in front of him as he prepared his next question. I understand the basic principles of a man who becomes a police officer and the usual reasons for joining the force. Other than just a career with a decent pension, of course. Spenlove chuckled at the last words, then took on a serious and hushed tone as he continued. But Bill, we face lots of threats to our society, to our way of life, and the country we want our kids to grow up in. They all have to be met in different ways. A traffic cop role is different to that of a copper on the beat, and again that is different from the role of a CID officer. We have a completely different role to all of them, yet our ultimate aims are all the same, to protect and serve our communities. The information you are now privileged to has to be dealt with in a measured way. What we have here is a serious and very real threat to society. And yes, we could go out tomorrow morning, knock down a whole load of front doors. It would achieve two things. First, we would show our hand. Secondly, it would create a huge void in a multi-million-pound consumer supply chain. As you know, the evidence we have is not admissible in a court of law for use as prosecution evidence. It is merely intelligence. Yes, from what we know, we would be able to collect sufficient material evidence at the same time to at least charge a considerable number of people with numerous offences. Initially, we could say a lot of our information came from informants within the criminal community, but it wouldn't take too long before people started to ask, even insist we name our sources, and you know the courts are all too happy to support those requests. We will then start to see cases falling apart as we have to gradually pull back on what we can actually prove. As you know from your time here, there are some very cautious and clever characters out there on our radar. They are seldom very close to anything we could actually stick on them, and they don't make our lives easy. So what would we achieve, other than to take a few of them out of play for maybe a year or two while we drag them through the court process, having to see them ultimately walk free, laughing at us? The other thing you must realise, the amount of money involved. If we remove the criminal structures which have established themselves, then the chaos which would ensue to maintain the very real demand for recreational drugs would potentially be more destructive and violent than anything happening at the moment. We would also be starting from ground zero again and have to rebuild the whole picture, the one that we are now able to see very clearly. Now look, I understand all the measures and all the reasons, it's just where do we go with it all? We know the majority of what's going down on the street, we actually know all the guys we're looking at are crooks and a lot of them are making a bloody fortune. What's the point if we can't nick them for something? Do we just let them carry on, amassing vast fortunes, paying no tax, and watching kids get fucked up on the shit that they sell? I think the only bit I don't mind is when they talk about doing each other in. Trouble is that part of it is all just bollocks and hot air. It'd almost be nice if they did start doing each other in. Bill laughed as he finished. He was only half serious and didn't want Spendlove to take his last comment too seriously. I hear you, Bill. Don't worry, I often let my imagination get the better of me on that score as well. But I gather you've worked out that most of the violence spoken about is just hot air. There are incidents, even some very nasty ones, where someone is badly hurt, but usually most of the stupid stuff is just kids getting fucked up and out of hand. They are not usually on our radar until after the event when each side starts looking to take things a little bit further. To be honest, when all the stuff starts, it's the status quo and the organisations of the heavier players who we're interested in. They're the ones who actually keep things from escalating to something really silly. They usually extract a few quid from each side, make a bit of noise for show, and it all quietens down. The local old Bill doesn't realise how much easier their lives are with these bastards actually in play. Do any of them actually really kill each other, Gov? Bill kept the question light-hearted. You seen the files, Bill, on the guys we're looking at? Spendlove answered without taking it anywhere. I have. There are a few question marks against some of the players. It seems to be more against the old guard who aren't in play anymore, although Clive's file has some large gaps in it, and some redacted stuff. One or two of the old guard, as you call them, have some possible killings against their names for sure, but as you'll have noticed, those are only opinions based on uncorroborated evidence, and more often than not, a body was never found. So it's just a rumour mill, but usually that's fairly accurate on the historical stuff. Back then, we never had this sort of access to information. It was just traditional old-style policing, grasses and the odd kicking in the cells to extract information. It was Spendlove's turn to laugh. Bill joined in. What about more recently? Bill was curious, but kept things light. Well, the fella you just mentioned, now he's a dangerous animal. Some of that redacted stuff even I haven't seen. Now he's definitely capable, and I have him down for several mysterious disappearances of competitors. Unfortunately, he's a difficult one. He's sort of surveillance savvy, not in a technical way, just in the fact he's able to drop right off the grid. There are a few of the mysterious disappearances of people which tie up with him being on the missing list at the same time. Trouble is, while he's ranting and raving at someone, nothing ever really happens. Now when he's being quiet is when he's at his most deadly. It's more a case of we've had someone he should be having a go at and nothing's happened. Then we lose sight of him. He totally vanishes off the grid. When he resurfaces, we have a missing person. So we put 2 and 2 together and get 4. But he's given us nothing to work with, and no bloody body. So what are you going to do about him then? Well, unless we see him do something black and white like a murder and have him dead to rights in the frame, then nothing at all. He suits us just fine where he is. You're serious, aren't you? Bill wasn't sure what to make of what he just heard. Was someone above the law, he was asking himself. Now, Bill, don't think for one moment that he has any sort of license to carry on the way he does. It's just for now. He suits our purpose. We let him run his little empire. We watch and we wait. When he no longer serves us, then he goes. How do you manage that, and when do you or whoever decide the time is right for him to go? Bill couldn't help sound serious with the very serious question he had just asked. When he no longer serves our purpose, Bill, as I told you. And when is that likely to happen? How can you be confident you'll be able to come up with something that will stick on him in the future? From my understanding of things, the top guys, if they have any sense, move further and further from the zone of prosecution. They think they do, Bill. They think they do. But the world is changing, and just like Al Capone, it's the money and success which will nail them to the wall, along with their insatiable greed. Look, Clive keeps the peace. We know what he's behind and what he controls. We know he's looking at acquiring the odd legitimate business here and there. We know he's washing up some of his crooked cash. We know he's getting friendly accountants and lawyers and even bank managers. He sees himself as being a wealthy and legitimate businessman one day. He's sensible enough to realise he don't want to end up sat around Canning Town like some ancient old has-been, and he doesn't want his kids in on this racket either. He thinks he sees the writing on the wall. The future. Well, I'm telling you, he hasn't got a clue what's waiting for him. While he controls his turf with fear, and he's out there on offer, he serves our purpose. We have a very clear view of him, and he helps keep the waters tranquil. He knows he can't stay there forever, and he's planning for his retirement even now. He's no fool. He won't stay till the end and let some young buck take him down. He knows it's a job with an end date, and he will, when he feels he's secured enough for his legitimate lifestyle to replace the old one, start to look to hand things over to his more capable subordinates. Maybe the brother. Who knows? But we will know from all we see and hear using the technology we have now. And we will have even better in the future when he has exhausted his usefulness to us. We will know when his removal from circulation will have no effect on the status quo in East London and the surrounding areas. And when that time comes, just when he is looking at the good life and his retirement to the country estate squarely in the face, then his world will collapse around him. We will move on all the straight players he has surrounded himself with. We will pull strokes that will make his moves over the years look like child's play. Every institution he deals with will shrink away from him. Banks will call him facilities and close accounts. We will let the media run a number on him. We will turn him into a social pariah for any regular citizen. The criminal fraternity will politely distance themselves from him. He will have so much media attention heaped upon him, he will not be able to criticise his old cronies for staying away. He will become isolated and vulnerable, as his legitimate businesses are torn to pieces by Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs. If they can manage to get one thing right for once, it would be helpful, and I hope they bloody do. We have all the skeletons in all his closets, and we will hand the whole lot to them on a plate. All the bank accounts, all the companies he controls directly or indirectly. We have it all. Then watch how many people start to come out of the woodwork once his reign of fear is over. There will be no good life, no sailing off into the sunset for Clive. His retirement plan ain't going to happen. It's going to be a small cell in the maximum security for the rest of his days when we are ready for him. His entire accumulated wealth will be systematically stripped from him. His family will be lucky to get a council house. He will be forgotten and the world will move on without him. Fuck me, that's brutal. Can you do that? Bill was slightly stunned by the ferocity of the delivery from Superintendent Spendlove. We can, and we will. Some of the laws are not yet in place, but by the time we are ready for Clive, it will be a crime to walk down the road with 10 grand in your pocket without a bloody good reason why and where you got it from. Every grubby little lawyer and accountant he thinks he has in his pocket will roll over in an instant. Once we have pulled his teeth, trust me, the people that step out in front of him today with a hand outstretched looking for his recognition and blessing, they will shrink into the shadows when they see him coming 10 years from now. And he's not the only one. Anyone in the country who thinks they are bigger than the system will learn the fall the same way. The B team over in North London are on the same list. When they think they can walk away, that's when they no longer serve our purpose. Then all their nightmares will come true. They will all go the same way. Remember, they only get to stay in play while they serve our purpose. When they think they can get off the treadmill, then that's when their worlds fall apart. This has all been thought through, hasn't it? Yes, Bill, far more devious and cruel than the likes of you and I come up with these strategies. I have to be honest, I'm glad I'm not out there on the wrong side. What about the legalities of it all? Legalities of what? What was it I was just saying? It's gone right out of my head. Anyway, Bill, keep up the good work. The more we know, the stronger we are. With that, Spendlove stood, smiled, and turned towards D.I. Ellis's office door, where Ellis had been standing for the last few minutes. Bill thought the moment had been rather surreal. Spendlove was already disappearing into the governor's office. As Bill looked up again at the man, he gently shut the door behind him. For the first time, Bill quietly asked himself what sort of world he was living in. He remembered his old life briefly, and realised the British establishment would never just be sat on its arse while the likes of Clive and the other crooks were making a fortune on the streets of Britain. They would always want their pound of flesh, and were capable of anything. He had known it a long time ago, and he had just been reminded of it in case he had ever forgotten. The super just give you his vision for the future there, boyo? Sergeant Bale had just taken the chair vacated by Detective Superintendent Spendlove. Something like that, I think. Bill was still in thought and answered subconsciously. I think everyone in here has had something similar, boyo. The Welsh twang on the boyo brought Bill back to focus. Bale was becoming a friend, and Bill liked working with him. Playing the long game, aren't they? Yes, boyo, they sure are. We just keep watching and gathering information, building the files. Someone up there has a master plan, of that you can be sure. But when does it end? This could go on forever. Bill, it has been going on forever. There's always been crooks, boyo. Yeah, I guess you're right. Difference is, we now know exactly what they're up to, who they are, and where they are. It's like some crazy game, watching and being powerless to act. Well, yes and no. We're not powerless. Did he tell you the top boys never get to retire? Never get to enjoy the fruits of their labours? Yeah, I got that bit. That was just before he forgot the conversation ever happened. Has no one ever blown the whistle on the level of surveillance going on here? You know, gone to the press with it? Bill, come on, boyo. You've seen the capabilities here. And that is just what we know about. Would you seriously want to piss this firm off? If they suspected that someone was a threat, do you think that they wouldn't know about it? The moon wouldn't be far enough away to take a crap in private. Bill's mood lightened as he looked at the grinning sheepshagger. Yeah, I suppose you're right, Mike. It just gets a bit frustrating, you know. It'd be good to go out and feel a collar now and then. I miss that part of the job. We do get to feel more than the collar, mate. It's just that you don't get to feel your hands round the bugger's neck. Bit like porn. It's all virtual reality, so you've got to let your imagination finish the job for you. The image of Bale jerking off over sheep videos flashed through Bill's mind as he struggled to keep the grin on his face under control. Well, when does that ever happen? Well, sometimes we put something together here ourselves and the boss passes on a recommendation. We get to listen to the local boys go and do the business. The live scene the other night. If we thought that something was going to be more than what it was, then we make a recommendation. Somehow they get the information into the local boys. They then mount an operation like it's their own idea. How does that happen? Well, I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you. It's above my pay grade, but I have my suspicions. And what are they? Well, look, it's just a theory that me and Daryl have. Well, we have a couple of theories, actually. One of them is that there's this boyo over in Basildon who is listed as a local informant. Well, we think he's actually one of us. But don't ever repeat that, and don't ever let anyone know that it came from me. The bugger's even done a bit of bird and serves up a few of the dealers, so if he is, he's one committed fucker. And occasionally, the local guys even manage to get there all on their own. Bale burst into a hearty Welshy laugh, and Bill joined in. Seriously, Bill, we do make a difference on a regular basis. You'll work it out yourself. Watch how the local boys get their results and the effect it has on the big picture. You'll see it if you look. Well, how's that then? Take a look at Clive. He was having a bit of work coming through from Spain up through France and onto the UK last year. He knows the transport job is risky through Europe in August. Everyone's supposed to be on holiday in France. We picked up on it in May and we let him have a few loads home. Just a bit of puff from Morocco. Now the runs were nice and smooth, and to be honest, it was a good bit of transport. Big straight firm. It's all in the file, so I'll tell you. It was a bloody Royal Mail truck, and God knows how they got the driver on board, but they did. The old boy had been a straight goer all his life. Anyway, they run a few loads up and got confident. We knew they'd roll it up, they just got bigger each time. The last one was due the second week of July. By now, we had the slaughter in France where they were putting it on the Royal Mail truck, the warehouse in Murcia where it went on the transport to get into France, and the slaughter in San Pedro where they collected the parcel together from the guys out of Gibraltar with the fast ribs. There was a little Scouser crew working in San Pedro with the Gibraltars vacuum packing the gear to beat the custom dogs on the ferry. The warehouse in Murcia was rented through a dummy firm here in Essex, and the farm in France was in the name of some firm out of Gibraltar. It took us in East London a couple of months to get the whole job. Now I know it was all our intel and no one else could have seen the whole picture like we had it. Well, guess what? The last run up of the summer, the lorry has 2 tons of your best Moroccan soap in the back all neatly vacuum packed. How far does that truck get? I'll tell you. It gets a controlled stop going uphill coming out of Dover. The farm in France, as we know, doesn't get a look, nor the place in Murcia. But guess what? At the exact same moment, Spanish old Bill moves on the place in San Pedro. There are a few hundred kilos of puff on site, along with all the packing gear and several pissed off Scousers. Now that ain't no coincidence, is it? The places in Murcia and France don't get a look, even though I doubt they would have found anything there. If any other outfit was on the job, then they would have definitely hit those places as well. What makes you say that? Well, normal policing. If you're following something from A to D, you would also raid B and C. It's only a devious firm like us that don't. Now the ensuing mess we created, as well as letting the Kent and Spanish old Bill have a nice result, was Clive had rolled up his stake and lost a lot, so he's back to square one where he started and lost a nice delivery mechanism, which was extremely unlikely to have fallen over under normal policing methods. The even better bit, the Scousers gave him a lump of the parcel on bail, so now there will be friction between the two firms, distrust and fingers pointed. Both organisations have had their operations seriously dented. Not terminal for either, but it keeps them in check. So you see, we're really getting to control the big game of gangster chess from on high, without them even having a clue. Okay, look, I get it, but does it ever get out of hand? Look, these guys are all about making money first and foremost. They're all greedy, so very predictable. And we do just enough to destabilise but not destroy them. Every time they think they are going to take a big score and step back, we pull the rug, so they have to stay in the game. Clive has to step out of the shadows, along with the top dog from the Scouse firm. They have to find a way to get past the loss, save face, and both more than anything need to fill the void the holes have left so that next year they'll be working again. And we will be watching. October 1995. The afternoon briefing was taking its usual course in the clandestine branch office. Bill had been focusing more and more on a guy who was running the doors at a few of Essex's busier clubs. Over the last few months, the guy had been extremely active. His influence in the Basildon area had moved him to the top of the criminal food chain in the town. The character's name was Tony Tucker, and 1995 had been a very good year for him. Things were getting better and better. Tony Tucker had just been joined in his enterprise recently by a bear of a man called Pat Tate. Mr. Patrick Tate had been absent doing a spell at Her Majesty's pleasure when Bill first started looking at Tony Tucker. Prior to Tate, his regular sidekick was a man known as Craig Rolfe, amongst others. Rolfe was still in tow, but always going to be subordinate to Tate and Tucker. The latter was clearly the brains of the outfit, the former was now the brawn. Although Tucker wasn't far behind in those attributes himself. Tucker's life was a mix of partying and business. He was making money legitimately from his security business and a lot more illegitimately from the drugs sold on the premises he minded. The now infamous Raquel's nightclub in Basildon being one of his many venues. Bill had listened carefully to what DS Wright and Bale had to say on their favourite candidates during the afternoon roundtable discussion. It was business as usual in Essex for the Crims and their dealers. The other two in the office had been doing a bit of camera work. Various mugshots were passed around. The usual squabbles over money, a couple of fights in Romford, nothing much out of the ordinary. The local Metropolitan guys had a result the week before on some cocaine in a reasonable quantity. The incident was in Chadwell Heath. A couple of mid-level guys who had been failing motor traders were now looking down the barrels of a long sentence each. The team knew that some of the intel had to have come from their work. No glory for the boys in the shadows. But that was how it was. Bill had gotten used to it by now. He was starting to see the bigger picture. Bill's turn came to discuss his players in the Essex crime scene and how they were performing, what they had planned, and any crossover with the other players. Well, Tucker's doing really well, and the new guy with him, well, he's a loose cannon, shall we say. Real nasty, impatient, don't give a fuck for anyone type of guy. To be honest, he might be a bit of a problem one day. Why's that, Bill? Well, look, he's just out of the nick. His name's Pat Tate, and he's hungry, very impatient. Tucker is predictable, well, as predictable as any of this lot can be. But this Tate character, he's in a real hurry. There's a lot of anger, almost a madness in the man. He's doing a lot at the moment, the full cocktail of their products, steroids, coke, pills, the booze. He seems to flip between paranoia and outright malevolence on an hourly basis. I just think he might be a bit of a handful down the line. I mean, he certainly ain't scared of anyone. But they all blow hot and cold. Bill, you should hear some of the ranting and raging I've had out on my little mob down in Cranham the last few weeks. What they are, what they ain't going to do to so-and-so. Sergeant Wright dealt with most of the Essex towns along the Thames, Tilbury, Grays and on into Raynham and Dagenham. Here it met and overlapped with the East London team's area of operations. Oh, I know that, Darryl. We know most of it's hotter amongst themselves and they all know how their world works and who is who. But this Tate guy, look, he's just got out the nick and he actually thinks he can take over the world. The problem is, he actually believes it. And Tucker will most likely rue the day he ever got involved if this fella doesn't get him killed or turn on him and do it himself. I'm telling you, this guy, he ain't sound of mind. Someone tried to put him down last year and missed. He's got history with Tucker. Together, they could be a handful, that's all I'm saying. Bill, you know that Tucker and Rolf have just borrowed 100 grand from Clive? Well, not actually his money, he's put a deal to some of his associates and told them he'll guarantee the money for a cut of the interest. Oh yeah, I got something about that as well from the chatter I picked up between Tucker and Rolf in the car a week ago. Is that going ahead then, the loan? The last that I heard is that Tate had introduced them to a guy that he was inside with called Mickey Steele. Steele reckons he can supply them with the pills and grass from Holland. It would appear that our Mickey has got access to a small fishing boat and will actually do the run himself, apparently. Sergeant Bell replied, well, Tucker's been steadily trying to work himself further and further up the supply chain over the last year. He ain't no fool. I suppose it's just good business sense in a way. You know, the closer you get to the actual supplier, the more people you cut out of the supply chain, the bigger your profits. He's got the end user access with his control of the clubs, so it's only natural he would try to go to the source for the goods. I am surprised that he needs to borrow to fund it though. D.I. Ellis spoke. Trouble with these guys, they spend it as quick as they make it. If you want to start importing, then you have to pull up the cash and pay the piper. These Dutchmen ain't going to give credit, and they know if you lose the parcel on the way over, you're not going to want to pay for something you've not got. And it is a wholesale business, so you need a decent stake to get in. 100 grand sounds about right for a starter parcel from a serious supplier over in Holland to me. And that's how the sessions worked. Everyone was gathering their own material and would give input if they had it on any topic in hand. Darryl had the notes on it. Oh yeah, the loan is happening, or happened. A couple of the old guard have chucked in. They think it's easy money. East London sent it over on Intel this morning. Two of the old guys are putting 50 grand apiece. They get 6% and Clive takes 4% to guarantee the debt. So Tucker has to pull up 10 grand a month and the loan's for 4 months only. But Tucker got them to agree he can give it back early and only pay for the time he's had it. He obviously fancies his chances with this gear from Tate's man. Oh, it's not a bad return, is it, for the lenders, and Clive will pay them if Tucker disappears, which is highly unlikely. Bill did the numbers in his head as he spoke. D.I. Ellis spoke up again. Yeah, well, it's not that straightforward. Clive ain't stupid. He's the one who put the end date on the debt. He's not at risk as they're probably okay to pay for the first 4 months, even if they lose the gear on the way over. You see, he's told the old guard they have to deal with Tucker direct and just give him his 4 grand themselves unless there's a problem. What happens here is he gets 16 grand for nothing, as Tucker will pay the early payments for sure, even if he loses the parcel. Then when the 4 months are up, the old gits get greedy and offer to extend the loan, but they don't bother to tell Clive, so that way they get to keep all the interest for themselves. If Tucker defaults later, which will probably happen if he loses the gear, they can't go to Clive to collect it, as they've cut him out. Clive already knows this will happen, but he doesn't care because he's had his cut for no risk. Most likely scenario is Tucker will pay them for 7 or 8 months, then tell them they're knocked as he's lost a load or something. They'll have a meeting, he'll end up giving them a few quid at most, they won't be able to make so much noise for fear that Clive will find out that they've cut him out. The loan will have cost Tucker about 20 grand for the year, most of which went to Clive. Told you he was clever. D.I. Ellis was probably 100% right with his analysis, Bill reckoned. So it's happening then, or happened already. Tucker has or will have very shortly the stake for his first parcel from Holland. Bill summarised the situation. Certainly looks that way, Bill. So you think this friend, associate of Tate, is going to be the transport or supplier for the business? What's his name? Steele? Steele, from what I've heard, yeah, he's the man of the hour. Tate has sort of muscled in a bit on Tucker's operation, so he wants to feel like he's bringing something to the table. And Steele and his Dutchman are the gifts he brings to the table. I have requested the file on Steele and any known associates. I'll bring him into the picture and see if I can't get a handle on when something might be heading our way. Okay, good work, Bill. Now, Tom and Craig, I want you two to get up to speed on this with Bill. Tucker's got the outlets for a lot of product in Essex, and if he does get hooked into a serious supplier on the continent, then his profitability is going to be significant. It will certainly move him up a level or two, and if this Tate character is as dangerous as you think, Bill, then things might get quite interesting. We certainly don't want some sort of crazy power struggle going down on our turf and upsetting the status quo. The powers that be will want to know how this plays out, but for now, everyone, you are free to leave. Keep up the good work. With that, D.I. Ellis stood and headed back to his office. Bill had the remainder of the team's attention and said, I came across Tucker's security firm a couple of years ago when I was with CID at Romford. We had what we thought was good intelligence. A lot of the gear was getting sold through the club, probably with at least the knowledge of the security firm, if not their direct involvement. The strange thing was, when we raided the place, we got nothing. It was as if they knew we were coming. The other thing was, anyone we ever questioned over possessions never came up with a name. Plenty of descriptions of movie stars, but nothing credible. So Tucker is by no means a mug. His dealers have plenty of respect from the punters out there, and he or someone else close to him may have been working with the old Bill. Detective Constable Firmin asked, OK, well, we have to focus on Tucker and Tate closely, and the other guy, what's his name? Craig Rolfe, and there's a few more players on their firm we need to keep closer tabs on as well. This Tate fellow has upped the tempo a fair bit on the whole firm. A couple of kids in town were a bit late with their payments. Nothing serious, and Tucker certainly wasn't losing any sleep over it. But Tate took it upon himself to hurt them both. One of them is still in hospital. Well, we completely missed that one. How did that happen? D.I. Ellis asked the obvious question. Bill, Firmin and Bartholomew had been all over Tucker and his crew's phones. The contract ones and the disposable pay-as-you-go burners. Well, we had Tate and Steele together weekend before last. They met for Sunday lunch. Trouble is, we got nothing off of Tate's phone. Well, nothing from all three of them, just that we know that they had a meet. Steele doesn't ever say much when someone calls him. All he does is arrange to meet them. Tate usually gives a bit more away, especially after he's ended the call. He usually gives it large to whoever he's with, then brags about what they're doing for him. But where Steele is concerned, he doesn't say too much. I think it's because he is making Steele out to be his man, so it'd be a bit stupid to mug him off to the firm. And as he doesn't say anything good about anyone, that doesn't leave much for him to say. Bill didn't want it to sound like he was making excuses, but that's how it came out. Did you get nothing from them in the restaurant? D.I. Ellis was trying to work out how they'd completely missed the importation of 100 grams worth of Dutch grass and ecstasy pills, which were now already on the street, and causing considerable problems for the marketplace. Well, we did try and clean up the recording, but there was just too much background noise in the restaurant. We do know that Tate went on to perform as usual, getting on it all day and being a general nuisance, before ending up in bed with some old bird who he gets on the coke with. But Steele went straight home after lunch. He did take his mobile with him to the restaurant, and as far as we know, he stayed home all evening. He hardly uses the mobile, and we now know that he doesn't always take it with him when he goes out, so we are a bit blind on him. Tony Firmin shrugged his shoulders as he finished the analysis of the team's problem when someone didn't make their life easy for them. He was backing Bill up on their lack of knowledge on the movements of Mickey Steele. Well, have we any idea who his Dutch friends are or how he gets in touch with them? D.I. Ellis was hoping for some good news. No, we don't. I'm afraid there's nothing in the file. I mean, this guy's been around the business a long time, probably got some old contacts who are happy to do business with him. My guess is that he drives out to a phone box and makes the call. He's probably leaving the mobile at home while he does it. I mean, we can ask GCHQ to look at the phone boxes near his home, see if there are any calls going out to Holland. Maybe we'll get lucky in the future. It was the best Detective Constable Bartholomew could come up with in the way of technology input. The shit had just hit the fan big time, and although they had gotten onto the drug load once Tucker's gophers had collected it, they'd completely missed the importation to the UK. Well, I now believe that Steele is an independent. Tate thought he had him in his pocket, and to be honest, so did I. I was sure that I would have picked up enough from Tate to know when the load was coming in and how. The thing is, Steele is playing his cards really close to his chest, and obviously has the measure of Tate. He's also old school, so he's not so reliant on technology unlike the rest of them. Yeah, he's got a mobile, but he doesn't seem to take it everywhere with him. So after working that out, I didn't put too much significance on it being left in his kitchen while he was out and about. I thought when he was operating I would pick it up from one of Tate's phones. What I have found out, a bit late, and obviously I can only apologise for that, are some details regarding his fishing boat. He was out in it for 2 days last week. The official line that he spins is he's out fishing. But I would say it's a certainty he brought back a little bit more than mackerel or whatever the hell it is that swims about in the seas between here and Holland. The assumptions made by Bill were fairly close. They had missed Steele's move. The fish he went for, along with most of the other small boats using rod and line, were sea bass, not mackerel. Mackerel was more of a Cornish thing. The small fishing boats were common along the coast, and ideal for 2 or more guys taking a crate or 2 of beers, some flasks of coffee and a pile of sandwiches to sea. To spend the night out on the water. Drinking, fishing and telling tales were commonplace along the coastal region Steele kept the boat. Steele had owned the boat with a friend for years. She was a sturdy and seaworthy vessel. He was confident on the sea and knew how to navigate old style. No GPS or easy to track electronic gadgetry. The friend he owned it with took the boat out often, even while Steele was away at Her Majesty's pleasure. He was actually a fisherman, so the little craft never attracted any untoward attention when he had slipped out in the early hours the week before on the Monday morning. She had crept easily into the small Dutch fishing port later that afternoon and took on 100 gallons of diesel. Tied up along the quay, 100 yards from the fuel depot, no one noticed a small van come alongside and load a number of boxes and large black sacks onto her rear deck, which were quickly stowed below in the tiny galley. Steele spent a cold night in the wheelhouse and then set out in the small hours before dawn broke fully. He was neatly tied up on his mooring on the east coast of England by mid-afternoon. No skulking around in the darkness. Steele knew his business and set about washing his decks down, the normal procedure from anyone who had been out night fishing. His trusted friend, who was not on any radar and didn't need to be telephoned 10 times a day, turned up with the nondescript Volvo estate to help unload the gear. Neither man talked much, they just went about the business. The load would be in Steele's slaughter in a couple of hours, safely out of sight. The next day, Steele had collected the boxes of pills. When Tate turned up at his house that afternoon, he handed them over. Pat Tate had given Steele the 100 grand on the previous Sunday afternoon when they'd met for lunch. The branch men had completely missed it all. 30 grand had gone on the pills and the remaining 70 on the Dutch weed. It was certainly a start. Tucker was now in the importation business. Well, almost. But Steele was keeping his Dutch contacts all to himself, for now at least it seemed. Tucker wasn't overly bothered in the short term and hadn't given much thought to dispensing with Steele in the food chain. Tate, on the other hand, wanted it all from the start, but would play along and play nice, he told himself, as he walked out of the man's kitchen with the box full of ecstasy pills. Those thoughts didn't survive the week for Pat Tate. Tucker had sent one of his guys to collect the bags of grass. It had been sent out to several of his dealers. By the weekend, the complaints were unilateral. The grass was junk. The first reports had come in the day after it went out. By the Friday morning, the main buyer, who was in for half the parcel, was in a car park in Essex. Tate was looking like a complete mug and started to feel uncomfortable. Tucker was issuing the refunds. He couldn't argue the case. The weed was rubbish. The Sunday after Pat Tate had parted with 100 grand, they were due the first payment to Canning Town. They blew it off. No call to make an excuse. They would get to the old gits later. Fuck 'em was Pat's view for the moment. Monday morning, they were in Steele's home, and Tate was his usual menacing self. Suffering from an almighty hangover and come down from a 36-hour binge on pills, booze and coke, which had started on Friday after Tony had given back a large chunk of cash from the sale of the rubbish weed. The only reason Pat Tate was just about in check was the ecstasy pills. The little pills had gone out in the clubs over the weekend, and the reports coming in from the clients were amazing. All the dealers used themselves and everyone had been off their faces on the pills. Tate now had a foot stuck firmly in each world. On the one hand, his man had supplied the best ecstasy pills they'd ever had from all reports, and he'd had a couple himself on Friday, so he knew they were the dog's bollocks. On the other hand, they had a boot full of shit weed on its way back with one of the foot soldiers to be delivered to Mickey as soon as they'd left the premises. An important man from East London had been given his money back, and several smaller dealers who owed on other products as well were refusing to pay any money owed and complaining bitterly of loss of revenue, and most importantly, loss of face. Sell shit gear to the wrong person, and it's not always just a case of giving the money back. The product may no longer exist. Some of it is obviously consumed in the testing process. The friction can go from a simple "never mind, I'll get you some better stuff next time" to "I have lost money, business and credibility. Money back ain't sufficient. I want compensation. And guess what? The money I owe you for the coke and the pills, well, you can get fucked. You ain't getting paid." It all depends on the individual customer concerned. If it's just a mug punter in the club, the former option is the usually expected outcome. If it's a customer of substance and credibility, then the second option is much more likely, especially if they are buying in quantity for resale. The way the issue is handled is very important. If Tucker makes a stand then backs down, it's a sign of weakness. So he has to gauge who he is dealing with and how much aggravation he wants. Does he want to do business with the client again? Are they important to him? If he takes them on, will they be a serious threat? Ultimately, he is in the wrong, as he is supplying rubbish. Being wrong is always a disadvantage. Tucker moved quickly and dealt with the bigger players in the best way he could, before it escalated and a stand was made, which would be difficult to back down from and impossible to save face and reputation if he did. Tucker did the sensible thing. He offered compensation and to make right with a quality product in the future. It had cost him, but it was the sensible thing to do. It left him with several problems. He now had a pile of shit gear on his hands which he couldn't give away, so Mickey was getting it back. The profit from the pills had been good, but was exhausted making right the weed problem. He hadn't paid Canning Town, which was next on the list. He'd get to it later, he told himself. The meeting with Steele was touch and go for the branch team at Romford listening in. They had some of it from the mobile telephone sitting on the side of Steele's kitchen. They had followed the developments with the drugs over the weekend. Tate had raged on occasions, but he had been partying heavy. Tucker had kept himself in better shape and had been dealing with the situation as best he could. Craig Rolfe had been by Tucker's side throughout the mess. It was as much his problem as Tony's. At least that's what he told Tony. But in truth, it wasn't. But it was his way of keeping himself in the picture, especially as Tate had suddenly become the golden child and he'd started to feel a little bit vulnerable. Tate had told Tucker he would kill Steele if he didn't give up his Dutch contacts and make things right. Tucker was the level head on the firm. His presence gave the team the only slightest modicum of comfort. There was no point killing Steele at this juncture. The damage was done, and Tucker needed to make things right. Killing Mickey Steele would immediately put a line through any chance they had of getting things sorted sensibly. Neither Tate nor Tucker had any line on the Dutch end of Steele's operation, and without him they are unlikely to ever get anywhere fast looking for it. If they by some remarkable feat ever managed to get to Holland on their own and identified a supplier, or suppliers, as two products could mean two sources, then the weed supplier would simply say the gear they sold to Steele was good. Mickey must have double-crossed them. If he was dead, then not a lot of people could contradict the story. It wasn't rocket science, and the unanimous verdict of the team in the second-floor office in Atlanta Boulevard on Sunday, which had them all at their desks, was Steele was safe for the moment. No need to send in the cavalry, to spoil what could be a good source of intelligence. Though no one actually said it, there was a strong possibility of Tate doing something stupid and putting the man in hospital. But it was never mentioned, so the Monday meeting had them all set up for a live gig. They were hooked up live on all the mobile phones of the three visitors. It turned out to be Steele's mobile sat on the side and plugged into the charger, which picked up most of what was said. Tate growled at first, then he settled down. Steele sounded cool enough, although he probably didn't look it, but then the team only had the audio on the meeting. The suppliers of both products was the same firm, an old acquaintance he trusted. Mickey couldn't understand why the weed had been so shit, but it could be resolved no problem. More pills, no problem. But he would need more money. Steele would set it up. He would arrange a meet with the Dutchman, and they could all come and meet him. It was clear from the audio that Steele would try to dissuade Tate from meeting his Dutch contact. Mickey obviously wanted to protect his supplier, keep his own position in the play solid. The trouble now for Mickey is that he had lost the high ground. He was either with Pat Tate and his friends, or with the Dutch outfit and maybe in on the scam. Steele did his level best to calm Tate down and assure him he was on their side. The only way he was going to sell that one was to let the Essex firm come on the meet with a Dutchman. The dud gear had screwed him, and he knew it. Mickey said he would set up a meet as soon as possible. Would they be okay to go to Holland? Tate would go anywhere was the reply. No way out of it for Mickey. Mickey Steele said he would speak to his Dutchman and sort it ASAP. There was just no other way forward for him. Tate, Tucker and Rolf left Steele's home. He said he would be in touch very soon, and that there was no problem in order to get more pills, but they would need to pay up more money. Tate immediately growled at the suggestions. Tucker said, "Mickey, I'm a businessman. Things happen, but we can work through this." Okay, our 3 Essex boys are on their way. No one has stayed behind. Got all the mobiles on the move together, and Steele is stationary at home. Bartholomew was watching the tracking system overlaid on the map of the area on his larger-than-average computer screen. He was the only one who wasn't wearing a set of headphones in the office. The mobile phones let the networks know where they were, and with the extra tweak from the world best spy masters, the branch men were able to watch the movement of any mobile device they wanted around the streets of Britain. It was Pac-Man for grown-ups, watching a bunch of devices do their lefts and rights around the electronic displayed road maps. Well, that's a relief, gentlemen. I bet Mr. Steele was glad to get through it unscathed. Okay, so we need to try and stay on Steele and get a lead on a Dutchman he's working with. D.I. Ellis leant back in his chair with a look of genuine relief. It was one thing having all the technology and listening into the regular daily lives of the county's criminal underworld and not running around to the local Nick every 5 minutes asking for the regular boys in blue to pick up and charge one or all of the scumbags, but listening in on someone getting murdered, or as good as, when they knew there was a possibility it might happen, and then letting it happen, well, that went too far for the whole office. They all knew it individually, Bill reckoned, even if it was not said collectively. Ultimately, they were law enforcement officers and could not condone the murder of a likely lad and rogue like Steele, no matter how big the picture or long the game. D.I. Ellis had held his nerve, and rational thought had prevailed. Tate was unpredictable, but Tucker had the sensible head, and for now he was calling the shots. D.S. Handley's analysis of the firm was pretty spot on. D.I. Ellis had to agree. Handley was right. Tate was unpredictable, and could become a real problem if Tucker lost control of him. Tate wasn't so unlike some of the other characters on their watch, and highly likely to go overboard and seriously hurt someone for the merest of slights. As had the maniac over in Raynham a few times, nicknamed Paul by the team. The biggest problem with Paul was that when he was on one of his benders, for no apparent reason, he would just lose the plot, get something in his head, and do serious harm to a random person, who for whatever meaningless reason had pissed him off. The team had heard a few incidents historically on the tapes, and they sounded gratuitous and definitely unprovoked. Listening to it after the event, there was nothing they could do to prevent it. The local boys, along with the ambulance and medics, dealt with it as best they could. Always long before the old Bill ever got anywhere with it. The victim would be aware of the menace of Paul and his pals, and no statement would be forthcoming, and the injuries would heal in time. So the old Bill never got anywhere with the prosecutions. The team consoled themselves in the fact they had no idea it was going to happen, and material they had was only audio. Yes, they had technology, which could place the offender at the scene, if he tried to argue he wasn't, but it was never going to get that far. So there really wasn't anything that they could do on those instances. Just build their intelligence data, and one day, he would get picked up, and something worthwhile would stick. Then he would lose it all and get to grow old in a cell. This was the best consolation they had for the impotence on the random unplanted events of gratuitous violence by any character on their watch. However, knowing Tate was visiting somebody who he could easily convince himself had made a complete fool out of him in front of his new friends and into the bargain had robbed them of a large sum of money was another matter. If they thought life was in danger, they had to act. They had to pass on sufficient intelligence to the local boys and have intervention if life was at risk. It would have saved Steele had they done so on that Sunday. Tate might have a few problems for a short while. Tucker and Rolfe would soon walk as soon as the lawyer showed. It wouldn't put an end to the Essex boys, and Steele might change town. In effect, it would achieve bugger all in the long game the team were playing. So they had run what they all agreed was a small risk for a bigger picture. Steele may have had something to say about it, but he wasn't being asked. It all turned out okay, and Steele was still in business with the Essex boys, by the sounds of things. The phone call to the Dutchman was missed by the branch surveillance teams. Steele was still using his old modus operandi, beating the technology. The only option was old-school surveillance, bodies on the ground. Tom and Craig was always an option, or make a request up the chain for local assistance. D.I. Ellis never had time for either. Steele called Tate the next morning from his own mobile, to a burner phone number Tate had assigned to him by the team. Not his contracted mobile, but definitely his phone in their eyes. Steele asked Pat to pick him up at midday, which Tate and Rolfe did. Tucker was busy, was all that Tate had to say when he arrived without the boss. Steele made no comment either way on the matter. DS Bill Handley's take on it was that Tucker was sitting back to see what he got offered as a solution. It meant Tate would have to bring back any offer of compensation to him, and he would have time to consider, rather than be at the table where he might have to make a decision on the spot. Tony Tucker was no fool, and this was Tate's problem to solve. He also had no idea who the Dutchman was or what problems he might bring with him either. Bill had Tom and Craig working with him live that Tuesday. The rest of the branch team were just business as usual on their own targets. The destination for the meeting was given to Rolfe as Heathrow Airport by Steele. Tate mumbled he never had his passport and wasn't going anywhere. Steele reassured him the Dutchman was coming to them and would meet them in the airport at Terminal 4. What Bill and the two DCs couldn't know with only audio. Pat Tate pulled out a large 9mm pistol and stuck it in the glove box where a small snub-nosed revolver already resided. Probably Rolfe's toy, Steele guessed, but said nothing. Mickey himself was unarmed and wasn't expecting a problem on the meet. No one said a word about the guns, so the branch men remained unaware of their existence. Tate ranted on a bit about what he would and wouldn't do to the Dutchman if things didn't get put right immediately. Rolfe remained quiet, nothing to add to the ravings of Tate. It sounded like everyone in the car had a bad cold, from what the team could hear via audio transmissions from the best placed phone in the car. If they'd had video, or eyes on, they'd have seen Tate shoving a dorky into a plastic bag of white powder and scooping out little piles of the stuff, which Tate and Rolfe periodically snorted, followed by several more large nasal inhales to get as much into their skulls as was humanly possible from the key scoops. Steele declined, probably wondering what the hell was going to happen on the meet. The Dutchman was an old friend he'd worked with before. He'd never had a problem like this in the past, he told the car's occupants. Mickey hadn't gone into detail on the telephone when he'd asked the Dutchman to come, even though it was a public phone box and miles from his home. All he'd said was that it was urgent they meet. The Dutchman told Mickey to call him back in 30 minutes. When Mickey called back, he had been told T4 at 2:30. It was enough for a bright man to know where to be. Gatwick had north and south, Heathrow numbers 1 to 4. It suited Steele. Even an idiot like Tate would behave in an international airport terminal. The old Bill were in a constant state of readiness and armed to the teeth at the place. The coffee shop they all mutually agreed to meet at was in the middle of the arrivals hall and full of people. Not the best place for Pat Tate, who was starting to look uncomfortable in his coked up state. Rolfe was handling it a lot better, but Pat still did his best to look menacing, which came easily. The conversation was easy enough to follow if you were at the table, but with the background noise of the busy airport terminal, the team struggled to get everything heard. The usual greetings and salutations over, the meeting got to the business in hand, and why the request for the urgent meeting? The pills were great, they needed more. The weed was bad, lots of problems, and they were owed compensation. That was the long and short of the exchange. Things were staying peaceful for the present by the sound of things. What they couldn't see was another matter, and they hoped Pat held it together. From what they could hear, the Dutchman sounded smooth and unconcerned. One of the biggest problems the special branch teams always had was never really knowing exactly what regular law enforcement was up to on a day-to-day basis. Or even more unpredictable, the taxmen turned FBI wannabes who now called themselves Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs. Pat Tate was a known criminal, as was Craig Rolfe and Mickey Steele. They were meeting an unknown Dutchman at London's main international airport. HMRC liked to think of the ports as their patch, and the Dutchman was a complete unknown to the team. He may well be on others' radars and attract attention with his arrival in the UK. Right now, other elements of the UK's law enforcement might be looking at the meeting or the activities of any particular one of those four men at the table, or even as perhaps part of an ongoing investigation. The arrival of the Dutchman might trigger some new investigation. The branch operation was one conducted in the shadows with a long game strategy. The other outfits had their own agendas, their own personalities, and could march in at any moment and put an end to something before it even started. It happened before, and would continue to happen to the teams in the shadows. It was par for the course, and something they had to live with. Yes, they would usually get the heads up on the bigger, longer-running operations of the other elements in play. Someone further up the food chain in their organisation obviously had a handle on the bigger stuff the local boys in blue were into. They also had the ability to listen in to what the other outfits were doing, and did so without hesitation, if they felt it necessary in the game they played. If another investigation was underway, and someone moved on any one of the players on their watch, then so be it. There was little they could do to stop it. Just sit back and watch. Frustrating and occasionally funny. The branch work was generally a one-way street, and the teams accepted that. If they built something and worked out an opportune moment for the regular law enforcers to make a move, then all their good work would benefit others' careers. They knew it was all a thankless task. They were the watchers on the wall, working in the shadows, and without recognition. Someone higher up the food chain than D.I. Ellis had the roots in for the information feed to others. The seeds were planted, the operations were planned and executed based on the information they analysed and at the exact moment to achieve the desired results. Whether that timing was selective in who was caught and who slit the net was in the hands of the others above them as well, and they all knew it. Having worked in the shadows long enough, they usually understood and agreed with the strategies and purpose. The airport meeting ended peacefully. The Dutchman left for his return flight. He might have known that the weed was rubbish. He had made no plans to leave the airport, so knew he was not at risk that day. The branch team got the rundown on the meeting, the important stuff they'd missed. As Tate insisted on going over things again and again in the car, to the point even Rolfe sounded like he was getting bored. The pills were the Dutchman's own product, and they could have more next week. Tate kept saying they should have them for this coming weekend. Steele said next week had been agreed. Tate kept on pushing. It appeared the Dutchman would give them twice the amount they had before. Half on bail as a sign of good faith, half to be paid for on collection. 30 grand would have to be scraped up from somewhere. Steele pointed out the stuff on bail was half the value of the dodgy bit of weed, and the weed had to be worth something. It couldn't all be that bad. Tate wasn't interested. He was growling again. The weed had been brought in from another Dutch outfit, specifically for them by Mickey's Dutchman, and he wasn't going to go back to the supplier to sort things for them, but would need the product back for them to return it. It had been a point fairly put, even Rolfe had agreed to it at the table. Tate was ranting. They would be the only idiots smuggling weed from Suffolk to Holland, and what a load of bollocks it all was, and that he should have just done the Dutch prick in at the airport. Even Bill had to laugh at that one. The Essex boys, as they were now being called in the office, were about to start exporting weed to Holland from Suffolk, and must therefore be eligible for a Duke of Edinburgh award for something. No one knew quite what. Steele was complaining that he'd only had about half the weed back. Tate told him that was enough, and he'd have to sort it with his Dutchman. The duff gear had gone out over the course of a week, and of course the stupid kids had tried to smoke it. They'd smoke horse shit if that's all they had on the night, but no one was paying, and everyone knew it was shit weed. Steele and his Dutchman had made them look like mugs. They were lucky they were getting off this lightly. In truth, neither Steele nor anyone in the branch team believed it was going to be that simple for Mickey with Tate. Pat Tate had now got a hook into Steele, and he would soon try to get into the Dutchman directly. The drive back around the London orbital consisted of Tate sniffing and going hot and cold on Steele. with Rolf trying to keep everything sensible while he drove. Steele got out at his home and the pair drove off. Mickey was probably relieved to be rid of the lunatic for at least that night. Bill decided to call it a night in the office. They would pick it up again tomorrow. Bill and the team had missed the 4 o'clock afternoon get-together in the office that day, but were told that nothing much happened, apart from the intel on Clive. He was told Tucker hadn't paid the interest for the first month of his loan, but Bill already knew that from his own intel on Tucker. There was nothing to report on what Clive had planned. On his general form he would be firm and polite in the early stages, so nothing to trouble Bill's watch just yet. Tate went around to see Steele on the Friday morning at the end of the week. It was a short visit and no one knew what was said. They must have talked outside, maybe in the garden or driveway. Steele's phone got nothing, and Tate must have left his in the car. Tucker had called in some of his closest foot soldiers on the Wednesday morning before, and just after the Heathrow meeting was discussed with Pat and Craig. Tony told them all to collect in as much cash as they could from what was owed, and to lean on anyone who was poncing about. Monday the following week for the branch team, and the weekend had been business as usual for the Essex boys on Bill's watch. After going through the audio and location intelligence collected by the tech boys at GCHQ over the weekend. Bill listened to a call that Tucker had received from a phone box in the Loughton area. The voice was quiet and unassuming, but unmistakable if you had listened to as many recordings of the voice as the branch team had. It wasn't menacing in its sound or content, yet it was menacing to all who heard it, as they all knew whom it belonged to. It had a politeness which belayed the wicked in the man. "Hello, mate, you got a problem?" It was neither a question nor a statement. It was whatever you didn't want it to be. Tony Tucker had paused for just too long. "No, mate. I'll get in touch with him and get it sorted." He didn't put a sorry in. It would have sounded weak. It made no difference to the caller. He didn't care either way. He had done his bit, and Tony had committed to do something for the second time now. What Tucker did next was call Tate. He's been on the phone. We need to sort that bit for them old wankers. Fuck him. They can wait. If he comes down here, they can come and see me. You won't fucking see him coming, Pat. Fuck him. We get this cunt in Holland sorted and we won't need their fucking money. And then when the time comes, perhaps we should make some general changes to the management in Essex. Tony had ended the call. He would see Pat later that evening. Bill could only imagine Tucker's predicament. He was also none the wiser from the weekend's intel to if any progression was being made towards the next shipment. Nothing had been mentioned specifically so far. Tate had ranted about the lack of action, but that told him nothing he needed to know. Meanwhile, Tucker had his eyes set firmly on a nice comfortable profit, making maximum revenue from a profitable drugs business in the clubs he controlled in Essex, and not having to have a run-in with the region's Dark Destroyer. And now, here in his own backyard, he had partnered himself up with a man who was steadily becoming more and more of a liability. Yes, Pat had good ideas and he had brought Mickey and the Dutchman to the table. Yes, the pills were the best they'd ever had. If they could get the next parcel in, then he'd give the old boys back the 100 grand as soon as he could. But he hadn't liked the call from Loughton. It unsettled him more than he cared to admit. A chill went through him when he thought about the caller. What Tony Tucker needed was just a bit longer. No bad luck, and it would all be all right. He was getting closer and closer to the good life. Maybe, if they made enough money, he would move himself out to Marbella. He liked it out there. Craig could handle things back here, and hopefully Pat would settle down a bit, maybe lay off the gear. He was hitting it too hard, and it was making him very unpredictable. Just no bad luck. That's all Tony needed. He told himself over and over. He didn't even need good luck. It should all work out for him fine, if he didn't have any bad luck. Tony had scraped together the 30 grand, and Pat dropped it round to Mickey on the Friday. They should have the pills for the next weekend, and he'd get the monkey off his back before he got too comfortable there. He'd get the 10 grand to the old wankers 2 weeks late. He'd pay a fine. They'd be happy with that. And as soon as he could, he'd clear the bill. Tony didn't like that phone call on Sunday. Something unnatural about that man. Pat was no match for him. I mean, maybe in a straightener, Pat was a bear of a man and had the heart of a lion in a fight, but he wouldn't see it coming. Tony understood that, even if Pat didn't. Bill was working at the regular pace now with the 2 detective constables. Maintaining real time was tiring, and it was easy to miss the bigger picture. Tuesday and Wednesday were regular days. The afternoon sessions were productive in their own way. Some of the other players in the surrounding areas were talking about the Basildon crew, who had some good pills on the way, and there was the usual interest. It was drugs business as normal for Essex and the rest of the green and pleasant land. Bill was working hard on his intel, trying to get a handle on when Steele would be going to Holland. The man appeared to lead a fairly quiet personal life, and as far as Bill could work out, he was waiting on the go-ahead from the Dutchman. Or that's what he had told Pat in a short phone call that Pat had made to him on the Saturday. Mickey had cut Pat short on the phone and said, "I told you they'll be in touch as soon as. Patience is a virtue, Pat." And with that, he'd hung up on Tate, who had then ranted to no one in particular. He was going to kill the man, and soon. Thursday afternoon, and Bill had nothing on Steele's imminent departure for Holland, or so he thought. He was just finishing up on a couple of the foot soldiers' phone traffic, all from the day before, and getting ready for the afternoon roundtable session on the Essex's crime activities when he found it. The pills were home. They were in the UK. The guys were moving them around and there was nothing on Steele. He hadn't given them anything to work with. Had he managed to go to Holland and come back with the pills without the branch team knowing a thing? Bill brought it up as a major concern at the meeting. Steele was giving them nothing to work with, and he was flying well under their radar. After several reruns through what he had on Pat Tate for the week, Bill and Tony Furman found it. A call from a public phone box to Tate telling him the little fellas were home and when did he want to come round and get them. It had been made to Tate's burner phone on Monday afternoon from a phone box at the Marks Tate services on the A12 between Chelmsford and Colchester. The voice could be Steele's. Tate had replied, "The lads will be over there in the morning." Tate had then arranged for 2 foot soldiers to come and see him that evening. The meeting hadn't flagged up as anything significant, and there was no audio on what had transpired. Whatever had gone on, the pills were now moving around the supply network and would be in the clubs for the weekend. The parcel was twice the size as before and would keep Middle Essex buzzing for a couple of weeks at least. Spendlove arrived mid-morning at Atlanta Boulevard on the Friday, and he had DCI Edwards in tow. "Okay, Bill, I had the port check this morning. It appears our Mickey, well, the boat he's involved with, went out on Sunday. It came back in sometime on Monday. Plenty of time for him to have gotten over there and loaded himself up from his Dutchman. Looking at the timings on the call to Mr. Tate to advise him of the arrival of the little fellas, well, let's just say I believe it's a certainty that that's what he's done." DCI Edwards opened the meeting. "The stuff's here all right, and from what I had this morning, Tucker and Tate have been invited to Amsterdam to meet with a Dutchman. Looks like they're all going on Monday, Steele as well." Bill had been focusing hard on Tony and Pat all morning. "Okay, this importation setup of Steele's, it needs to be checked. Problem is, we are missing him on our normal method of observation. So we're going to initiate a regular procedure involving the Essex and Suffolk police forces on a combined operation. It's not a big port, so there is no reason to involve the glory boys at customs, who are at best unpredictable." There were noticeable groans in the room as Superintendent Spendlove broke the news. I know, we never get to be at the sharp end, but you all know this is about results and not who gets the collar. Now the DCI will run through what we hope to achieve and what we are looking for from the operation, because if this plays out how we want it, then it will push your Essex boys, who we are now most interested in, to get more involved with the importation side, not less. Hopefully, then we will be able to wrap them up as a neat little parcel for our friends at Essex Police. Again, there was another audible groan, but it was much lighter-hearted. Now, we have initiated sufficient intelligence to convince Essex and Suffolk Police that Mickey Steele and persons unknown are about to ship out to Holland and return with a quantity of drugs on board. Now, this team will more than likely do things the old-fashioned way and have eyes of surveillance on Mickey Steele and his boat. Let's hope they don't blow it. This will ultimately lead to a nice reception party, all waiting for him when he returns with the next batch of product for his pals here in Essex. Now, we are not involving the Dutch police in this, so in effect what will happen is Mr. Steele will be removed from the equation. The seizure and his arrest will take place at the first available opportunity, so hopefully the next run, which I assume will be in around a week or so, gentlemen. DCI Edwards looked around the room. Bill and the other team members nodded in agreement. It was what they would expect. It had worked for Steele twice already, and it wouldn't be long before the hungry customers in Essex needed more good time gear. It should be an easy result for the regular boys and make them look good in the war on drugs. Steele and whoever went with him would be looking at a decent holiday with Her Majesty's Prison Service. Now, the removal of Steele, who is not really a team player on Tucker's firm, will have no effect on this little Essex Outfits operation. Save as to the removal of their delivery system, this is a problem they will soon seek to overcome. Although it will take them some time, I expect. As we know, they will have a relationship with the Dutchman before the end of the week, and I am sure they will attempt to solve the problem of losing their Mr. Steele collectively. This removal of Steele will achieve two things for us. Initially, there will be a reasonable financial loss for Tucker and his organisation. As we know, they are in debt to you-know-who, or at least he has guaranteed the loan. This in turn will destabilise Tucker and cause him problems. He may well find the money somewhere, but as we know, pressure and desperation make people do things they wouldn't normally. Maybe take bigger risks to get the drugs in. So he may get Tate, Tucker, Rolf, or all three on something nice, which will stick and remove them from the streets for many years. Now, Clive may act, in which case we will see how that plays out. Tate will be his first target is my guess. He will think it through and come to the same logical conclusion as us. Tate is the nuisance and the wild card. Even Tucker must question what he's done to deserve him sometimes. With Tate gone, Clive will have been seen to act, and eventually Tucker will find the money. He won't want to be the next man in the ground. Now, if this were to happen, we may well get Clive on a murder charge, and that would do us just fine, although we aren't ready to remove him from the equation just yet. But for this, we would. So although getting Mickey Steele might seem a paltry affair, it may well be an interesting catalyst and cause for much more beneficial results. I do like the strategy. Any comments? What's the second thing, Gov? Bill had counted only one possible and rather convoluted achievement, although a very large one, from the arrest of Steele. The second thing, Bill, is we will slow the supply of narcotics onto the streets of Britain, if only for a moment. Let's not forget, any reduction in drugs on the street, no matter how small, is still something. Bill nodded. It was easy to forget that one, especially when you are caught up in all the politics of trying to manage the dealings of the violent, ruthless criminals who appeared to run the drugs business in Britain. Police officer Paul Green had done his stint in uniform. He had wrangled himself into plain clothes and had taken the sergeant's exam. Bill was long gone from Romford and had been replaced by another sergeant, so there was no space there for the newly promoted sergeant, Porky Paul Green. Porky wasn't too bothered. He'd moved to a new build semi in Leindon Hills, so the transfer to Essex Police and posting to Basildon suited him just fine. He was still up to his old tricks and fell in with the similar-minded young coppers in the station. He still kept in touch with his old crew. Paul was living on the edge of his means. The credit cards and bank just tolerated him. Somehow, he found enough to stay above water each month. He'd married an Essex girl, she had had a little un, and he carried on his life as it suited him. She was knee-deep in nappies. Porky was free to come and go as he pleased. And he did. He still enjoyed a night in the clubs along with his old cronies. They still got the VIP wherever they went. Tony was a good friend to have, and he'd always marked Tony's card wherever he could. Nothing wrong in looking out for a mate. Tony was a decent bloke. He kept the doors trouble-free. And what was wrong with serving up a bit of gear? Everyone did it, and there was no harm in it. If you got addicted, then you were a mug, just like the alcoholics out there. You have a choice, and if you're weak, it ain't the drug's fault, just like it ain't the booze's fault. There was no difference between a bit of gear and a bottle of vodka, really. Porky loved a pill, and there was nothing better than a good night out, and Tony always steered a few good birds his way. Tony had helped him out with a few quid as well when he'd bought the house. The 10 grand had come in very handy, and Tony had said no rush to get it back. It had been over a year since he had borrowed it, and Tony had never mentioned it again. Whenever the clubs got a mention down at the station, Porky always had his ears open. Tony always got the heads up, and the old Bill only ever got a few mugs when they were raided. The raids had all but dried up. Without any fights spilling out onto the streets, there was little or no reason for the old Bill to visit a place run by Tony's firm. Porky had fudged a couple of interviews with people who had ended up in hospital after a run-in with a friend of Tony's. The mugs had been out of line. They had deserved a kicking, and Porky had found it easy to see things Tony Tucker's way. Tony secretly hated the snivelling fat Ponce copper, but he never let it show. He kept Pat away from the sergeant these days, as Pat wasn't so good at hiding things anymore. He seemed to be getting worse. Pat Tate was either on it and shagging, or on it and growling about someone or something. Porky always asked how Pat was. Stupid kid thought Pat was his friend. Tony was beginning to wonder more and more about what was going on in Pat's head these days. The Monday morning for the visit to Holland came around. Craig drove the 4 men along the coast road through France and Belgium. Rolf called it the coast road. He had checked the route on the map over the weekend. It was hardly a coast road. It was just the main motorway route from Calais through Antwerp and on to Amsterdam. It vaguely followed the coastline an inch away on the scaled map, so probably made it a coast road to Rolf. Tony had decided he didn't want them all to fly into Amsterdam, the drug capital of Europe. Far more stealthy to take the ferry to France and drive. No border controls, so no one would know they were ever there. The Essex and Suffolk police were getting the intelligence about Steele's operation on the same day. By Tuesday or Wednesday, Steele should be under blanket surveillance, but for now, he wasn't on any regular radar. Tony was pleased with his professional approach to the trip, and even Tate had to agree, although he'd expected to have a few days in Amsterdam to take in some of the local pleasures. This, however, was business. The last thing Tony wanted was Pat out enjoying himself in the place and making their presence known, which was Pat's way when he got fired up. The branch team in Romford unfortunately wouldn't get anything of what was going on at the meeting. The technology wasn't quite there for them yet. The Dutch might, if they wanted to, or knew about it, but would any of it mean anything to the Dutch, even if they were aware? The branch team spent the day focusing on what they could. They would just have to wait for their targets to return to the UK mobile phone coverage zone. The meeting was in the coffee shop of the Holiday Inn Crown Plaza in the centre of the town, not far from the central railway station. It only served coffee, unlike the independent coffee shops on the streets of the cannabis capital of the world. The Dutchman hadn't the best news for them, and he wasn't best pleased the other half of the payment for the last shipment wasn't with them. Things started frostily. It was only Mickey Steele's diplomacy which kept them at the table for the first 5 minutes. Pat was just about behaving. It was Tony who was cutting up rough this time. What about this dud gear? It's a fucking month and we've had nothing back. Do you know how much of a cunt that made me look? Tony was keeping it just low enough not to attract attention, but the venom was in his voice. Pat was looking every bit the enforcer and not saying a word. Look, I have returned what Mickey brought back last weekend to the supplier. They say they will replace that when Mickey comes next time, and no more. Look, these guys are young and they're disrespectful. You are not, I should say, we are not the only people they fucked. I'm in this with you. You're in this with us? Well then what the fuck are you going to do about it? Well look, if you want to go down that route, I've got an idea. If you want to do something about it, I mean, you know, these people don't make good business decisions. I can show you their operation. And I don't think it's long, if I'm honest, before someone pays them a visit, so why not us? They won't know who it is, as they've made lots of enemies. We can take what we find, and I'm sure we'll find enough in their warehouse to make us all happy. So what you're saying is, you want us to come over here and rob these cunts, to fill up our hole? Yes, Tony, that's exactly what I'm saying. And tell me when and how. Well, next week or sooner, whenever you're ready. I think the maximum 4 guys is all you need. I mean, they're not clever. If you hit them hard and fast, they will fall on the ground and cry like babies. Yeah, you think? And how do we know we're not going to be walking in some fucking Russian mob's warehouse and they're all tooled up with Kalashnikovs? Mickey, how long have we known each other? These are Dutch kids. They're making too much money too fast and they're no one. I am trusting that we split what we get 3 ways. 1/3 for me, 2/3 for you, Tony and Mickey. Holland prices? But of course, Tone. Right. We better take a look at this fucking place then. What do we need? It was the first time Pat had spoken. He had gone from menacing to gleeful at the thought of robbery and violence. Look, there's no point. Look, just come when you're ready, Mickey. My son Paul will drive for you. And I'm not exactly going to invite my own son if I thought there was going to be any trouble. Why didn't you do it yourself then? A sensible question from Pat. Look, I'm not in this business. If I put a crew together for it, then eventually someone will talk, and then maybe these guys come for me one day when they grow up. This way, no one but I and my son know about it. You will take the stuff off to England, so no one on the street will hear anything. Okay, makes sense. And it did to Tony. He was sold. Now all they needed was the firepower to come back next week. The meeting ended. They would be back the following Monday, tooled and ready to operate. Tony was happy and he indicated to Pat Tate to pass over the neatly folded carrier bag he had inside his jacket. It contained the 30 grand balance owed on the last lot of pills. The drive back was all about planning. Mickey would go over on the Sunday in the boat. The guns would go with Mickey. No point risking having them in the car on the Channel crossing. That would be at best rather inconvenient if they got stopped with a boot full of weapons. An invasion of France on behalf of the Cornish fishermen just wouldn't cut it as an excuse. But it all had them in stitches. The plan was set and no longer being discussed by the time they were back on English soil and their phones had logged back into the networks. Bill and the team were waiting for them to come online. Collectively, the branch team soon agreed the mood in the car was good. Whatever had happened in Holland, things must have been resolved. Pat Tate wasn't threatening death and destruction to an entire nation of tulip growers, so something positive must have been achieved. It would take careful analysis by the listeners in the Atlanta Boulevard office over the remainder of the week to establish even close to what was planned for the following Monday. By the middle of the week, concerns were growing as to why Tony Tucker was buying 2 automatic machine guns. The branch team eventually established there was to be a road trip the following Monday to Holland. Tony Tucker and Pat Tate had seemed upbeat about the trip. It wasn't in keeping with putting a hit on the Dutchman. If anything, they seemed to both agree that the Dutchman was a long-term prospect for them both, in numerous discussions they had the first day following the trip. Steele, on the other hand, might not be. That was definitely in question. Tate was continually ranting about him for one thing or another nowadays. The additional firepower wasn't likely to be for Steele. He wasn't known for holding a small armoury or housing a team of Special Forces guards. If Tate wanted Mickey dead, he had enough small arms to hand to achieve the objective. The guns definitely had something to do with Holland. The branch team had a dilemma. They didn't know what was planned. Bill could only report what he heard and what he suspected from his own analysis of the data available to him. Bill was wondering what people further up the food chain would make of a possible armed expedition to continental Europe by Tucker and his crew. Bill would make sure the reports he sent up the food chain clearly stated that he considered it a real possibility. If the powers that be were prepared to let it go ahead, then so be it. Sergeant Bill Hanley would make it clear that he considered it a serious option for the Essex boys. Bill could barely imagine the ramifications if someone ever made public that they knew about it, if the British intelligence services knew and allowed armed criminals to take weapons to Europe with the intent to do harm to citizens of that country. Wednesday evening came around and it was business as usual in Raquel's, but Tony Tucker wasn't there. He was having a quiet drink in the sleepy little town of Horndon on the Hill. The Bell Public House in Horndon had an excellent restaurant attached to it. Tony was going to get something to eat a little later. He had been planning to have dinner with his wife at 8, but had put it back to 9 p.m. The man coming to meet him wasn't someone he wanted to have dinner with. He hadn't wanted to cancel his dinner arrangements with her indoors, so he combined the two. The wife was at the table in the restaurant and already looking impatient. Tony Tucker was waiting in the bar for the arrival of the man who had called him an hour earlier. He had no idea what old bollocks the guy was going to tell him, but he always pretended to be interested. He always played up to the ego of the fat wanker, whom he secretly despised. Most of what Porky the copper told him was codswallop to ingratiate himself and collect a couple of free wraps of coke. Porky Green was now a sergeant in CID at Basildon, and the slimy kid would probably climb a good deal further up the ladder. So Tony humoured him and suffered his company. Tony had to accept on reflection that Porky had also come up with the goods on a few occasions. Every time one of his clubs was about to get a spin by his colleagues in blue, Tony had good notice. Porky usually bumped into Tony at the club, or marked Craig Rolfe's card if Tony wasn't about. That afternoon, he had called Tony and said it was important. At that very moment, a slightly sweaty and rather overweight Porky opened the door to the quiet little bar of the Bell Public House. He clocked Tony straight away, and after his usual glance around the almost empty bar, he strolled straight up. He plonked his lardy ass down on the empty bar stool beside Tony. Tony smiled his best smile, and palmed a couple of wraps into Porky's clammy paws as they shook hands. Paul Green's sweaty paw was ready to receive. He knew the drill. Tony assumed the urgency of the meeting was Porky's desire for the cocaine, but he'd let it go. "So, Sergeant, what brings you out here to the sticks? Something I should know about?" "You know I appreciate your friendship, it means a lot to me. If there's ever anything that I can do for you, please just ask." Tony buttered up the fool. "The reason I wanted to see you, mate, is we've been put on this new bit of work." Porky was trying to make his job sound like it was some sort of credible thing. Tony suppressed the urge to laugh at the thought and leaned in all conspiratorially. "Yeah, what's that then, Paul?" "Some fella who's supposedly bringing in pills from Holland. We are on him 24/7 as of yesterday morning." Tony's ears had just pricked up a fraction. His attention level had gone from DEFCON 1 to at least 3 in a heartbeat, but he didn't give anything away. "How could that affect me, Paul? Has my name come up?" It was casual and off the cuff sounding. "No, mate, I was just marking your card, you know, in case anyone you know was parting with any greenbacks for pills on the way here from Holland. You know, the latest pills you got are really good, and I just wanted to let you know in case he's your source." "So how do you lot come to this conclusion about his character having any link to me?" Tony inquired casually. Tony knew Porky was an absolute slag, and he should really give it to him, but he played to the fat wanker's ego. The slimeball would probably end up being superintendent one day, and Tony wanted to retire easy. The good life. "I don't think so. There's no mention in the briefing about who he's serving or where it's going. I don't think we're going to get the collar, to be honest. He lives in Essex, but Suffolk Old Bill running this one. He said he's using a small fishing boat and operates out of some place up there. Guy's called Mickey Steele." "Yeah, I've heard of him. Pat knows him. So what's the deal then? And how does your lot know he's your man? You know, for the pills out there at the minute." Tony's world was suddenly falling apart. He kept it together and played the unconcerned but mildly interested friend. "Well, sounds like someone's got a grasp on their books, but it's supposed to be definite, you know, solid information. But we're just keeping an eye on him for the time being. We hand him over to Suffolk when we see him heading their way. Apparently he goes out fishing, nips over to Holland and comes back with a parcel. Well, why ain't the Dutch Old Bill nicking him and getting the supplier over there? Wouldn't that make more sense?" Tony knew the British Old Bill would want the collar, but needed to ask if the Dutch Old Bill were involved. It was the only question he could come up with his head going into turmoil. "As far as I know, there's no mention of anything from Holland at all. If we were coordinating with them, I probably would have heard something. You got friends in Holland, mate?" "Fucking grasses, I hate them worse than fucking cancer. Still, if you're into drug importing, I suppose you take your chances. Big money, I hear, but big risks. Might have a look at it myself one day. I could do it making a few quid, especially with the way her indoors knocks it out." Tony made fun of the last comment. He'd let the Dutch question slide unanswered for Porky. "Look, well, if you do, Tone, I'll look the other way. As long as you promise to only bring in the best Peruvian flake, and I'll get lots of free samples. Seriously, mate, I can't stand grasses either. I know we get a lot from them, but they ain't no good. You know the scumbags would throw their mum under the bus to save their own skins." Tony smiled and laughed with Porky, but inside he was in turmoil, and to add to it, the neck on this fat wanker. Porky was a grass in his own way. He was blowing his work colleagues out of the water for a few grams, and just to get his head up Tony's arse and some free cocaine. The bent copper was no better than any grass, a foot in both camps, and his mother wouldn't stand a chance with a bus. Tony thanked Porky for the courtesy. "Paul, I appreciate you looking out for me. Anything you hear is always of interest to me. Just so nice to know who's doing what in the county. You never know who might try muscling on the clubs. Right, I've got her indoors waiting through there. She's hard work if you try and separate her from her grub." Tony lightened the conversation and made a polite excuse to get rid of Porky. He needed to think. What the fuck was happening? He really didn't need this right now, not fucking now. Talk about bad luck. Grasses, he fucking hated them. Some scumbag who had been pulled in with a bit of gear and couldn't face the consequences had obviously then sold out Mickey. But who knew? He had to think. Christ, it could have come from anywhere. Tony wandered into the restaurant. He let her indoors order for him. He had to make a call. No, he didn't. He needs to think first. There's got to be a way round this. He had to think of number one first. Fuck Mickey. Bollocks. Needed this one home. It sorted everything. Well, not everything, but it was important. The phone call from the bar scene Canning Town flashed through his mind. He needed this home. He needed it home. He could put up the interest on the loan if he had to for 4 more months. But if the next parcel got lost, then he'd owe the Dutchman. And where would he get the £100 from? The bloody shit gear from Mickey and the Dutchman. How heavy was the Dutchman? He wasn't canning town. Tony was spoiling his night and just picked at his food. As his mind went through the endless scenarios, he was so close and yet so far. He needed this like a hole in the head. What next? He asked himself. The next morning, after an hour with Pat and Craig, they were still all over the place mentally. Pat wanted to kill Mickey, although even he was struggling to find a reason how it would solve the problem. It appeared all to be Mickey's fault in Pat's head. They called in a couple of the top boys on their firm to let them know they had a problem with the supply. And there had to be a grass on the firm somewhere. Paranoia was taking hold of the group. There was nothing for it. They needed to talk to Mickey. Pat called him on one of his disposable phones and said they'd pop over about 10 that night. It was late to go to a man's home, but Mickey didn't object. Why should he? The reason for the late visit was Craig's idea. If Mickey was under observation, then they would get some numbnut to drive them there. They'd all wear hats and glasses and slip into the house in the dark and not get recognised. It was a crap plan, but it would probably work. The day was a gloomy one in the firm's camp, and Pat got it into his head to go and find some little scumbag dealer who owed and was a couple of weeks late. They found the Waste of Space kid later in the afternoon. It wasn't going to be a good day for the kid, and Pat was looking to hurt anyone. For once, Tony and Craig were happy to let him run free. Pat just pushed too far. He was like the kid who pulled the legs off insects at school, then used a magnifying glass and the sun's rays to create an agonising slow death. Pointless, mindless, and achieves nothing good. They were all laughing. It was a sick and twisted, nervous, adrenaline and drug-fuelled surreal moment. They drove away from the lane in which they had carelessly slung the limp body. No one bothered to look back. All they had running through their minds was rage. How close they all were to lots of easy cash, and how it all hung in the balance. The kid had just been a distraction. The numbnut, who got volunteered to drive to Mickey's, picked them up in a client's car and was a local mechanic who did a bit of work for Tony. The last thing he needed was two hyped-up lunatics wearing stupid glasses and even more ridiculous-looking baseball caps in his motor that night. Craig wasn't needed, so he dropped out to the visit to Mickey's home. The driver kept his mouth shut and drove where he was told. He knew the unpredictability of Pat Tate and just wanted to get home in one piece. It was dark, and they didn't see any signs of the watchers at Mickey's house when they pulled into his drive. The pair, both looking about as inconspicuous as a pair of suckling pigs at a bar mitzvah, told the driver to wait in the car and got out. The dark sunglasses in the dark were ridiculous, and Tony had to lift them up to look for the step, so he didn't repeat what Pat had just done, trip and almost dive headfirst at the door. Mickey already had the door open as Pat raised his hand to knock on it. Mickey looked confused at the outfits. Both had donned dark shell suits and looked ridiculous. The report in some poor copper's notebook sitting out in the dark and cold was equally confusing as to the identity of the rappers. The pair followed Mickey into the kitchen, where he turned on the light and Tony quickly pulled down the blind. The disguises, boys. I assume that's what they are. Mickey was now laughing. He'd concluded they weren't here to do him any harm. It ain't fucking funny, Mickey. It's on you, mate. Old fucking Bill is all over you. We're fucked. Pat, what the fuck are you on about, mate? How can it be all over me? How can they be all over me? I ain't the one out here making all the noise. If it's on top, mate, it's on you. Who the fuck knows about my little operation? Only you guys. So if there's a problem, it's from your side. Sit down, Pat. Tony pulled himself out a kitchen chair and took a seat. Pat was wired from the day's events, and Tony didn't want him rolling around the floor with Mickey over escalating and pointless accusations. Tony had it from the horse's mouth what the problem was, and there was no point arguing over who was to blame. It was what it was. They needed a solution. Listen, Mickey, I have top Essex old Bill on my firm. The man came to see me last night. Suffolk old Bill and his mob at Essex are on you. As of Tuesday morning, maybe longer, but he doesn't think so. They know you bring the little fellas in and they're going to pull you on the next run. That you can take to the bank, mate. So we are fucked. Every fucking way. We can't hit the warehouse in Holland. We can't get no fucking gear home. We are royally screwed. Tony had overstated Porky's importance in the police force, but he never missed a chance to make himself sound stronger than he was at any opportunity. And how do they know this? About me, I mean. And how come it ain't on you? Mickey batted the problem straight back at Tony. Because it fucking ain't, mate. I run a tight ship and my guys are solid. Ain't no grasses got the bollocks to give me up. As Tony batted it back, Pat rolled his shoulders. Look, there ain't no fucking point sitting here arguing over whose fault it is. It's happened. We need to deal with it. Tony quickly pulled things back into the centre and took it all down a notch. He'd seen Pat go wonky once today, and that might still end up another fucking problem. Everyone paused for breath. Look, fellas, this ain't so bad. I can sort this. Yeah, now you're going to do that, Pat growled. Look, listen. If it's up me, then it's up me. You sure Dutch old Bill ain't in this? 100%. Tony wasn't, but he sounded like he was, and he might even convince himself if there was a solution to be had here. OK, well then it's sweet. I'll go out Sunday. I'll take the tools with me. Don't be fucking daft, Pat butted in. No, look, don't you see? If they're up me, then they're going to make sure that no one stops me going out. I could sail out with a fucking crown jewels, mate. They want me to go. They're not exactly going to stop me until I come back. They want me all relaxed like I don't think anyone gives a fuck about me going out to sea. Mate, they'd come down and jump-start the bloody engine if I had a flat battery, don't you see? Mickey was laughing now he had an idea. He's right, you know, Pat. They ain't going to show their faces on the way out. They'll be putting their hands together when he leaves. Tony was now interested in what Mickey had to say. Look, we do the number over there Monday as planned. Then I load up and leave. That's got to be sweet. If Dutch old Bill had the slightest, and they'd be pulling me that side looking to nick the local outfit as well. No, the Dutch mob ain't got a clue. Our lot are after the glory for themselves, so they won't be marking the Dutch old Bill's card either. Yeah, that's all great, but you're nicked when you come home and we lose the fucking parcel. Nah, no chance. Look, I've got a mate with a fast rib. He'll meet me at sea and I'll offload the gear out there. I'll come home with a load of Dutch porn on board. They can go and wank themselves to death. What the fuck is a fast rib? Pat growled. A semi-inflatable rib, Pat. It's what the lifeboat men use for inshore rescue. The Marines use them for storming up the beach. Look, don't worry about what it is. It'll do the job, and I have just the man for it. I'll sort this, and then the dud gear fiasco is forgotten. It's all evens after this comes home. Tony thought about it. He needed this one home. All evens, Mickey. The deal was closed, and there wasn't much more that Pat could say. Tony had closed it. In better spirits and optimistic for the following week, they went over the details of the robbery planned at the warehouse. They confirmed the firepower and Pat promised they wouldn't be leaving any dead bodies in Holland, unless it turned into a firefight. Mickey was adamant that the kids in the warehouse wouldn't be tooled up. His Dutchman wouldn't be sending his boy along if he thought they were. An hour later, the oddly dressed rappers were noted to leave the residence of Mr. Steele by a bored detective half asleep and freezing. Sergeant Bill Handley had gone straight to D.I. Ellis when he'd found the audio picked up on Tony Tucker's phone from the bar at the Bell Pub in Horndon-on-the-Hill. It was indistinct and most of the conversation was just static, yet there was enough on the recording after it had been cleaned up a bit by Tony Firmin for Bill to get Suffolk and Essex old Bill involved. It was the mention of the two counties which had caught his attention. It was only a couple of days after the briefing from the Super and DCI Edwards, so it was still fresh in his mind. Bill had trawled back to earlier in the day and found the incoming call asking for the meeting. The phone call he discovered was from an unregistered pay-as-you-go mobile. The number was unknown to the team. Bill had already lodged a request with DC Tony Firmin to find out where the phone slept at night. Bill knew he might have to wait a day or so for an accurate answer. So Bill, you think someone's marked Tucker's card about the operation on Steele? Is that what you're trying to say? Gov, it's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, it's what? No more than 24 hours after the operation got underway? Now how can someone be sat at the bar in the pub and be telling Tony his man's under observation and about to get his collar felt the next time he comes back from Holland with a parcel? Well, is that exactly what was said? Well, look, we can't be sure of everything. The audio isn't brilliant. But for sure Steele is mentioned, and so are Essex and Suffolk old Bill. Now you can't know that, and not know the rest. Bill pushed the point. He felt he was right in his assumptions. Well, no, I take your point. It's incredibly suspicious. I mean, it could be that Suffolk, or more likely Essex, has a problem. Have you got any idea yet who it might be? Well, no. The guy who called the meet on used a burner phone. Now, I've asked for all we can get on it, and the number's now on full record and tagged under Tucker. but I'm still waiting back for the results of the tests. Okay, good work, Bill. Not much more you can do, we just got to see how this one plays out. Old Bill may still get a result, or Tucker may wish to wash his hands with Steele. Either way, Tucker and his mob still face the same problems. And remember, Bill, I did tell you at the start of all this, you'd probably come across a few things that you'd find hard to deal with. Now, if Essex do have a rat in their force, then he'll get found out eventually. I mean, at this juncture, there's not really that much we can do. And it certainly wouldn't be the first time we've handed them something on a plate and they've managed to screw it up. Bill left the room with his head spinning. The DI was right. They'd have to let this one play itself out. Still, if Tony Tucker and crew dropped Mickey Steele out, at least it would be unlikely they'd be heading off to Holland armed to the teeth anytime soon. If Steele was under observation and they'd been planning to iron him out, then maybe they'd leave it. There was always an upside to a downside if you looked hard enough. Friday morning brought clarity for Bill and the two DCs. They reviewed and re-reviewed the tapes and put it all together. An hour before the afternoon session, and they had the overnight sleeping arrangements worked out for the mystery burner phone. Bill did a double take when he read the information about the home's occupants. It wasn't likely to be the woman, so it must be the one and only Detective Sergeant Paul Green, who was the rat in the camp at Essex Police. Bill made an immediate request for the man's file, but he was sure it was probably the flash kid from Romford. Paul Green was a common enough name, and he could have been doing him an injustice, but Bill just had a feeling about this one, and just knew it was him. The afternoon get-together took the regular line, usual protocol. Everyone else had their own business to discuss. Bill might have felt his focus had shifted in the last month. He was now being kept very busy with the rise of the Essex boys along the South End arterial corridor. However, Essex and East London had plenty of other action going on, and in truth the team barely scratched the surface no matter how hard they worked. They did all they could to keep up with the serious players and produce reasonable intelligence for the long game that Special Branch were playing. A number of smaller, sideline offenders, who popped onto the scene as they came on the radars of the key players, were recommended for feed into the local CID. Occasionally, they would get a chance to pat themselves on the back, when chatter amongst the big players alluded to who had been nicked that week, and was there any risk to them and their ongoing operations. Another second-hand car dealer and a couple of his cronies had just been caught in possession of several kilos of cocaine in the Romford area. It was a direct result of intelligence passed on by the team. The resulting financial loss and uncertainty it was causing amongst a couple of the bigger players on their radar was satisfying. Bill joined in the short period of backpatting going on around the team for this one. But he wanted to get back into his own stuff. Bill had worked out exactly what was planned for the Dutch armed raid, how it was going down, but now he had a bent copper in the mix. Sergeant Bill Handley wasn't sure it was the Paul Green he'd known at Romford. It was definitely a detective sergeant on the Basildon CID team. He knew that much. The file would be on his desk on Monday. Being the newest addition to the team, Bill generally went last. His targets had been smaller fry when he'd started. They were moving up the ladder fast, and the latest intelligence he had analysed showed their ambition and balls. The office wall had the key players' mugshots semi-strategically placed on it. Over the last month or two, the Tucker picture had moved up a fraction. It now had Rolf and Tate under it, and off to the side of Tate's angelic portrait was a mugshot of Mr. Mickey Steele. The Essex boys had earned their own space on the wall, and they were now the central focus of Bill's work. Okay, now my Essex boys are off to Holland on Monday. They plan to knock over a drug firm who supplied them with the crap weed a month ago. I've got the whole package, every last detail of the job in crystal clear audio. Mickey Steele's mobile is sat on the side in his kitchen, in the charger probably, as he never takes the thing anywhere with him. Anyway, it came up trumps this time. Tucker reckons he's got a senior Essex copper, but I reckon that's just him giving it large. It's this DS Green who's his man, and I'm pretty sure of that. Bill went through his notes, supported by input from the rest of the team. Everyone agreed with his analysis. Mickey Steele was spot on. He wouldn't be having a problem leaving the port. Trouble was, if they alerted the local CID team, then Tucker would probably know about it from Green. The big difficulty for Bill was the action in Holland. It wasn't his call. It belonged to someone a lot further up the food chain. He presented the facts, and the analysis would go up the food chain. The strategy men, the faceless ones, would have to make the call. D.I. Ellis closed the meeting and asked Bill to come into his office. D.I. Ellis dialed DCI Edwards and went through it with him on the phone. Bill sat and listened. Ellis had the meat of it and made it clear what Bill expected to happen. Bill, I fired it up the line. Good work. What's your take on it? If they ever get into a shootout in Holland and it ever comes out that we knew what we do, well, not good, eh? Is that the right question, Gov? Well, yeah, I see your point, Bill. I guess they're going to let it play out, aren't they? It was a solemn statement from D.I. Ellis as he sucked on a pencil. Well, you know them better than me, Gov, but yeah, I reckon they will. I mean, if it's any consolation, I think they'll get the parcel of gear they intend to steal in Holland without too much fuss. I mean, as long as Tate doesn't lose it. I do hope you're right, Bill. And what about this fast rib Steele's talking about? Do you think they'll let Suffolk know they're blown and get the Coast Guard involved? I mean, I honestly don't know what sort of methods they use to get this stuff on the table for the local CID, but my guess is they won't have the time. I mean, yeah, if Suffolk draw a blank on Steele this time, then they might work it out themselves and get him next time. But you got to give them some credit, Bill. They ain't bad when they put their mind to it. I mean, you were CID once yourself, Sergeant. You know how it goes. Well, yeah, I know, it's frustrating work. It's even harder when you've got a dirty snake in the mix selling you all out. Well, I agree, Bill. Well, I'm sure we'll find a way to undo our Sergeant Green. But he's actually done us a small favour in this instance, if you think about it. Bill did, and D.I. Ellis was right. It was a game of cat and mouse, and the intervention of Sergeant Green had led them to getting a clearer intel. And Tony Tucker and his boys were still under pressure, and who knows where that might lead to. Bill tried to switch off over the weekend. He did some family stuff out in Upminster, but his mind kept drifting back to work. Sunday lunch and all he could think about was Mickey Steele bobbing about in the North Sea in his boat with a load of guns. It's exactly what Mickey was doing. He'd seen the watchers, they weren't hard to spot if you knew they were there. They'd seen him load a large call box and some other junk on board, which must be part of the fishing paraphernalia and cover story. Mickey had sailed out just after lunch. He was alongside a small fishing quay in Holland early that same evening. He settled down to get some kip on board in the small cabin. He had passed a few pleasantries with some other members of the tatty old boat fishing fraternity. The ones who spend forever painting the same piece of wood, after lots of filing and sanding, to then fill and sand again before more painting. The Dutchman's son arrived Monday morning just after 9 a.m. The quayside was hardly a hive of activity, and no one paid any heed to the brawny Dutch lad and the old fisherman as they threw some junk into the back of a white van. Tony Tucker had parked in the airport car park at Schiphol Airport, then taken the train back to Hoofddorp just one stop south. They had gotten off there as planned and done their best to look like continental commuters awaiting who knew what. Tony and Craig did their very best. Pat just complained about everything. The early morning starts for Tucker and Rolf had just been a continuation of the night for Tate. He had finally had some sleep in the car. They were all clean, although Pat probably still had enough coke in his blood to make a possession charge. The van swung into the pickup zone at the station. Mickey reached behind his seat and pushed the sliding side door open. They'd barely got out of the car park, and Pat had one of his machine pistols in his hand. Not for me. This is a bit more my type, more hitting power. Pat passed a technical-looking automatic weapon to Rolf and took out the pump-action 12-gauge. He emptied a box of shells into each pocket, then fished out 3 and loaded the shotgun, jacking one straight into the chamber. Jesus, Pat, careful where you point that thing. Rolf found he was looking straight down the barrel of the loaded gun in Pat's hand as the van took a tight corner. Pat laughed. He was fired up. 20 minutes later, they'd driven by the open-fronted warehouse once. There was a car inside with the boot open and a couple of bodies could be seen moving about. They'd seen only one other single door on the side of the building. The open roller shutter entrance was the standard width for loading lorries and vans. The premises were located on a modern industrial estate, and Monday morning looked like business as usual. The Dutchman's son drove into the warehouse, purposefully pulling the van on an angle. Pat was out the side door fast, followed by Tucker and Rolf. The startled occupants froze in the first instance, then started to run. But there was nowhere to go, other than around the boxes of whatever was on the pallets. Mickey headed straight for the tatty porter cabin, which served as the office in the small warehouse. He quickly reappeared with 2 sheepish-looking kids in front of the pistol he was holding and a carrier bag in his other hand. 4 kids were now sat on the floor with Tucker and Rolf stood over them. Pat had knocked another out who lay semi-unconscious beside a forklift truck. He was now screaming at another cowering kid spitting fire and brimstone. "Where's the fucking gear?" Most Dutch speak good enough English, but it wouldn't have mattered. The mannerism of Tate said it all. The bleeding kid on the floor had probably just not answered quickly enough. The next kid he'd asked knew the drill, and it wasn't long before their white van had cargo going in the back. They probably never got it all, Mickey reckoned, but he was glad to be on his way up the road. Tate had hit a couple of the kids on the floor for no reason. He'd hit one of them hard with the butt of the shotgun. One kid looked in a bad way, and it wouldn't have taken much for Tate to go further. Tate was squealing like a kid in the back of the van as they drove away. Mickey caught the look in Tucker's eyes as he watched Tate going through the bags of weed. They had found approximately 1 kilo of coke as well, maybe even more. 2 kilos, Craig reckoned, as he looked at the package. "What's in the carrier bag, Mickey?" Tony asked. Mickey was in the front and had the carrier bag he'd brought from the porter cabin on the seat next to him. "Cash, mate. The 2 kids were having a count up in the office when I steamed in on them. I reckon there's about 30 grand in jock notes, mate, so I grabbed it. What we got back there?" "Probably half as much weed as they fucked us with, so the value about 30 grand's worth max. It could have been the same shit as before as well. There's 1 kilo of Charlie, but not sure how good it is. Say a pony's worth there." "What's in the boxes? The little fellas. How many? Maybe 50 grand's worth? Are these the same as his old man's ones?" The question from Tony was directed at the Dutchman's son who was driving. He looked over his shoulder and shook his head. He'd remained silent throughout the operation. "Right, so with the jock notes, we have about 150 grand in total. Your mate's whack would be 50 at best, I reckon. Count up the jock, you might as well leave that here for him, and we'll sort the balance in a week or so. We'll be needing more little fellas from him anyway." Mickey knew Tony was underestimating the value of the goods, but was in no mood to start arguing, especially with Pat hyped up and the scent of blood already on his nostrils. The 3 Essex boys were dropped at the station, and Mickey was glad to be rid of them. He could have got in the back and had a recount on what was actually there, but there was no point. Tony had now left, and his chance to argue the size of the parcel was gone. His whack was going to be the same as the Dutchman's, 50 grand. Tucker would make a lot more, as he would get retail money on the whole parcel, so at least 200 grand to the Essex boys from the morning's work. Mickey didn't care. It levelled things, and if Tony thought he was having them over, then much easier for Mickey to be off the hook and his own man again. It was over, and any further imports from Holland would be on a fresh slate, and Mickey would be back in control of his own destiny. The dream team drove home via Calais, feeling full of themselves. The adrenaline and coke now long since consumed by his body, so Pat snored most of the way. Pat also missed Tony's vision of the future, as he recited it to Craig. It was all coming together for Tony Tucker. The transport issue would shortly be resolved, and they had enough gear to last until it did. Tony reckoned he had 100 grand's worth of the little fellas. They would turn into at least twice that for him in a couple of weeks. Tony was on the ups. Just no bad luck now was all he needed. Bill was doing the regular Monday routine, working through the weekend audio surveillance material methodically. He desperately wanted to jump straight to a live show, but he resisted the temptation. There was nothing to be gained from the live feeds, especially if they were all in Holland. He may as well watch a Dutch TV news channel if he was going down that road. The DI was in and looking normal. Bill had gotten a good morning from him, along with the rest of the team. Whatever the chain of command had decided, nothing had filtered down to Bill. Just carry on as usual, in the absence of new instructions. The weekend for Tony Tucker had been a quiet one by his standards. Tucker had been very quiet in truth, but Bill had missed it in his frustrations over not knowing how things were unfolding in Holland. Craig Rolfe had been about as usual, but again he had his sensible head on. Pat had amused himself as he did. The three, if anything, had stayed away from each other. It was an observation made by Bartholomew, and Bill agreed with him. He'd missed it in his desire to find a morsel on the upcoming Monday affair. The intel sent over from GCHQ went on through to the small hours of Monday and no further. The next block of recordings and transcripts would come the next day. It was the way of things. Tony Firmin pulled up the cell site location system. 3 Essex boys had gone down the A2 and disappeared on the early ferry. All mobile phones off the cellular networks, and the team were blind. The Essex boys were in play. There was nothing to do but wait. Bill tried to focus on some of the other material from the peripheral players on Tucker's firm. It was business as usual from what he could gather, but he wasn't as focused as he would normally be. Bill joined the afternoon session and ran through what he had from the weekend. Tony Firmin was going to spend the rest of the day helping DS Bale on something Bale had bubbling away in Loughton. Bill flicked on the live stuff, ran through the numbers he knew Tucker used, then did the same for Tate and Rolfe. Steele's phone was on, just background static on his kitchen counter as usual. The man shouldn't own a mobile, Should have sent him a couple of empty tin cans and some string. Bloody dinosaur, Bill cursed to himself. D.I. Ellis was on his phone as Bill went to head home for the day. Hopefully the next day would bring some more material to work with, and he would find out how the Dutch job had turned out for the Essex boys on tour. Bill knew he would watch the late night news, hoping things had been quiet in Holland. A major gunfight involving English persons would surely make the news if it had happened. "Bill, hold on a minute, can you please?" D.I. Ellis shouted to stop Bill in his tracks as he went to leave. Bill loitered by the door. D.S. Bale and Tony Firmin were huddled together with the headphones on. Bill had no idea what it was they were into. He knew it wasn't anything on his watch. Bill looked at the wall, his mind wandering all over the show. The mugshots of the major players looked back at him. There was a waste paper basket placed on top of the filing cabinet at the end of the wall. It looked out of place up there. The corners of a few photos could be seen sticking out. It was the team's ritual, used when someone was taken out of play. Their picture went in the bin, a sort of trophy collection, symbolic in the fact it was a rubbish bin. Clive was the highest placed player, but there was a lot of other mugshots on the wall. A good few almost as high, including his brother just marginally below and left of him. "Bill, take a seat and shut the door, come in." Bill did all three in the correct order. "Tomorrow morning we have a meeting at 9 o'clock at the yard, so I'll see you there. Is that okay for you?" "Okay, Gov, of course. Any problem? If that's not a stupid question." "No, Bill, nothing to worry about. I can't tell you how it went down today in Holland, but if the shit had hit the fan, then I think I'd know about it. No, this is probably about the slagging Basildon CID. I take it you never got the file on our Sergeant Green today?" "No, I didn't, Gov." "See you in the morning then, Bill." Bill still watched the BBC late night news. Nothing appeared. He woke early and took the train into London. Bill was expected at the main reception, and it wasn't long before he was being escorted into the depths of the building. He recognised the route. He guessed the same players would be waiting for him. Bill guessed right, except no sign of the mysterious Mr. P. What Bill quickly realised was D.I. Ellis had been there for at least half an hour, maybe longer. They were discussing Bill's analysis on the hard intel which the techno boys at GCHQ sent through to Romford on a daily basis. "Take a seat, Bill." Spendlove indicated to the same space Bill had used before. D.I. Ellis opposite, and DCI Edwards next to him. "Now, Bill, I've already had it confirmed that your boys got home last night. We have no chatter from across the sea of any shootings. As you well know, it was a robbery of illegal drugs from a criminal enterprise, so unless something really out of order went down, and persons other than the Dutch gang called the police, then it's most unlikely the matter will ever be reported to the Dutch authorities. So from our point of view, the matter's closed, as there's very little that we can do about it." "Yes, sir, I understand that." Bill felt as if he wanted to add to his answer, but refrained. "Now, Bill, the Suffolk police are probably, as we speak, feeling rather foolish, and our Mr. Steele will be feeling rather clever. Again, there is little we can do about this. We could have fed them further intelligence of the switch at sea, but we don't know enough about Steele's operation to know how and where he did it, I'm afraid. So we decided to leave the local police to their own devices. Given more time and knowledge, we may have been able to assist them further. But unfortunately, as you know, we have a problem at Essex Police. All down to one little shit. We'll call him Sergeant Green of Basildon CID for now. There is a copy of his file on the table in front of you. I believe your paths would have crossed in your time at Romford." Detective Superintendent Spendlove took the lead back. "Well, I had guessed it was him, but wasn't sure. How long do you reckon he's been bent?" "Well, there are several old references on Tony Tucker's files having a few friends on the force. Unfortunately, Green's name was not amongst those listed. However, a colleague of his at Romford back when he was in uniform is, so it could easily go back a few years." "Well, that would answer a suspicion I had back then, if he or others were in Tucker's pocket. You see, we spun Hollywoods a few years back. I was sure we'd get a decent result. All the intelligence we had pointed to the place as a major venue of interest. We got diddly squat. It was as if they knew we were coming." "OK, Bill, now Green isn't the reason for this morning's meeting, although he will be on the agenda later. The reason for this morning's meeting is a suspicious death just outside Basildon. A body was found at the weekend in a lane unceremoniously dumped. The body is that of a young adult male, early 20s. He's been identified and we should have the full pathology available later today. Initial findings are he was full of booze and pills, but that's only a contributory factor to death. It's actually quite possible from the beating he's had that he was forced to ingest them. The kid's name followed, and Bill went cold. Spendlove saw Bill's reaction as he'd named the man. I know, Bill, we've had a listen ourselves. Tech have been through the audio and tried to clean it up. There was nothing there, don't worry. You believe or you're sure? Bill mumbled. Bill, they were there on Thursday afternoon. All three of them were in the motor along with the kid's burner phone. They leave the location, the kid and his phone remained. His phone battery lasts for another 6 hours, then the phone goes off. It never moved, and he never made a call on it. So we can assume he was dead, or well on his way to being so when they left him. Spendlove finished in a sombre tone. How did I miss it? Bill asked the room. D.I. Ellis answered Bill. He was his immediate superior, and felt sympathy for Bill. Bill, you didn't. I've heard enough of how these guys operate, and not just them. It's how all these scumbags carry on. They're always shouting the odds, threatening to kill each other and every little scrotum who gets into trouble with them for money. Especially ones like this who are just messed up pinheads. He owed and he was late, he just got unlucky. They picked him up, they do that sort of thing all the time. They usually drive him round, give him a thick ear and boot him out the motor. It's happening right now across the country in a number of towns. It's just the business they're in. Kids get in trouble, they think they're making money dealing, but then they start messing with the product themselves, do more than they sell, and then they can't pay. It's the way of the world they live in. Thing is, the big guys know this. They just need to lean on the little guys to get paid. Killing them ain't good business, and it don't get you paid. D.I. Ellis wasn't making Bill feel any better, though he was trying. Spendlove leant forward on his desk and looked at Bill as he spoke. This gang, Bill, your Essex boys, they are becoming a bit of a problem, aren't they? They're upping their game now to another level. The move in Holland was ballsy, and it looks like they've pulled it off. So if the parcel gets home, and we don't yet know how big it is, then it means a lot more cash for them. The killing of the kid was probably not planned. I would say he just got unlucky. They picked him up when they're having a bad day. We know because it's in your analysis. Tucker thought his world was closing in on him on Thursday morning. This Pat Tate is a real loose cannon. I can only imagine they took the frustrations out on the young dealer. It all got out of hand, maybe. Again, Bill, from Thursday onwards they all seem to stay away from each other, at least until they all head off for Holland early on Monday morning. This would suggest that the collective wasn't happy with the outcome of Thursday, suggesting maybe only one of them got out of hand, and the others had to get their heads round it. Whatever it is, Basildon now have a murder investigation on their hands, and it will have to follow the normal course. We cannot influence it, or for that matter, help. We have no material evidence which will help them. Spendlove turned his empty palms upwards on his desk as he looked at Bill. What about the mobile phone locations? Bill looked around the office for help. Well, the telephone the kid had was not registered to him, although Basildon's CID can request the location of the handsets from the networks. If they have a suspect, that's as far as it goes. They're on their own here. You know how we operate here, Bill. Spendlove kept his deadpan face as he looked around his subordinates. So what am I here for? It was a reasonable question from Bill, after the short silence had gone on a bit too long. I think we need to start looking at a way to clip this firm's wings. They are overly ambitious, have just got extremely lucky financially on a bit of work. Now with the club distribution network Tony Tucker has access to, if they secure a credible import mechanism, then they will quickly become extremely rich men. With money, they can buy lots of help. They may shift the balance of power in Essex. This is not something we had predicted, and we're not sure that it suits us. Especially if these wankers can't keep their heads and they're going to start killing kids because they're having a bad day. Add to that, they've compromised at least one police officer and probably more. It will not be tolerated. Spendlove was deadly serious. He was doing his best Winston Churchill routine. What do you want from me? Bill again asked the obvious, but felt he needed to. D.I. Ellis has agreed this Essex firm will be your remit. You'll have the full-time support of the two DCs. Paul will work with you on it as well. Basildon will do whatever they will do. Maybe they'll get somewhere on the murder, but I doubt it. It sounds like no one will come forward and make a statement against anyone on this firm, so it's unlikely even if they get a whisper they'll get too far. I expect they'll have a good look at the firm for a while, maybe spin the clubs and make it look like they're doing something, but as we all know, Tucker will know from his man on the inside what's happening, and he's likely to keep his head down until it all blows over. Our focus is on making sure we're able to put a stop to the gang's import drive ever getting off the ground. So to that end, we will focus our efforts. If need be, we will feed intelligence into HMRC, let them earn their money for once. Our primary focus is to make sure his drug business becomes very unprofitable for him. We destabilise him as much as possible, and he will soon drop back to a manageable level. We will start feeding him through various channels information on some of the dealers he uses to the Met and Essex, but try to avoid Basildon CID for obvious reasons. It's not going to get them nicked, but if they start losing product regularly, it will hurt them financially and damage their distribution network severely. Maybe Tate will end up doing something so stupid the local law gets him. Or maybe we get real lucky and a black on black takes him out. But I didn't say that last bit. Spendlove leaned back on his large green leather-winged back chair as he finished. Basildon? Or rather Sergeant Green, you mean? Bill, don't worry about him. His card is marked. His time will come. He may even be useful to us one day. It's knowledge that is power, Bill. Knowledge. Spendlove shuffled some papers. The meeting was over. On the train back to Romford, Bill and D.I. Ellis chatted quietly. The train was empty, heading out of Liverpool Street late morning on a Tuesday. The conversation ran over the meeting at the yard. The governor assured Bill he hadn't missed anything on the killing of the kid. It was just one of those unfortunate events. No one could have predicted it. They both agreed it was probably Tate getting out of control, going too far. The others probably never set out with murder in mind. The week was now focused for Bill and the team. The trouble was, the excitement was all over. It was just business as usual for Tucker and his firm. They had a fresh batch of product, the weed was okay, and the cocaine came in at just under 2 kilos, so things were looking rosy. They listened to the recordings from Mickey's kitchen on a Tuesday night, and as unfunny as it was, they all laughed. The Suffolk police had been mob-handed on the jetty. They'd climbed all over the boat for hours. Mickey had been carted off to the local Nick, but the police had bailed him by mid-afternoon. Suffolk police had found nothing, except a box of gay porn DVDs and a stack of magazines. Mickey had found it all funny and was full of himself. Tucker was now the man of the hour. His contacts and influence was spreading, and he was feeling the power. The load had come ashore miles up the coast on a deserted beach. A long-time friend of Mickey's had handled everything. That rattled Tate a bit, as Mickey was still holding the whip hand on the import business. Tate didn't like it, but not a lot he could do as they were all celebrating the moment. Craig drew the short straw to go and pay 10 grand to the old gits in Canning Town. He was going on Friday morning. Tony had called a guy on Thursday afternoon to say his man was coming with their bit of tank. He'd not had another call from the other guy, but still wasn't feeling comfortable. Sometimes silence is more frightening than a man ranting and raving. Bill understood by now how things worked in this world for these guys. On the Friday morning, Tony and Rolf had met Pat at a cafe and were having breakfast in a regular venue. The phones were on the table, and Bill would have the full rundown of what was said after the weekend from GCHQ. The interest payment was almost, accepting a couple of days a full month late. Another month's interest payment would be due on Monday. But now Tucker was feeling bullish and confident about their financial position. Craig inquired what the drill was if they pulled him over the late payment on the interest. Tate's argument was Neanderthal, and as much as it humoured everyone at the table, Tony knew now wasn't the time. A year from now, yeah, fuck 'em. By then he wouldn't need their money ever again, and perhaps in a year they'd be coming to his table. The agreed position would be an apology. They'd had a small delay. The next payment would be there on Monday and on time. If they try and clip you with a fine, just tell them I only sent you with the money due and you'll pass it on. Just keep it sweet for the moment, mate. If they're crazy about it, we'll go and see them on Monday and we'll have this month's money with us. And what we're going to do then? Pat looked up from the full English breakfast with a mouthful of beans and sausages sporting his sinister grin. Nothing sore, mate. I'll pay them this month's on time. And I'll tell them if they want to be funny about it, they can have all their money back straight away. Fuck 'em. We won't need it by the end of next week in any case. Yeah, fuck 'em. Pat mumbled as he shovelled more grub into his hole. They'll still want overs for being late, Tony. You would. Craig was thinking more level-headed. Nah, they'll swallow it because they're greedy. How much overs can they ask? Even taking the piss, it can't come to 5 grand. If they push it, I'll put all the money back. That's the end of the interest. They'll suffer the late job and prefer to have the income than their money back, Fuck me, I would if I could earn a bit of money. These old bastards have got no arsehole anymore. They can't even earn a tenner unless they're living off someone else's bit of work. Tony was sure of himself and steamed in hard to the pile of greasy grub in front of him. Heard anything on the kid? Craig brought it up. Nah, fuck all, mate, they ain't got a Scooby on it. Pat hardly missed a beat as he dismissed the event. Nothing was going to put him off his breakfast. If anything, the memory of the event just fueled his hunger. Tony looked at Craig and they both laughed. The laugh of men on the up and becoming untouchable. They could do whatever they liked in their town. Any reservations had long evaporated. They were all caught up in the moment. It was their time, and anyone who got in their way would go the same way. Bill had come in early on the Monday. He knew what he needed to achieve, but where to start? On the one hand, he knew the Essex boys were flat out running a criminal enterprise. They openly discussed plans, objectives, and what they'd achieved amongst themselves. The gang would review the week's business in the same way a double glazing firm might. The players and their subordinates had targets to reach. They had goals and were competitive amongst themselves. It was almost madness to think of it as it was. It was a business like any other. What Bill and the rest of the people on his side of the fence, in the loop with the privileged knowledge, knew was all useless in a court of law. Inadmissible, the lawyers called it. It would not get results. It would only create mayhem for the existing face of law enforcement in the country if it was ever put out there. Bill understood why the technology was being used the way it was. They had to know what was going on. They had to understand the business and they had to manage it. It was all they could do for now. Would the public ever support more? Of course they would. Who wouldn't if they knew what the watchers knew? It was the chicken and the egg problem. No one would listen or give credit to what they knew if they knew how they did it and how much they knew. The invasive capability of the state would terrify everyone. In the hysteria, the moment would be lost. The advantage would also be very short-lived, as even the dumbest of replacement criminals would never touch a mobile phone. It would be back to the dark ages, trailing the old-fashioned way, informants and grasses to be relied on. Crime had moved on. So had the ability for the gangs to make serious money. They had to know everything, or they would be lost and never keep up. Bill worked methodically with who had said what and to whom it was said, who was doing what with who, and who was meeting with who. The Dutch job had just netted the gang a chunk of fast cash and might be sufficient to get them debt-free. The quick and easy strategy to derail them with the lenders in Canning Town was now gone. Bill knew they would need to work out Mickey Steele's next move. Pat Tate had been unable to dislodge him from the food chain. Mickey was the weak link to break, Bill reckoned. Mickey, caught hands-on with a reasonable parcel of drugs, would take him and his little import mechanism out of the game for good. Then Tucker would use his creativity and find another route. Tucker now had a relationship with the Dutchman, and there would be others willing to supply him from Europe if he had the money and the transport. Remove Steele, and Tony Tucker would invest in replacing him. This had to be the route to pursue. Bill would need to make sure he didn't miss it. The branch would have to use whatever mechanism it had to then get the local CID boys to get Tucker and his crew hands-on. Up to their necks in a sizable import of Class A drugs would do nicely. The customs boys might now actually be a better bet, knowing Tucker had help from Basildon CID. By the end of Monday, Bill was even more depressed. The pills had been the best they'd ever had, they were in demand, and the feedback on Sunday from a couple of Tucker's top boys was ultra positive. The other depressing bit of news, Tucker had met with Sergeant Green. Green had used the unregistered mobile phone to arrange the meet. He'd met Tucker in a pub car park. Trouble was, they'd both got out of their cars to talk, from what Bill could only guess with just audio and no visual. So he had no idea what had been discussed, or the reason for the meeting. Tuesday was no more exciting for Bill and the two DCs. Tucker was flying about as was Tate. They were on top of the world. Craig had given the money over on the Friday. He'd been told there was a late fine, $5,000. Craig had kept things cordial and said he'd pass on the information, nothing more. Tucker and Tate had gone with him on the Monday to the same old boozer in Canning Town. Tate had just about behaved, Bill assumed, as he never heard a peep out of him during the time the three men were in the bar. Tucker had done all the talking, apart from someone on the other side of the table representing the old gits. There were several different scratchy recordings. These were from several of the mobile devices which were either on the table or not buried too deep in someone's pocket. Tucker had told them the net result after 4 months was going to be the same. What was a few weeks amongst friends? He had this month's money early. He didn't, in fact, but he said it anyway, as he passed over the envelope containing 10 grand. The speaker for the lenders mumbled. He would have to check it out with the other fella and let Tony know. Tony had made a snide remark. He asked them, whose money was it, theirs or his, and couldn't they take a piss without asking him? No response was given, or not one that Bill could make out. There had been an awkward silence. Tony ended it by saying, well, if he wants to fall out over a few days, then you can have your money back tomorrow, and your poxy 5 grand. I don't need it. I was putting you in on a good thing, out of respect. With that, no more had been said of any significance, other than some old waffle about passing on good wishes to various persons on each camp. Just a bit of gangster protocol at the start and end of each meeting. The rest of the week was business as usual. As far as Bill knew, by Friday there had been no response from Canning Town. He and the team agreed there probably wouldn't be. Tony was right. Same net result after 4 months was good enough, surely. Tucker would also be in a position to put the money back shortly and still carry on his meteoric growth unaffected by cash flow. Basildon CID had a full-scale murder inquiry going on, and detectives had spoken to a number of sources and informants. Tony Tucker was being kept abreast of the inquiry, not because he was unduly concerned, but simply because his foot soldiers included information about anyone who got a tug or was spoken to by the police on his manor. Basildon was at the centre of his manor, which was expanding fast. Sergeant Green hadn't bothered to call him again by the Friday, so it was unlikely there was any serious problem for Tony or his pals. Christmas was well underway in the high streets and shopping malls of Britain. Bill was dragged up to the West End to do some shopping on the Saturday by Linda and her kids. Bill, if we don't go, there's only 6 more weeks until Christmas. It'll only get busier. Bill reluctantly gave in and went. When he got there, he forgot about the Essex boys and enjoyed the day. In reality, he now realised it was unlikely they'd get sufficient material before the end of the year to put a serious dent in the business of the Essex boys. Detective Bill Handley had resigned himself to the fact the bastards were going to have a good Christmas. If Bill had anything to do with it, it would be their last good one. They would get fat and confident with the revenue from sales over Christmas. They would surely push Mickey into bringing in more and more gear. The branch team would eventually find a way to unravel them. The consolation he found was in their insatiable greed. He knew they weren't the type to slow down. Never enough for the likes of the Essex boys. Next year, he would work out what the weak points were. The branch would filter in the intelligence to the right places, and the Essex boys would soon trip themselves over. Their world would soon fall apart. Mickey Steele caught with a large parcel of their goods would hurt, but it wouldn't be terminal. But it would be the start of their undoing, then systematically erode the drug importation side of things, and the mounting losses would draw out the prey. No good life would be waiting for the Essex boys in their retirement. Bill knew the good life was what they all dreamed of, what they craved. None of them would ever see it. There was the matter of Porky Green which niggled him, but he was confident the guys further up the food chain would come up with something soon enough. No one was going to tolerate a slag in the ranks for too long. There was another character out there who was niggling at Bill. It was the Nichols lad. Bill wasn't sure what it was, but there was something about the guy. He was making himself useful around Tucker and the crew. Where had Nichols suddenly sprung from? Bill made a mental note to dig out the file on the guy first thing next week. The business was good in the clubs. The pills were definitely the dog's bollocks, and the cocaine hadn't been bad either, especially as it had been for free. Tate commented as they all had a late Sunday lunch. Bill and the team would be listening to the cleaned up transcripts of the criminal matters discussed between the members of the Essex firm the following day, in the Atlanta Boulevard office. Mickey Steele wasn't in attendance. He didn't socialise with the guys. Tate was rather jaded after having hit everything hard over the Friday and the Saturday. With a few more lines inside himself and a good top-up of the blood alcohol level, he was on form. His missus wasn't in attendance. His personal relationship was going to pieces with the way he was carrying on. The money coming in fast and staring success in the face, Pat was so full of himself. He didn't need any baggage which didn't please him or suit him at any given moment. Bill would work out when he eventually got to the recordings on Monday that the pills which everyone raved about were from the warehouse robbery, not from Mickey's guy. There was little prospect of dealing with the suppliers direct, having just robbed them. Mickey would have to sort things with his Dutchman if they wanted more of these. Tate had joked they should just go back and hit the warehouse again, not bother to tell Mickey or his Dutch mate and keep the proceeds all for themselves. It might actually work. Listening to the tapes carefully would tell Bill the boys gave it some serious consideration. It was Tate who confirmed the seriousness of the possibility when he raised the issue of getting them home. Look, we need to get our own boat. If that prick Mickey can do it, then why can't we? We just get ourselves a boat and we're in business. We'll know if the old biller up us, because we got our mate Porky on the firm. Pat definitely wanted to dispense with Mickey. It ain't that easy, Pat. Do you know the way to fucking Holland? Was a comment from the table and sounded like the new kid Nichols. Yeah, I do. Just follow the fucking ferry. Everyone had laughed, but the seeds were in the ground. They were starting to grow. What certainly appeared to be the case from the audio recordings GCHQ made. Nobody sat at the table on that Sunday afternoon knew, or most likely would have cared about, was at that moment a young girl was fighting for her life in the intensive care ward at Broomfield Hospital over in Chelmsford. The evening before, she'd been celebrating her 18th birthday, a party at home with friends, and her parents both home and in attendance. She was not the stereotypical drug user of old. The family was not broken or dysfunctional. The girl wasn't a victim of abuse or depressed. She was not addicted to anything or a reckless user of any substances. She was a young, attractive and fun-loving girl with her whole life in front of her. Her parents were neither naive nor irresponsible, both being present at the party. Her only weakness, her zest for life, and a natural youthful curiosity. She wanted to live, to have fun, and to live most of all. Fun in 1995 for her and her contemporaries meant exposure to the widely acceptable recreational drugs. Her father, on the night of her party, had to watch his little girl unconscious and fading fast be loaded into an ambulance by paramedics, all fighting for her life. All the usual measures to stabilise her were tried, and she was on her way. No one knew then it could be, or expected it to be, a one-way trip. Her father had seen a lot in his years, but despite all his fears, he could not imagine then the course of events which this singular event in his own home would lead to. The police moved quickly that night. He was a former member of their elite club, ex-job, an ex-British police officer. He deserved respect, and respect he would get. It was his little girl. The daughter's friends and guests were being read their rights as the ambulance reached its destination. The investigation would be aggressive. They would get results. Someone was responsible. Someone would be held to account. Saturday night was a sleepless one for the Betts family, all excepting one, the one who was sleeping a horrible, beautiful, peaceful sleep. Whether some extremely clever and manipulative minds saw an exceptional opportunity to turn public opinion, or the media got there all on their own, is never going to be known. Like so many things which are shrouded in mystery, yet pivotal moments in time, the how and why are often forgotten, overlooked as not relevant. It's the outcome of the moment in time that is forever remembered. Leah Betts fought for her life, her beautiful life in Middle England, with everything to live for. The doctors fought, everyone held their breath. No one thought at first that the fight was in vain. As time went on, the horizon for full recovery slipped relentlessly outwards. Humans have a way of negotiating compromise with self. They want it all at the start, but the human condition allows for negotiation. The trade-offs start, and the clock ticks. Just don't take it all. The cry from inside. 5 days of raging against Dylan Thomas's dying of the light, and it was all done. The police were knocking themselves out. Within hours they were on the trail. All roads led to Rome. The little fish give up the big fish, but the big fish had seen the news and the hatches were battened down. Some big fish were fathers and brothers too. Some tried to help. Was it just one bad pill? Maybe. Nobody wanted the girl to die, and no one thought she would. The police got some help, and all bets were off for some of the players. The police didn't just wade in everywhere. They asked for help, and they got it. Detective Sergeant Bill Handley's Monday was spent going through the weekend chatter from his targets. He had seen the news on the Sunday evening. Everyone in the office had. It wasn't a case of they weren't affected, it just wasn't anything they could have foreseen or forewarned. D.I. Ellis addressed the whole team mid-morning. He had just taken a call from the yard. Maybe the manipulative minds were already seeing how it could be used to their advantage. The revenue generated from recreational drug sales was astronomical and growing exponentially. It was perhaps one of the largest threats to stability and control of law the enforcement agencies had ever had to deal with. Never had the criminal fraternity had such unrivaled potential access to cash revenue. Perhaps no organisation in history had ever had this type of access to such a vast potential market, let alone a criminal one. Acceptable recreational drugs had quickly absorbed a generation. If that generation became the next and they were still acceptable, where would it end? Everybody listen up. This thing going on in Basildon, or rather Latchington, which is a small village in Essex for the foreigners here, the girl is in a bad way. The press are in on it. You should have all seen it on the news, and I can tell you all the word from on high is she's fucked. Whatever hope the press hold out for her, the official word is not good. Now that information doesn't leave this room. Her old man is someone some of you may have come across, and he's a personal friend of people I report to. Now this is going to play out as a media frenzy over the next few days. We need to focus on the big picture and how everyone on our watch reacts. Bill, your boys are on point for this, and the word on high is they are squarely in the frame. You know it and I know it. So let's see how the other players react to it, and let's make what we do count. Now this kid isn't going to make it, and it's important that we put these bastards out of business. Let's not let her die for nothing. Let something good come out of the nightmare her family are going through. Remember, she could be anyone's kid. Maybe now some of these fucking lefty cunts will wake up and realise what a shit fucking mess this country's in. With that, D.I. Paul Ellis spun on his heels and retreated to his space. Bill looked around the room. The two sergeants met his gaze. Bale and Wright shrugged their shoulders. Nothing to add to Ellis's comments. It was time to go to work. The weekend had been a busy one for Tucker and his firm. It had ended with the top players having a boozy Sunday lunch, then a few of them partying for the rest of the night. The clubs had all been busy. The Christmas parties were now happening, so the midweek nights were filling up as well as the weekends. Running through the material he had on his desk, Bill made a note in the report. The issue of the gang's own method of transportation was now seriously on their agenda. The gang were even kicking the idea around of having another go at the outfit they'd robbed in Holland. Bill made another note in the file and marked it as important. The current batch of pills in circulation are most likely from the robbery, and not from the original supplier. They are considered by the group to be of superior strength. What Bill didn't know, at that moment Basildon CID were tracking down the security guys from the door at Raquel's nightclub. By the middle of the day on Monday, they had a fair idea of who had supplied the lad who had brought them to the home of the Betts family. Police and medical teams were exploring all avenues. The origin and makeup of the exact pill Leah Betts had consumed was of serious importance to the investigation. Was it a single rogue pill, a batch of rogue pills, or an unfortunate allergic reaction? The consumption of lots of pills by Leah was swiftly ruled out, and everyone was running with, she had taken only one. The condition of the girl was important, but equally important in the ensuing panic was, how many more of the killer pills might there be out there? The press was running the story, and it was on all the main news channels. All the obvious questions were raised. The real and serious risk to life for anyone and everyone who took ecstasy was rammed home hard, by every form of media available. The fear generated was real and on everyone's mind. Parents, grandparents, teachers, and most importantly the recreational drug users. Had the manufacturers of ecstasy been a public company with its shares traded on a stock market, then it would have made the sinking of the Titanic look tame. What the news propaganda now did for ecstasy sales, well, it was Edwina Curry to egg sales in Britain 1988. For the ecstasy dealers, it was like selling German cars circa 1942 in Coventry. Bill found no mention of the girl or her life-threatening situation at the table during Sunday's gathering of the Essex boys in the material he had from GCHQ. The gang had been oblivious to the plight of the teenager while they enjoyed their lunch. There was some chatter from some of the team's other players later in the evening on that Sunday. Bill's targets, if they saw any news, were not discussing it on the phones. The drug-selling fraternity, as much as they thought they were savvy businessmen, they weren't. A large corporate giant would already have its damage limitation machine in full operation, clearly seeing the potential catastrophic effect something like this would have on sales. The reality would soon hit them. They just weren't as clever as they thought they were. Bill went home to Upminster at the end of his shift. The news on every channel ran the story. Linda had kids. It would be a topic of discussion up and down the country for parents. The press had already begun the character construction on the young girl in intensive care. There was no mistaking where the press was going with this. The girl was normal in every way. She could be any decent family's kid. The party had not been some out-of-control drunken mess. The party was in her own home. Her policeman father and stepmother were in attendance. It had been a sensible and well-organised event. No reports of any gatecrashers. No drug-fueled morons had turned up. Someone hadn't spiked the girl's drink with a pile of illegal substances. She and a friend had willingly taken an ecstasy pill. Just teenagers experimenting, as they all do. The taking of the pill had been pre-planned. She was trying one of them for the first time. She was now 18. To her, it was maybe like trying alcohol for the first time, as she was now an adult. Everybody was taking them. This was the way of things back then. All her friends had tried them. There was no harm in them. They just made the night last longer and the music sound better. At least that was the sales pitch. Such was the acceptance and availability of the recreational drugs, it was inevitable so many would try them. There was no harm in them, and they didn't make you sick like vodka could. There was every reason to try the product and no reason not to. Everyone was taking them. No one was having to hard sell it. It was a pick-you-up, a good time pill. It was as far removed from drug use and drug addiction as Mickey Mouse was from Nazism. Leah Betts could be anyone's daughter. She was the daughter any good parent would want and be proud of. She was absolutely the victim here, and the evil spell she had fallen under was quickly becoming the spawn of Satan. If ever anything good comes from something bad, then this was a moment in time. The branch team were all in early the next morning. The data from the tech boys at GCHQ was available early. Everyone was eager to see what the ensuing chaos would shake out of the woodwork. The ramifications of the event would be sinking in, and the effects would surely start to take effect in the coming weeks. The team had closed up the previous night on a word from D.I. Ellis. He had summed it up for them. Okay, now most, in fact all of the major players out there have a lot invested in the recreational drug market. It's definitely the major source of revenue out there, from the kid selling a couple of pills to his mates, right up to the big importers. This will ripple right through to the top. Those who owe big or small will feel this in their pockets. Let's watch for the cracks and make it count. Bill worked through the material he had for the Monday. The gang's foot soldiers had more information for him to work with. They were running around like headless chickens. The head doorman at Raquel's had stepped up to try and settle things. The Essex boys' top bouncer from Raquel's was talking with the police investigators and trying to make some sense of the mess. Everyone was selling stuff all over the place. He was careful in what he said not to incriminate anyone. He got hold of a selection of the product, including several from the same batch the girl had taken, and handed them over. The police were pragmatic and didn't nick him for possession or push him for more information. At this stage, saving a young life was far more important to him and them. Further up the food chain, his bosses, the top boys, were definitely doing everything they could to distance themselves from the whole affair. Generally, it was denial amongst themselves. It went from blatant nothing to do with them onto she must have taken a handful and it was her own fault. It was anything but anything to do with them supplying killer ecstasy pills in their clubs. The pills were safe. She must have had a dodgy one, and it must have come from somewhere else. They had all had them, and there was nothing wrong with them. By the Wednesday, things were getting worse. The gang were arguing amongst themselves. Nobody was happy with the guy who had tried to help the police. He was no good, a grass, and everything else under the sun according to Tate. Tony Tucker seemed to be getting his head around the potential downside for them. It was all starting to tell in conversations. He was already starting to look ahead and to damage limitation. Tucker was even heard to discuss the merits of cocaine with Craig Rolfe. They would have to look at pushing that business in the short term while the ecstasy mess was going on. Several of the guys who were holding a quantity of pills had made noises about returning them. Tate was dealing with them, his job as head of customer relations. The immortal picture of the very mortal Leah Betts was in everyone's mind. The helpless body of a young lady in the Broomfield Intensive Care Unit. D.I. Ellis broke the news in the office. The life support was being withdrawn. Recovery hopeless, and everything hopeless for the family. The rest of the week in the Special Branch office at Romford was much like the one in most police stations up and down the country. Business as usual. But there was something in the air unsaid. But something had just changed. The internal rantings and ravings of the Essex boys on Bill's watch escalated. The following Monday, he did not have the recordings of another boozy Sunday lunch to listen to. Raquel's nightclub was hit the hardest. Most of the other venues up and down the country felt it too. Barely a month before Christmas, and the place was deserted. The police were about, a visual presence. Uniformed officers and marked cars were up and down most of the venues in the south-east of England. Every freelance journalist and photographer was looking for something along with the mainstream news teams. Sergeant Paul Green had met with Tony Tucker at a quiet country pub on the Friday afternoon. He had given Tony the bad news. Tony wasn't shocked. He tried to play it down. It was a storm in a teacup, and things would soon settle down. Green had gone along with Tucker's view. He was sure Tony was right. In truth, neither of them could believe this would go away as quickly as Tony needed it to. Tony Tucker and his associates were squarely in the frame as the ultimate suppliers of the ecstasy pill which had killed the girl. Green told him in no uncertain terms he was under a blanket of surveillance. But what are they actually saying, Paul? Look, what they're saying is you control the gear that's sold in the club. Raquel's is your gaff and the pills have come from you, or your firm anyway. It's your firm, so you're up there, mate. Nothing I can do for you right now. What about Pat and Craig? All of you, mate. You're all under observation, and it's not going away quickly. They want someone's head on a plate for this. You need to change your phones and be careful. When you get a new number, give me a missed call. You're the only one who's got this number, so I'll know it's you. Look, mate, we are doing the observation. I'm actually meant to be on you right now with my mate, but he's shagging this bird, so I'm covering for him. Otherwise, I'll have to be careful when I see you. Fuck me, so you're meant to be on me right now? Really? It's that slag on the door. He's put us up, ain't he? Tucker was ranting. Well, he ain't helped, mate, but to be honest, it wasn't him. Look, it was pretty common knowledge on the street anyway. It was your gaff, so it ain't rocket science for us lot. The thing is, this is bad, mate. Real bad. And we have to be seen to be doing something. I'm sorry, Tone, but you'll just have to keep your head down and it'll pass in a couple of weeks. You ain't got any of those pills around you, have you, mate? Green was now being a concerned friend and earning his money. No, of course I fucking ain't. Good. Look, if we had something solid, we'd have been through your front door. They ain't got anything other than a suspicion. Now they're going to try and put something together, get a decent-sized collar and then pat themselves on the back. All you've got to do is keep your head down for a few weeks. Then it'll be back to normal. Trust me. Green somehow didn't sound too convincing. Yeah, okay. So they've got nothing? No raid planned? Nothing? No, mate, nothing. Even we ain't that stupid. What's the point of raiding the club? It'll be fucking empty tonight for sure. But I reckon they'll be looking to kick a few doors in, so make sure your boys ain't got no gear at home. Green laughed. Tucker didn't. Yeah, okay, I guess it ain't that funny, Tone. Well, bloody pills, I know I'm not touching them again. A lot safer with a Coke. At least you know what you're taking and it wears off in no time. Take a pill, you're on it for hours and you've got no idea what they've put in it. Sergeant Green was now waffling. He hadn't anything else to add to his information of any relevance, and he knew it. Yeah, you're right, mate. Fucking kids all off their heads these days anyway. You sure they ain't got anything on me? If they did, mate, we'd have been in honest. They're just guessing. It's just that you're the governor in the town. They've got to do something. Bill went through the recordings a couple of times. Basildon's CID were upping the game, and Tony Tucker and his crew were under surveillance, for what good it would do. But at least they were doing something, even if it was a case of shutting the door after the horse had bolted. Getting the sign-off for the overtime involved wouldn't have been difficult for the governor at Basildon. No one was going to say it wasn't time the police got some results. The recreational drug market had overnight become a serious problem to the nation. Basildon was at the centre of the known universe for killer drugs. Everyone in the country held their breath, awaiting the next fatality. It was now a serious concern for everyone, parents and dealers alike, all for their own reasons, selfish or not. It now mattered to so many. Tony Tucker's mobile phone rang. "Hello, mate." The polite, dulcet tone belayed the unwavering seriousness and absolute finality of the words spoken by the caller. "Hello, mate." Repeated, while the mind went into warp drive. Tony had looked at the phone for a full minute. He didn't know the number. Probably a fucking phone box. He should have guessed the Loughton area code. It's where he'd called from last time. He should have tossed the fucking phone when he'd left Porky Green. He had told Craig to grab half a dozen new burner phones. Craig should have dropped Tony a couple yesterday. He should have tossed the fucking handset Friday. Still, this guy would get a number for him easily enough. He couldn't avoid this guy. So what? He'd answered the call. Fuck him. It was first thing Sunday fucking morning. Tony was having his fucking breakfast and now his appetite was ruined. The call was always going to be what you didn't want it to be. "It's me. About that bit you've got. Heard what you told the boys. They said they will swallow the bit of overs for late, no problem. But it doesn't suit anymore, so they'll have it back this week, please. You told them that was okay?" "Yeah, sure, mate." That was the end of the call. Tony should have said something different, but he didn't. He took the easy route, and he had just added to his growing pile of shit. 2 weeks ago, it had felt good to tip them bollocks, and tell them they could have their fucking $100,000 back if it didn't suit. The wanker had just cornered him with his own fucking move. Tony put a call into Pat. Too early on a Sunday for Pat, and he got no answer. Bill made a note on the file. This problem was of a more serious concern to Tucker and his firm than the news he'd gotten 2 days earlier from Porky Green. Clive had seen the problems the Essex boys would now be facing. He had moved tactically and very smoothly. Tucker had shot his mouth off when he was in a strong position. Clive had kept quiet, not committed either way. Now he'd moved tactically, and it was devastating. Clive knew what was happening to Tucker's business with all that was going on. He was probably suffering a serious downturn in his own returns from the places he had under control. Tucker could well be in the shit, so he had taken the opportunity to squeeze. It was Tucker's bravado which had handed it to him on a plate. He had played the benevolent man, swallowing the fine for late payment of interest, but taken what he now really wanted. Tucker had offered to return the money and left the offer open, so he had seized the opportunity. It had been said in front of people who would stand up. It had been said in front of Tucker's crew as well. Tucker wouldn't want to argue whether he had said it. It would be a ridiculous thing to say and make him look incredibly weak. Tucker now had to pull up $100,000 this week for the Canning Town firm. This was the last thing he needed, with his world going to shit and the old Bill all over him. Bill could see some real problems developing for Tucker, Tate and the rest of the outfit. They were already starting to argue amongst themselves. Now they had a possible run-in developing with Clive if they didn't put the money back and soon. Tate had been at home on the Sunday morning. He had had a late one the Saturday as usual. His wife wasn't there, so probably some old tart or maybe two. It didn't usually matter to Bill what went on in Tate's marriage. It was just a mess. The avenues to destabilise the Essex boys were coming thick and fast now. What a difference a single event can make. Bill had been disillusioned just over a week ago. The gang had been on their uppers and looking like they'd be hard to move. Now it was collapsing around them. Bill had to ask himself if they'd make it to Christmas the way they were going. He wondered what the gang could do to save themselves. Tony Tucker wasn't so pessimistic, but he knew he needed something and something fast to stem the tide. All he'd needed was no bad luck. The week wasn't good for the crew. Everyone wanted to be out of the pill job. No one was paying, the old Bill were everywhere, and the nightclubs had the atmosphere of a Liberal Party general election night celebration. The afternoon sessions now in the branch office Romford were mostly about all the drug firms around Essex having trouble getting paid for drugs they'd supplied. The problem just multiplied as it went up the food chain. It was like removing first-time buyers from the housing market. It all comes to a horrible grinding halt. No money up the chain and no gear down the chain. Everyone ran some sort of credit, and when the merry-go-round stops, then all the cracks appear. Relationships became stretched. The old Pals Act was enacted, but it wouldn't pay the bills and would only keep the peace for a short period of time. There was no union of drug dealers, no Arthur Scargill to step forward for the workers. The Leah Betts incident was causing a serious problem, and it was felt up and down the land. Realistically, everyone knew the kids wouldn't stop taking the pills, but the pause while the implications of possible death sunk in and the media hype was enough to put a serious spanner in the works. Business is all about confidence, and the confidence was all gone. It would come back, but it doesn't take much to bring a country to its knees. Just ask Iceland or Greece today. If you think there's no money in the bank, it's enough. Facts become irrelevant with very little encouragement, and the national press did the rest. The infighting and frayed tempers suited everyone in Bill's office. Hot heads make mistakes, and they were watching and waiting. Tate and Tucker were both putting pressure on everyone. They needed money, and they needed it fast. They knew it wasn't only the old Bill who had them in the frame for the pill. They knew their contemporaries in the criminal underworld were looking at them as pariahs. It wasn't anything to do with them being any worse, it was just human nature. A good thing for lots of people was now in jeopardy, even potentially ended, all down to them. The truth was, they were in the chair. It's always easier if you have someone else to blame for your misfortune. It's just the way of things, in both straight and crooked business. Friday, Bill had some interesting material to listen to. Pat Tate had slipped his old Bill's surveillance and bashed up some innocent guy in a takeaway restaurant for nothing. The victim had been convinced by Porky Green to leave it, so no charges would be brought. Porky Green was now grating on Bill. Green had met with Tucker twice while he was supposed to have him under surveillance. It appeared one of Porky Green's colleagues was also just as dirty, as he'd been on the second meeting. Bill had managed to work it out from the audio he got from Green's burner mobile phone. Tucker had changed his unregistered mobile phones, and it had taken GCHQ about an hour to get all the relevant numbers. Things were confirmed overnight as to where all the new burner phones were spending their nights, usually in their chargers, right alongside the owner's contract phones. A couple of new mobiles were left in the cars, most just got turned off and went to sleep in the homes of their new owners. Not rocket science for an organisation which had broken the German Enigma and listened in on the KGB whisper sweet nothings whenever it wanted. D.I. Ellis rounded up the week for everyone in the office. Friday the 24th of November, only 1 month until Christmas. OK, Bill, now your mob are under severe pressure. They have killed at least 2 young people and they are coming apart fast. This is a very volatile time and we need to be on top of this. If you think they are about to make a move on anyone, we need to know. Clive is making noises about them and everyone is distancing themselves. If they look like they are heading to Holland to fill the hole or making a move on anyone, we need to know. As you know, they have automatic weapons. Now, we don't know where those are at the moment, but we have to assume they have them to hand. Basildon are looking at them as well, but as you all know, they are badly compromised. It's unlikely they are ever going to be able to pin the supply of the pill which killed the girl on any of them. What is far more crucial now is the situation developing out there. Everyone is hurting, all the relationships are stretched, and I do not want a war breaking out on my watch, and certainly one that I don't know about. Is that clear? Everyone, we are going to have to go live on anyone you think is likely to do something stupid. Bill, it's your boys under the most pressure right now, so I don't want to spoil your Christmas, but we need to put in the hours here. Bill knew what the governor was talking about. He had already planned to work late and be in over the weekend. Linda had some idea his workload had just gone up, but he hadn't told her the real extent of just how many hours he'd be putting in until this thing resolved itself, or something gave. Unfortunately, the team's Christmas was going to suffer just the same. The other 2 sergeants in the office both put up their hands for the extra workload and told Bill they would all stay on it. By the middle of the day on the following Monday, it was clear to the team that the Essex boys were under extreme pressure. Combined with information from Sergeant Green and the feedback they got from the street, The Essex boys knew their position was becoming vulnerable. Everyone was trying to swerve them, even their own employees on the door were not taking their calls. Tony and Pat visited some people, some got the Pals Act from Tony, it'll all blow over fellas, just need to keep things tight. Some got the arm up the back and the 45 in the eyeball from Pat. For the watchers, it was becoming very tense, and the feeling that something was going to give was in the air. The other firms had the scent. One or two of the foot soldiers were already having very discreet conversations in the event there was a sudden change in management. If Tony Tucker and Pat Tate had ever stood in the eye of a hurricane, it was now. They came up with a number of schemes to resolve their problems. Most, in fact, all involved bold and aggressive action. They were two very capable men and still command an amount of respect with a good number of their outfit, although plenty were making contingency plans just in case. Their options were limited. Their position was extremely vulnerable and they needed to move hard and fast, solving as many of the issues in one go. Both men had watched enough gangster movies to believe it was possible to turn setback and weakness around very quickly. They were becoming unstable and more dangerous by the hour. Holland was definitely on the table, along with several other equally audacious plans, including making a move on Clive. They were looking at all the options, and something dramatic was what they needed. What Tony knew he needed now was a serious bit of work and a serious bit of luck. He was putting out a few gentle feelers. The conversations he had with Pat were anything but gentle. They were out to make an impression and take back what they'd lost. By the Wednesday, Bill had been listening to most of what they did live. He was analysing and going over the stuff sent over from GCHQ when he didn't have a live feed to work with. He had nothing certain. All he knew was the inward funds to the gang had ceased completely. No matter how much pressure the gang exerted, it was futile. The business had disappeared. Tony Tucker and Pat Tate would make more money busking at Liverpool Street Station, and they were feeling the isolation. Bill had heard nothing mentioned about Clive's plans regarding the money owed by Tucker & Co. If there was anything to know, he was sure he'd have been given the heads up by the East London team. So Clive was making no noise, but then he was a patient man, and would know how to bide his time. Tucker would know he was overdue on the money called in. It would be adding to the pressure he was under, both real and imagined. Sergeant Porky Green blipped the door of his car open and got in. Not an early start. Thursday, the penultimate day of November. There was a briefing planned for the morning, 10 o'clock. It was a hush-hush one, some intel about a large cocaine shipment due to enter the country and soon. Porky Green sat in on the briefing. It was only for CID officers. Sergeant was the lowest rank in attendance. Porky sat quietly at the back while the senior-looking guy who hadn't given his name went through the details. A major East London crime syndicate had a large shipment of cocaine arriving. A large shipment coming in on light aircraft. The unnamed officer showed them a lonely-looking field on an ordnance survey map. OK, now the shipment is due in before Christmas. We are coordinating our operations with several police forces in the UK. We do know that they have used a landing strip once before and will use it again. We don't know exactly when this shipment is due, but when we do, we will inform you. For the moment, this does not leave the room. We have undercover officers involved, and we will get around 4 to 5 days' notice from them of exactly when the cocaine will arrive. It is, as I said, a large quantity and will be arriving on your turf. Now, we will mount a large-scale operation involving all the resources of Essex Police. However, the fewer people who know about this in the meantime, the better. We anticipate sometime on or after the 12th of December. Thank you for your attention, gentlemen, and as I said, I'll be in touch when we have a date. Keep your ears open, please. If you hear anything which may be relevant in the next week or two from any of your sources, then I want you to bring it to your governor's attention. Now, I know you're all busy, especially with the unfortunate death of young Miss Betts. With that, the mysterious guy from Special Branch had a quiet word with the station's superintendent and bid them all farewell. The small group didn't have much to say. It wasn't unusual to get random intelligence. Sometimes it came to nothing. Sometimes it made the job interesting. The room soon emptied and everyone went about their regular business of the day. The location of the field was in Sergeant Green's head. It wasn't somewhere he knew, but he knew where it was roughly. The levels of tension around the Essex firm were very high. Everyone was on edge and the cracks were starting to appear. Remove the inward flow of money and put a stop to the need for product. Add to that the old Bill looking at everyone who was even remotely linked to the business, and it's a recipe for disaster. Small dealers weren't paying and wanted to return merchandise as potentially lethal. The infighting had begun. Tony needed the money to flow. Tate needed the money to flow. Punishment was being threatened and some was being administered. It wasn't only on the Essex boys' firm. It was happening to a degree up and down the country. The colossal multi-million-pound UK recreational drugs market was in turmoil. The ecstasy pill problem may have enhanced the appeal of cocaine, but it was giving the old Bill licence to pull every 2 Bob Street peddler. The entire business was undergoing its most turbulent time, since its meteoric rise as a national industry. Some players would move up the food chain, some would move down, some would vanish completely. Literally. It was all about who owed who, and who was the stronger or moved better strategically. It only takes balls to pull a trigger, not strength or intelligence. Opportunity and fear were the drivers of most actions. Bill's branch team and others like it up and down the country were seeing the status quo and stability in an extremely well-organised criminal industry being shaken to the very core. The potential fallout if the level of disruption was maintained could be greater than the brilliant minds had foretold. Pandora's box was well and truly opened. What would happen before the lid went back on was anybody's guess. Tucker, Tate and Rolfe knew they were in a fight, maybe for their lives, to hang on to a patch of ground they'd carved out for themselves. Mickey Steele had now distanced himself from them, as had others. Bill was listening to the live show on Saturday afternoon. Tate had administered some rough justice to a doorman who owed and didn't want to push gear in the club that night. He'd go to work with a swollen face and a bag of gear later that evening. The new kid walked into the empty pub they were in. The Essex boys were having that effect now on any venue they decided to occupy. Everyone else would quietly leave, or if they recognised the cars in the car park, just drive on by. The firm was now becoming like a leper colony and had to be feeling the lack of love. Tony knew the old Bill were all over them. He had told the immediate crew, but it was more than the old Bill surveillance creating the void around them. It was law of the jungle, and they stunk of death. Bill was listening to one of Pat Tate's burner phones. He must have had it on the table. The audio was excellent, and with the bar they were in as quiet as a churchyard, Bill was getting most of what was said. We are fucked, mate. We still got over half the fucking little fellas, and the other half ain't fucking paid for yet. No cunts want to go near 'em. Rolfe talking. Bill knew his voice well enough and made the note. I doubt this weekend's going to be any different. It's 3 fucking weeks since that silly bitch fucked herself, and 3 weeks to fucking Christmas. We can't give a fucking pill away. What is it with these fucking pussy cunts? There ain't nothing wrong with them. They're the fucking bollocks. Tate growled. Bill noted. We need to collect in what's fucking owed, Pat. And we need to get coke, and we need to get it fast. I'm not having a fucking miserable Christmas on account of that fucking bitch. Bill had heard similar reference to Leah on the cleaned up recordings from GCHQ previously. As the financial knot bit deeper and deeper into the operation, the level of anger towards the young girl rose. Listening to it live and first hand, the way they blamed all their problems on the poor innocent child didn't sit well with Bill. The child, whose life they agreed and disregarded ended so abruptly and in such a horrific and brutal way, was as innocent as the driven snow. Bill had never been anything but professional up to the start of the previous week. There were times when he had almost admired, in a strange way, the manner in which some of the top players operated. It wasn't that he admired them as people, it's just that he found it difficult not to have some respect for their abilities. Now, he had started to loathe the Essex boys, in particular the 2 bullies Tate and Rolfe. Bill had killed in a previous life, but it was part of the job. He was a soldier following orders, and the guys at the other end of his gun were soldiers too. The ravings of the gang when under pressure had shown him to be something he had not looked at too deeply in the past. In the past, he had remained remote, removed, and it had been about the long game and gathering intelligence. Sergeant Bill Handley had been completely sold on the strategies they employed. They had become comfortable with what they heard and what they had to let go on a daily basis, knowing eventually The guys would get called to account for their crimes. Bill was getting emotional, and he was developing a real urge to act. Did it show in the reviews and notes? If it did, he hadn't realised. Tate was having a rant, and Bill was drifting as he imagined putting a bullet in the guy's head on a grassy hillside in some remote island in the South Atlantic. The firm in Canning Town have got a big parcel coming in. Bill just caught it. Tate must have had to stop for breath. Bill wasn't sure who had said it, didn't recognise the voice at first. "Shut up, Pat. What did you say? Big parcel of what, son?" "Coke, Tony. Big parcel of coke." Bill got the voice. It was the new kid. Well, not new. He'd been around a while. Nichols was the name of the kid, who had just mentioned a large parcel of cocaine. Bill noted it and highlighted it. In the recent chaos, the kid had stayed solid. It had got him closer to the centre circle of the gang. There had been something odd about the kid from the start, but Bill wasn't thinking about that thought now. He was listening. The kid, Nichols, had the table's attention now. Along with Bill and Tony Furman in the branch office, the team was running the tracking screen. He would confirm who the others were in the bar for them later. Bill was absolutely certain it was Nichols. "Who's got what coming in?" The kid even had Tate's attention now. "The other fella, you know, is a fucking big parcel and all from what I've heard." "Oh, that's fucking great. So what, we get our orders in before Christmas? Is that what you're saying, you fucking silly cunt?" Tate was off again ranting. "No, Pat, no. Look, everyone knows how you hit that Dutch firm. I just thought..." "You just thought... And what did you hear about the Dutch firm?" "Shut up, Pat, and let him speak." Tucker was as interested in what the kid had to say as Bill was. "We'll have a parcel of coke coming in next week. Friday night, I reckon. It's coming on a fucking plane, mate, and it lands somewhere around here. I just thought, well, it was a thought." The kid went a bit sheepish at the end. "You fucking heard? What are they fucking landing it in the fucking high street, you silly cunt?" "Shut up, Pat." "And how do you know all this then?" Tucker was taking it seriously, even if the others weren't. Bill could hear Tate and Rolf laughing in the background. "My cousin. He lives in Canning Town. He told me a couple of days ago." "And how does your cousin know this?" "Well, he drives for 'em and he heard it. Look, their business is as fucked up by this as we are. They can't move no more pills, and everyone wants coke. It's Christmas, and they will have it off if they get a parcel in, won't they?" "Yeah, but where are they landing this plane exactly?" Tate and Rolf had suddenly gone quiet. Bill could imagine the little wheels in the heads of the Essex boys slowly turning. It would be a serious ballsy move, but they were in serious ballsy shit, and needed a solution. "I don't know. Some farm in Essex is all I know, but it's definitely next Friday. I know that 100%. The conversation had come to an end. The kid clearly didn't know any more, or if he did, he wasn't saying. Bill and Furman exchanged looks. The conversation went back to the problems the gang faced. Added to that, the firm in East London would be making a strong move forward financially. And why did the fucking bitch have to go and die on their fucking patch? Pat's list was growing by the hour, of who he would kill. Saturday night in the clubs was a little better. The doctors had restored a fraction of confidence. The young girl had died from a weird combination of factors. The pill hadn't been poisonous. It had been something to do with a swelling of the brain from consuming huge amounts of water too quickly. Funny that, because prior to the death of Leah Betts, the doctors had said that dehydration was one of the biggest risks to an all-night partygoers. Drink lots of water was meant to be an antidote to a bad trip. It was amazing to see how quickly and closely the young recreational drug users followed the story in the media. It was as if most of them were just waiting for the all clear to carry on with their use of the drug from the government. The police were still making their presence felt, so despite the confidence creeping back for the end users, the suppliers were still extremely cautious. It was fairly obvious the police would want to put a sizable and credible head on the block eventually for the death of Leah Betts. If other firms were seeing a return to business slowly, then the Essex boys weren't. Everyone and his dog knew from whence the product had come. It was trial by ordeal for the firm, and they needed to do something to turn their fortunes. They might be today's news, but they would be tomorrow's chip paper, and they knew it. Porky Green had the Sunday morning pleasure of following Pat Tate. He was on his own, and his partner for the morning was having his usual quickie with his bit on the side. The surveillance had been going for a couple of weeks, and it had achieved nothing. Several people had been left battered or staggered out of meetings with the firm, but no one had said anything to the old Bill. The lists were compiled of who met who. The phone records of the players are being called up from the cellular network providers. The cross-referencing of who spoke to who would be done. There would be phone taps authorised, but they would be unlikely to produce much from the contract phones. The gang changed phones regularly and never said anything worth hearing on the listed phones they all had. No one was giving the old Bill any information. The fear was still sufficiently well in place to stop anyone coming forward. There had plenty of whispers and rumours and weren't complete fools. Sergeant Green had already marked Tony's card on a couple of wankers who had whispered in the ears of the old Bill. Sergeant Green had told Tony to wait before he made a move, so as not to cause any suspicion. Green had let Tucker know, so Tony would be cautious around the grasses. He could always extract his revenge later. Tony had agreed reluctantly. Pat even more reluctantly when Tony relayed the information. Tony Tucker had slipped his police surveillance and was waiting to meet his inside man. Midday, and Porky fell off Tate, his shift done, replaced by a couple of other cars. Porky had called his horny colleague and told him he would be over to collect him in an hour. Porky Green knew it was safe to meet Tony because he'd heard it on the radio. He knew the watchers had lost Tony Tucker. They'd planned to meet earlier in the morning. Tucker was getting restless and tired of being under surveillance. He wanted to meet his bent copper and find out how much longer this bollocks was likely to go on for. Bill knew the meet was planned and was set up ready for it. He had no idea how much of it they would actually get from the mobiles the pair both carried. If the pair got out of the cars and went for a stroll in the country, then very little. GCHQ were hooked into all the phones attached to both men, including the straight contract phone assigned to the bent policeman. Porky Green had tried to put the meeting off. Tony had been insistent. He wanted to talk, but wasn't going to talk on the phones. Porky had agreed and set the time and place, which Tony had gone along with. Tate and Rolfe had discussed the merits of Porky with Tucker a few times during the crisis. They all considered the man a spineless wretch, but he was useful as long as he wasn't a risk. The other team had the location of Tucker from his mobile phone and told them Porky had just pulled up. Tucker must have seen him and got out of his car. The first thing the team heard was the door shut hard on the car occupied by Green, followed by a greeting from Tony. The audio was good. The burner phone Porky had was probably in the centre console and the pair were talking right over the top of it. This fucking surveillance is bollocks, mate. How much longer is it going to go on for? I mean, what do they expect to get? We're dying here, the fucking clubs are dead, and I need to start moving some fucking gear. Tony, we ain't going to pull you in for a couple of grams of coke, mate. Porky blubbered. He probably expected his usual sweetener from Tony. To be honest, Tone, we ain't got nothing on any of you, and I don't know what the fuck they expect from it. The kid's dead, and that's the end of it. We ain't going to get you at home with a big parcel of fucking pills which killed her, are we? It wasn't a question from Porky. It was a statement. The branch team now adopted the Essex boy's nickname for the bent copper, and he was referred to as Porky in the office. I told you, those fucking pills ain't even my business. I'll stick to the doors and the coke, and a bit of weed. I know, Tone, but the trouble is the word on the street is the pills are from your firm, and you're top dog, so they have you in the frame for it, mate. They have to be seen to be doing something. What else can they do? So how much longer is it going to last? What have they really got? Nothing, mate, honest. If there was anything solid, I'll tell you. Look, if they really had something, you'd have had a pull. It's all about us being seen to be doing something. So you lot are just following us about in the cars, is that it? What about the phones? You listening to them? Bugging my house, watching my old lady in the bath? No, Tone, don't be daft. This ain't James Bond. Look, we got a warrant to listen to the phones, but you know that. We got your phone records, we know who you speak to. None of that's a problem. And you never talk business on the contract phones. The burners don't matter. If it ain't contracted to you, then it ain't your problem. Just be careful what you say on your contract phone. But you know all of that, mate. Yeah, of course I'm careful. So you got no fucking idea when this will end? No, mate. But it will end. We can't keep it up forever. Anyway, there's a firm in East London, bringing in a big parcel of coke. It's coming in on a light aircraft and landing not far from here. Just thought I'd mention it to you. Just don't go investing in any coke that hasn't arrived here yet. As it's not going to make it, mate. I know this shit is hitting your business and I wouldn't want you to do any money on something which is fucked before it gets here. Bill hadn't a clue what Porky was talking about, but it had his interest. He had heard what the Nichols kid had told Tony and the gang on the Saturday. Tony Tucker's mind must have gone down the same road as Bill's. What's that then, mate? What do you know? Tell me. Tucker was probably trying to control his obvious interest. In his head, Tucker had probably already put 2 and 2 together and made 10. There wouldn't be that many shipments of cocaine landing in the Essex countryside in the immediate future, unless Richard Branson or Stelios had gone into business with the Colombians. Porky had let the cat out of the bag, and Tucker was definitely going to be pressing him for more information. If the East London firm was the one he hoped it was, then the thought of them all neatly wrapped up with a large cocaine importation would come in very handy. It would mean the removal of a massive competitor in the region and someone he owed a sum of money to. It was a win-win all round for Tony. He wouldn't be marking anyone's card this time. Look, Tone, we've been told a shipment is due in a couple of weeks. It'll be a joint operation. Us and the Met Police, I guess. Someone ain't going to have a good Christmas, mate. But Tony, this is just to mark your card. You can't repeat this. If it ever got out where it's come from, I would be fucked. We'd both be fucked, mate. This is serious shit. Please, I shouldn't have said anything. Porky was probably regretting mentioning what he just had. It was obvious Tony was interested, and Porky was sounding like he wanted to backpedal. It was too late for that. Tony had the thread of it, and Porky would have to keep blabbering they had started. So, what exactly is the deal? Who are the suppliers? And who's going to get their collar felt? I need to know the facts here, mate, and accurately. This could affect me. I might be doing other types of business with these people. I'd need to protect my interests. You understand that, don't you, mate? You know I help people out. You know I lend a bit of money out, that sort of thing. If people owed me, had a problem come in, it would help me to know about it. You know, protect my financial position. Obviously I ain't going to let anyone else know that I know. It's just, well, I can make sure things don't affect me. You understand that, don't you, mate? Yeah, I understand, Tone, but this don't leave this car, what I'm about to tell you. You promise? Pathetic is how Porky sounded to the watchers. To Tony, it would have been the same. The man was weak, and he was going to give up all he knew. What the watchers and Tony didn't know at this moment was that Porky had been told there were undercover officers involved. If he mentioned that, they might well be at risk. Porky obviously never gave a thought for their safety. He just wouldn't mention that element. It would make it alright for his treacherous conscience, leaving that bit of information out. You have my word, Paul. Not a word to anyone. Just my ears only, mate. Tucker probably put his hand on Porky's shoulder, all paternal. Whatever. Porky was his boy. His bitch. Alright, Tone, okay, listen. Now, we had this guy down from the Met on Friday. They have intelligence, probably got air traffic control on it or something, I guess. Anyway, the shipment is due in about 2 weeks. We'll get the definite heads up, as we're going to be in on the operation about 4 or 5 days in advance. It's a joint operation, Essex and the Met Police. It's landing in a field in Rettendon, and they know exactly where as well. And they know where it's coming in exactly. Showed us on a map. Fuck me, knackered, didn't they? And when's that due? Not for a couple of weeks, I mean, they'll know exactly nearer the time, and we'll get all the details when they're ready to go, I guess. You're sure they'll know exactly when it's coming in? Yeah, 100%. I guess they'll be looking to nick everyone in the frame at the same time. So we'll have to have a bit of notice, you know, get everyone banged to rights. It's standard stuff, mate, you know how it works. All the doors go in the same time, and we round them all up in one go. Sometimes a few slip through the net, but we ain't perfect. Porky laughed as he tried to make the last comment sound like a joke. And you are 100% your firm will be in on the shout? You know that? Fuck me, Tone, yes, I told you. It's just a courtesy, mate, it's how it works. They can't mount some big deal like this on our patch and not involve us. Yeah, alright. Of course you know how it works. And it will do everyone a fucking favour. What? How's that? Tony sounded like his thoughts were suddenly somewhere elsewhere. Well, it makes us look good. You know, the old bill. And we'll probably just back off your mob. I mean, if we land a big fish with a pile of cocaine flying into the country, nick a naughty firm out of the East End, bang to riots. Well, it works for all of us, don't it? We look good. You get forgotten about. Everyone wins. Well, we do anyway. I mean us. Yeah, you're right, mate. But this is just between you and me, Paul, right? Thanks for the heads up, mate. I really do appreciate it. The usual bollocks lasted for a little longer, but nothing of any serious interest to the watchers. What do you make of that then, Sarge? Tony Firmin asked Bill. Bill thought for a moment before answering. Not sure. It's giving our man something to think about, though. I think we're going to have to make sure the Met knows that their operation's blown. The thing is, what's Tucker going to do? I mean, he may stay quiet, but if the firm involved is who we think it is, then for him it's a result. They ain't going to be worrying about 100 grand that he owes them. The bigger thing is though, who are the suppliers? Have they been paid? Is the gear on bail? Still, I guess none of that's our concern. If the mob out of Canning Town are all about to get seriously nicked on a massive cocaine importation, then our Essex firm of slags might just come through this one yet. Bill would have to bring this to the governor's attention in the morning. Tucker's on his way. DS Bartholomew was watching the tracking system and he pulled Bill out of his thoughts. Tucker hadn't got 10 minutes up the road when he called Tate. He told him he wanted to see him as soon as. An hour later, and Pat and Tony were together in a bar in the middle of nowhere. It was a quiet country pub, and no one paid them any attention at the table in the corner. The watchers were probably happy. Tate was on their radar, and Tucker, who had been missing all afternoon, had just reappeared. Though what the surveillance team would get was nothing. They were watching the cars in the car park, and about as much use as chocolate spoons. The Basildon-based watchers were getting bored and didn't have a lot of enthusiasm for the job anymore. The guys they watched swanned around as if they hadn't a care in the world. The observation teams weren't stupid. They knew all about who they were watching and reckoned by now the targets had a good idea that there was some surveillance on them. It was most unlikely that any of the targets were about to go and commit some heinous crime right under their noses. Intelligence told them that all of the targets were likely to be armed and extremely dangerous. So what the watching was going to achieve, no one really had a clue. It was what they were told to do, so they did it. A controlled stop with armed officers and an illegal firearms charge was mooted as the best option by several of the brighter flames on CID. Everyone knew Tony Tucker and Pat Tate were hardened criminals. The nightclub security business just a convenient and legitimate cover for their real occupation, which ran nicely alongside the ruthless drug empire they had developed. Basildon CID were both frustrated and far from naive as to the real role the two guys in the quiet country pub played in their county. Their names and the names of their associates were well known to the Essex police. Unfortunately, they had nothing which would stick. Porky Green never admitted it to himself, but he knew exactly what Tony Tucker and Pat Tate were, and he was way out of his depth. Even if the fool didn't know it, one day they would be his undoing. But like all of life's cowards and appeasers, they feed the monster, hoping it will eat them last. We need to get hold of Darren Nichols. I want to have a serious chat with him. Tucker leaned in close to Pat as he talked. An oddball had just wandered into the bar and ordered a shandy. Probably one of the surveillance teams, just checking they hadn't bolted out the back door. "What's up, mate? What's that little prick done? I'll sort the cunt out." Pat was quick to assume the mention of someone meant he would need to visit pain upon them. "No, Pat, no, look, just fucking focus, alright? You know the other day, when he was telling us about the parcel of gear coming in by plane? You know, for them cunts up the road?" "Yeah, I remember." "When did he say it was due?" "Sort of soon, I think. Why?" "Yeah, that's what I thought. I just had a very interesting chat with that little squeaky pig cunt, Porky. He tells me that they have the heads up on something very similar. Only thing is, they reckon it's not due for a couple of weeks. But whatever they're on, they reckon they're all over it, and they plan to scoop everyone up in one neat little fucking package." "Well, Merry fucking Christmas. About time some cunts had a bit of bad luck other than us. So it looks like the old Bill could actually manage something fucking useful for once. About time." Pat leant back and gave a hearty laugh. Bill and the team heard the loud guffaw, but couldn't know he was leaning back in his chair or that Tony wasn't. He was still hunched over the table and hadn't laughed. He was thinking hard. Pat saw it and leant in again. "Tone, you ain't gonna get all fucking sentimental and mark that long cunt's card, are you?" "No, I fucking ain't. But don't you think it's strange?" "What's strange, Tone? Some other cunt's about to get their Christmas spoiled, boo-hoo-hoo. No, I fucking don't." "No, mate, Nichols. He thinks it's coming in like now. The old Bill thinks it's 2 weeks away." "Tone, that twat Nichols probably just got bollocks information. Look, if the old Bill are in on it, they're in on it." "Yeah, you're probably right, mate." Bill had a cold feeling about what was going through Tucker's mind. He thought he knew exactly where Tony was going with this. Just suppose that little cunt Nichols was right, and the old Bill was wrong. He ain't stupid, that long fella. He could easily be pulling a stroke. He might know he's got a rat. He might be playing them. I swear he's one slippery fucker. He might easily have help like we have. He ain't lasted this long without some fucking help, I can tell you that much. So what fucking good does that do us? Pat, our little piggy reckons he knows where this plane is meant to land, mate. Now, you and I know he himself, the grim fucking Reaper, ain't going to be waiting on the fucking runway like something out of Casa fucking Blanca. No way. He'll have a few of his trusted boys there to see that the gear goes into the back of whatever motor they send. It's fucking Charlie, mate. It ain't going to be that big of a parcel. Probably sling it in the back of a Range Rover or something like that. Yeah, and then the old Bill will be all over 'em. They nick them and get the plane on the ground. Or they tail up the load and try to get it when he stood next to it. Either way, he's fucked. So it helps us, yeah, I get that. But for all we know, they could have the fucking RAF on the plane as well. Well, yeah, that's how it goes if the old Bill are on it. But if they've got their days wrong, suppose it's this week and the old Bill ain't about. Yeah, and we are instead. Tate had got there in the end. It was where Bill thought it was going, and Tucker quickly confirmed his intentions. Exactly, Pat. Fuck me, it would sort everything, wouldn't it? We'd have to sit on the parcel for a bit, let the dust settle. Bit of a move, though. You can bet his South American friends would have sent a chunk on bail, maybe even all of it. They might just do us a proper favour and wipe him out. Now, wouldn't that make a good Christmas? Well, if Nichols knows about it, Tone, I mean, chances are a few others do as well. We better have a chat with Nichols. How can we be sure that we won't bump into the old Bill if we do make a move on it? Look, Pat, if Nichols is wrong, and he probably is, then nothing lost for us. I mean, the old Bill gets the gear, and the firm are out of business. It's win-win for us either way. But there's no way that the old Bill can be in on it and us not know. Porky's mob are in on the operation, if it goes down. He will get at least a few days' notice, so we check with him before we go. If he ain't on the operation, then it ain't happening. You can't stick a load of armed Bill in a field in the middle of Essex and him not know about it. Are you fucking sure, mate? Because I'll get fucking sore if we bump into them in the dark. Look, Pat, we get there early and dwell up. Let the plane go. If we see no sign of anyone, then we hit 'em, and we hit 'em hard. I say we take the fuckers out properly. Make it look like the mob on the plane fucked them. They'll all start falling out. They won't have a clue. We'll have to do 'em all, though. The ones on the ground, no witnesses. Well, I'm up for it. What about Nichols? He might work it out. Fuck it, we'll do him as well. Tate was laughing again. This time, Tony joined in. It wasn't the best plan in the world, but they were under pressure, and although the casualty list might be extensive, they didn't care. A plan to knock off over half a dozen guys from the big firm out of East London in a field in the middle of the night and drive off with a large quantity of cocaine. Now this was definitely something Tucker and his crew would attempt, judged on past performance. The trouble was, Clive wasn't some bunch of newbies in Amsterdam who had things easy and were complacent on their early ventures. This was a hardened survivor, who thought things through and covered all his bases. The very least Clive would have was an overwatch on the drop site. It's what Bill would do. The overwatch might not engage, they might not have Bill's tactical abilities, but they would at least have night vision. Clive would have a very decent description of the thieves and all available intel on the audacious move against him. He would also be swift and ruthless with his retaliation. The ensuing drama might achieve a lot of desired results, but it might also be a bloodbath. Tucker and Tate had already stated the obvious. No survivors at the robbery, and they were also considering taking out one of their own who might be a weak link. Realistically, how long did they think they would be able to conceal the parcel from their counterparts? The firm was under financial pressure. They would need to start liquidating the prize as soon as possible. It wouldn't take long, if the parcel was as sizable as suggested, for the whispers to travel on the jungle drums of just who had lots of coke in town. The suppliers? Now they were a complete unknown quantity. Add them into the equation, and you could have Pablo Escobar's boys in the mix as well. Clive was a big fish, and could easily have some serious foreign partners. There was a lot to consider if Tucker and Tate seriously intended to have a go at the prize and the opportunity which arose for them. Bill left the open file on his desk. It was gone 8 p.m. on the Sunday and he was tired. It now felt like he was living in the office. The team were also putting in the hours too. Bale and Wright had showed their faces earlier in the day to review the day-old stuff coming through as well, just in case Bill had missed anything. He hadn't, but the team effort was appreciated. Things were moving fast. The pressure out there was driving it. The trouble was they were the watchers playing a long game. The material they were getting was now something which was going to need to be considered carefully. Action needed now was all Bill could see, to avert an escalation of tension and possible chaos. Someone on high might have seen it as well. The government health agency was now drawing attention away from the death being attributable to an ecstasy tablet, and it was definitely death by drinking too much water in a short space of time. The doctors had let it slip a week ago, and the media was now running hard with it. Was someone on high trying to restore a little confidence in an industry which had almost imploded, and was leading to a catastrophic fracturing of an almost stable, criminal underworld? Monday morning, and Bill was sat in D.I. Ellis's office running through what he'd put together over the weekend. At the same time, just after 9 a.m, Tate and Tucker, along with Craig Rolfe, were in a builder's cafe on the outskirts of Basildon. Normally, it would have had plenty of local lads from the building site in there. Most would have acknowledged Tucker and the gang, come over and shook a hand and played the game of respect. Born out of fear generally, although some not. More than a few of the manual labourers were capable blokes. One or two even did the doors as a sideline to top up their incomes. The fourth guest at the table that morning was a young Darren Nichols. He had been collected by Craig Rolfe and wasn't perturbed to being called in on the early Monday morning meet. "He's a cocky little fucker," Tate remarked as he'd seen Nichols jump out of the blue Range Rover Rolfe was driving. It was Tucker's motor. Tate had trashed Tony's Porsche, so the 4x4 had been taken as a replacement mode of transportation. The four huddled around large mugs of tea. The regular fare was on the griddle getting cremated for them. Tucker opened up the conversation with general chatter about nothing in particular, then moved to the meat of the meeting. Rolfe would never be asked, but something in his head told him Nichols knew what the meeting was about. "Do you remember you mentioned about a parcel of gear coming in? Charlie, by plane?" Tucker slipped it in casually after the plates of health food had arrived and the plump lady in the stained apron had departed. "Yeah, of course I do, Tone." Nichols was cutting a piece of sausage he had pinned neatly with his fork. Rolfe's eyes flicked up at Nichols as the main question, the real reason for the friendly breakfast, was put to him. Nichols ate like some sort of fucking ponce, thought Rolfe, but let the thought slide again as he used his own fork the correct way, like a spoon to eat. "You said, if I remember right, the gear's coming in this week, didn't you?" Tucker kept the question off-handed. Inside, he was like a snake looking to coil around its victim. "Yeah, that's right, Tone. It's going to be here Friday or Saturday, my cousin reckons. Proper bit of gear, they reckon. You want me to try and get you some?" Nichols was the picture of naivety and innocence as he delicately ate the builder's revenge. "Friday or Saturday? You're sure on that, mate?" The serpent smiled. "Yeah, 100%. Why are you so interested?" Just like to know what's going down in our back garden. You said the plane lands around here, didn't you?" "Yeah, that's right, mate. No fucking idea where, mind you. But yeah, for sure it's on a farm around here somewhere. Must be someone they got on the firm. There's loads of places, ain't there? I mean, it's all flat, no fucking mountains in Essex." Nichols laughed at his own joke. "Yeah, you're right, mate. It could be fucking anywhere. Clever, ain't it? It's just what we need, ain't it, Pat? Then we wouldn't have to rely on that cunt Mickey and his fucking poxy fishing boat." Yeah, mate, yeah, that cunt Mickey, yeah." Tate wasn't following Tony properly and almost missed the question directed at him. Pat was too busy thinking about killing lots of people in a dark, lonely field and relieving them of a large quantity of extremely valuable product. Tate pulled his answer around with reference to Steele, who was now firmly on his growing list. Darren Nichols continued to work through his breakfast methodically, apparently not making too much of the recent line of questioning and completely at ease with his compadres at the table. "Do you want me to see if we can use their transport?" "Nah, fuck that. I wouldn't want to be working with them. Nah, it's all about being independent. You see, Darren, we were relying on that cunt Mickey, and look what happened. We ended up with them fucking shit pills. Nah, mate, I've got the supply sorted in Europe now. I just need a decent bit of transport, and I think the plane thing is the bollocks. I mean, if they get it home, then it means it's possible to fly in here and not get noticed. You just wouldn't think that was possible, would you?" "Well, I see what you mean, Tone. What are you going to do, buy a plane then?" Maybe. Tony wasn't sure where to go next. He could involve Nichols with what they had planned. Maybe an extra gun on a bit of work. Trouble was, Nichols had a cousin in the other firm. It made him a possible liability. Information might go both ways with the cousin. Right now, Nichols had no idea about the vital piece of information Tony had. Tony's friendly Piggy knew exactly where the plane was going to land, and it certainly sounded like Piggy's pals had their dates mixed up. The trouble was, the old Bill were all over their own firm, although losing them itself wasn't too difficult. The downside to that was that if three of them vanished from the police surveillance and in the morning there was a field full of bodies, then the old Bill wouldn't need rocket science to have them in the frame, especially if it was on their own turf. Tony was in a conundrum. The plan was an opportunity, but would it be one he could exploit? He suddenly lost his appetite and wanted to be away from Nichols so he could discuss the options. There was nothing more to be gained here from pushing Nichols about details. It would only highlight their interest in the subject. Even better to drop it completely, as Nichols hadn't given them an exact day. If they had to go back a second night and wait again, no big deal. It wasn't the biggest window to have to watch. All he needed to be sure of was Piggy's mob didn't show up as well. But that was Piggy's end. Better to have Porky in the know than Nichols. Porky couldn't tell anyone. He was selling his own firm out big time, and he wouldn't be putting himself in it. If the fucking weasel was capable of anything, it was self-preservation, and he wasn't stupid. Bill had missed the breakfast exchange. Tony Furman would brief him before midday on what had transpired in the cafe. So no problem at the moment, although developments and possible events were starting to press. D.I. Ellis listened to Bill while Tony Tucker was finishing his breakfast. He agreed generally with the prognosis Bill put forward. Ellis skimmed the written synopsis as Bill spoke. Then it, along with highlighted transcripts, were faxed to the yard. Bill went back to his desk. Tony Furman got him up to speed with a breakfast meeting which had now finished. Tucker and the crew were going to go for it. He could just sense it in the exchanges between Pat and Tony as they discussed the options later in the car alone. To Pat and Tony, it was the answer to all their problems. It was a God-sent opportunity. They believed it was meant to be, and it wasn't about the if or maybe anymore. It was all about the how. They still had the 2 automatic machine guns from the Dutch job stashed. Bill had worked that one out, but still didn't know where. Would the 3 of them be enough? Should they bring in Nichols as the driver? The pair mentioned another member of their crew who would be a better option. Taking Piggy along was also another option to make sure the fat wanker wasn't spinning them any bollocks. Bill checked the file on the foot soldier mentioned. The man was very capable and basically lived in the gym when he wasn't breaking heads. Tate wanted him in. They would consider it, but first they needed Porky to give them the location. Bill swiftly added the foot soldier to the live sessions and told the team to keep an eye on where he went until further notice. D.I. Ellis finished up a phone call in his office and pulled a chair up next to Bill's desk. Now Bill, you and the team have been on this Essex firm solidly since the girl died. Do you think they're going to try and take this load from the Canning Town firm? Gov, in my honest opinion, they will have a go if they get the chance. And if it ain't this load, it'll be something else equally destructive. They were having it off for a long time and it's killing them. They're under real pressure and looking to break out. They have killed and will more than likely kill again. To be honest, I think they're 10 times more dangerous now than they were before. Then all this happened and they've lost momentum. People are swerving them all over the place and they've got to feel it. The team had moved in closer as the governor looked around. They nodded their agreement of Bill's assessment. Yeah, I agree, and it's exactly how I just answered the same question when it was put to me. Now, Bill, can you be at the yard in the morning, say 9 o'clock? Of course, Gov. Do you want me to meet you there? No, Bill, it appears I'm not needed. Probably want to get it all first hand from you. You're at the front end of this, not me. D.I. Ellis stood and headed back to his own space. Bill wasn't the slightest bit fazed by the request and went back to the work in hand. The afternoon was business as usual for the Essex boys. Business as was possible after the death of Leah Betts. They were just about welcomed most places as usual. The persons visited didn't yet have the courage of their convictions to be open with their feelings. The fear element was keeping the lower ranks in check for now. Bill and the team, however, had a better insight to things than Tony and his more loyal supporters. They picked up the whispers between people after the firm had left. Everyone in the world in which they operated was out for themselves. The slightest weakness and the pack would tear apart a former dominant male. Late in the day that Monday, Tony Tucker had put several calls into Piggy, whose burner phone was turned off. Tony was getting restless. The branch team picked up the call when Piggy finally turned his throwaway phone on and answered the call from Tony Tucker. Hello, Tone. Sorry, I was busy. Yeah, well, I fucking know that. I saw you. You ain't very fucking subtle, are you? You might as well have put the blue lights on. Oh, come on, Tone, please. Look, mate, I need to see you now. Okay, sure. Let me get back to you, all right? Piggy ended the call. Piggy was restrained by work, as he had to find a way to be alone. It was ironic. The man he was meeting was someone he was actually supposed to be watching as part of his day job. Tucker would have to wait for the call. He also knew Porky would have to give him sufficient time to lose the surveillance and get to the location from wherever he might be. So it would most likely be the following day for the meeting. Tony was impatient, but there wasn't much he could do but wait. First thing Tuesday, and Bill walked into the office of Detective Superintendent Spendlove. Spendlove was not at his desk. His office, however, was not empty. Mr. P stood and greeted Bill warmly, and indicated for him to sit at the same place he'd occupied before. Mr. P took a seat on the leather sofa on the opposite side of the coffee table, where he sat back and relaxed. Next to Mr. P sat a casually dressed character, jeans and a sweatshirt. On the table in front of the man was a baseball cap and a pair of sunglasses. The guy had a trendy-looking coat next to him on the sofa and wore a Cartier Santos watch, bimetal, steel and gold. The man looked very out of place in the formally furnished dark wood and green leather office of the superintendent. He would have looked more at home in Raquel's nightclub, thought Bill. Bill, I'd like to introduce you to John. Or I should say, Darren Nichols. John, aka Nichols, leant forward. No expression to tell what was going on in his mind. He took Bill's hand, and it was a firm handshake. Not too strong, just a steady and confident man. The man was a good few years younger than Bill at first glance, but maybe if you looked closer, then not so much. Maybe 4 or 5 at most. It was the clothes which made the difference. Bill kept quiet. He had no idea what was coming next. John is with us. When I say that, I mean John is one of us. Same team, as it were. Works in a different way to you though, Bill. But nevertheless, all part of the same side. Now, we've all been following this with a great deal of interest, and the behaviour of the animals on your watch is not going to be tolerated. Okay. It was all Bill could say. Mr. P wasn't shouting, but it was a steely tone in his whisper. Now, we have a dirty copper caught up in the middle of this mess, which is spiralling out of control. I'd agree with that. Bill didn't know where this was going. What would you do with your Essex boys if they were your dogs? Put them down before they bite someone else? Daft question, but the right answer. Bill still wasn't any the wiser as to where this was going. Exactly, Bill. How do you think we can stop this little firm from biting someone else? Bill shrugged his shoulders. Well, if they go ahead with their planning, maybe someone else will do it for you. It's a nice thought, Bill, but not a practical one. If we end up with a field of dead bodies in the middle of a sleepy Essex town and it leads to an all-out turf war, then on top of what's just gone on, well, drug wars and drug deaths, it all starts becoming a bit too noisy and very messy. It's embarrassing. Looks like we can't keep our animals under control. Added to the mix, the Essex police already look rather impotent. They are supposed to have this firm under surveillance. Your Essex boys firm managed to knock over a bunch of the competition while under surveillance. Then another regional force will have to be called in to look at it. Maybe it comes to light that these corrupt officers in the Essex force were working with these toe rags all along. Then we end up with a public inquiry. And it just goes on and on. And we don't like washing our dirty linen in public. I understand all that. So surely we have to intervene in some way. Steer the event so it doesn't end up getting out of hand? Absolutely, Bill. I couldn't agree more. It's actually why you're here. I just wanted to be clear that you understood how complex this all is and how limited our options are. So, Bill, you have no doubt that these guys will go for the cocaine they think is coming in, if they had the chance. Bill's mind was running another scenario in his head, as well as trying to keep up with Mr. P and answer his questions. Did this mean the delivery of cocaine was actually planned for a couple of weeks, and the Essex boys were being led by the nose? It also answered a nagging question Bill had about the Darren Nichols character. He had somehow been different, and now it made sense. He was obviously some form of deep undercover officer and part of the bigger plan. Maybe his cousin, if it was his cousin, was the plant in Clive's firm. When Bill had been at Romford, everyone had pretty much agreed that undercover stuff wasn't at all in the box anymore. Informants were always cultivated, but undercover wasn't really an option. It took too long to work anyone in, and was too dangerous. Well, someone obviously thought otherwise. Yeah, I think they're definitely going to have a go for it. Last night they were chasing the bent copper hard. Tucker wants a meeting urgently, and it's to get the location of the landing strip. They're definitely serious, and they'll go for it, if they get a chance. Mr. P glanced at John before speaking. Now, Bill, would it surprise you if I told you there is no plane coming in? There's no delivery of cocaine planned this week, or next week, or the week after, as far as we know. Bill looked from Mr. P to John and back. Both remained expressionless. Nothing surprises me, sir. There wasn't a lot else that Bill could think of to say. Is Sergeant Green about to arrive? No, Bill, he's not. He's not one of us. He's a bent copper. You can take that one to the bank. You're 100% right in your assumptions about him. Bill was glad of that, but it didn't help. He was now even more confused. He was almost beginning to lose grip on reality. He wasn't glad that the copper was bent, just glad that he got something right. Mr. P could see Bill's head running the questions, trying to find some answers. Look, Bill, Basildon CID genuinely believe there is a possibility of a light aircraft with cocaine on board landing in Essex for the firm in East London. That bit is accurate, and we identified the potential landing strip as well. Your Sergeant Green had a good gander at the map, and it's somewhere he should be able to find easily enough. So there are no drugs? No, Bill, there are no drugs. Well, not arriving by plane in a field which we know of, not imminently anyway. John smiled as Mr. P said it. Right, so what's the deal then? It all just got very mysterious for Bill. Now he had some of the facts clearer, he was more confused rather than less. Bill, would you kill a murderer? The question came out of nowhere and caught Bill way off target. Mr. P noticed the hesitation and stepped back in. Bill, I have watched your career with interest. Would it surprise you if initially the police force was going to reject your application? You probably know there are none of your regiment in the police. It's not a natural progression for the skill set they teach you there. Things had taken an unusual turn, and Bill hadn't really anything to say, so he shrugged his shoulders. He was in another uniform, in another life. In his head, at least. Bill looked at the two guys opposite him. The silence was deafening. It was all a long time ago, sir. It was all that Bill could think of to say. You never forget what they teach you. It wasn't a question from Mr. P. Well, no, sir, I guess you don't. So you know the answer to your earlier question already then, don't you? Bill said the last statement with more confidence. There was no point in playing games. The man opposite him clearly knew what Bill was, or what he had been. If you had the call again, Bill, would you be up for the job? Fuck me, where's this going? That was all Bill could think. Yes, was all he said. Now, Bill, we ran this ruse about the cocaine to see if these guys would actually go for it. We suspected for some time they were likely to pull a stunt like this if they had the chance. We held our breath when they went to Holland, and I can tell you we just about got away with it. Or did we? Because that's where the pill which killed young Miss Leah Betts came from. So maybe we all have blood on our hands somewhere. As you know, these bastards are capable of killing. You've been on the other end of the phone when they've done it, so to speak. Now they are under immense pressure, even more dangerous and unpredictable than ever. Now, originally we had intentions of perhaps just arresting them all in a field, armed to the teeth with automatic weapons. The trouble is, to do that, we have to drop Essex police out of the equation, for obvious reasons. As you know, they could make a stand and shoot it out, which could be messy, or they could all just disappear in the dark. If we pick them up, then the lawyers and courts have a field day. We might take a couple of them off the grid for a while, but it's unlikely we'll get all of them. Odds on things will get complicated, especially if we used another police force. Questions will be asked. The lawyers will smell the weakness. We seriously undermine Essex police at the very least, and that's at a time when they aren't looking good anyway. Now your Essex firm are unpopular to say the least in their world. They are getting more and more isolated, and someone might make a move. They might not. The country is at last waking up to the dangers of the shit the kids are taking, and we have some good coming out of that tragedy. If one of the other firms does hit them, then maybe they will do us a favour. But our boys are edgy, and not likely to be easy targets. They feel threatened, and they will be on their guard. If you don't get all the top boys in one go, then the others will know they have to hit back, and hard. Or be next. Added to that, we have Essex police currently keeping tabs on them, so it'd be a bit embarrassing for us if it went down like that. Anyone gets hit professionally around here, and it's eventually going to creep out who's behind it. Especially if the mob behind the hit end up with your Essex firm's turf the next fucking day. What we don't want is any one of the existing scumbags gaining from this. Now would also be a good time to strike another blow to the morale of all these scumbags across the land. What we want is them all running scared and second guessing each other as to who has made a play on your Essex boys. If you were going to take out all three of them, how would you do it, Bill? Bill relaxed a little. He had been wondering where this was all going and having some dark concerns. Giving technical advice on some of his old fieldcraft wasn't a concern. Well, I was a sniper, so a single target is easy from anywhere really. But all three of them at the same time, you would just blow up the car. They often all end up in the same motor, so stick something on one of the cars and detonate it remotely. You should be able to find somewhere where no one else is within range. It was a simple solution and something Bill knew had been used by the regiment to remove unwanted persons in other areas of the world. Not directly, he assured himself. It was more that they had provided the technical assistance for the locals whom they supported, because those locals supported what was best for British interest in the region. Bit messy, Bill, I'm afraid. Anything involving bombs gets everyone too excited. Blowing things up is associated with our troublesome cousins, and something all self-respecting career criminals stay as far away from as possible. No. It would need to look like their own work, just a bit more efficient. Something to put the wind up them. You know, get them all nervous and scared of their own shadows. Nothing like not knowing to unsettle them all. So hint of us, but just a hint, not enough to create a media frenzy. What do you think would produce that? Well, a long-range sniper ain't practical, unless you get really lucky, like having them all in the middle of a field with no cover. Unless, of course, you had several shooters, and they all coordinate on your targets. That could do it for you. Too elaborate, Bill. Needs to be the work of one man, ruthless and efficient. Bill thought. Then, up close, automatic weapon, someone who knows how to use it, assuming they're all together and not armed, of course. I would say an MP5 while they're in the car should do the job for you. One good shooter could do that easily enough. Yeah, that might do. But that might also look too much like special forces work, and there would be a lot of ballistic evidence. Or burn the car. Or you could make them vanish. Things were getting a bit far-fetched for Bill, but spoke his thoughts aloud as they came. After all, the guy was asking the questions. No, it's no good if they vanish, Bill. Doesn't send the message. And the burning never destroys enough evidence anyway. Forensics is getting better and better by the day. No. We need to leave sufficient evidence for some sniff of a trail, which will obviously lead to nowhere, but keep them scared of us for years to come. Well, Gov, if you don't want ballistics, then a shotgun is the answer. Brutal, leaves your bodies very dead, and has good hitting power up close. Not accurate from any distance, you'd need to be standing next to the car. And could one shooter do all three, if they were unarmed? Well, I don't see why not, Gov. Use a semi-auto. The Remington 870 will give you 8 goes if you get the modified mag version without a reload, and it's very reliable. Once you've got one in each of them, they ain't going anywhere, and that gives you spare rounds to make sure. It'll be fucking brutal to look at and send a message, I guess. Bill thought about it as he summed it up. It would be final, and brutal for sure. Bill, these men are violent and dangerous. They are used to firearms and gratuitous violence. Do you think a lone assassin could pull it off? Sir, if you knew what you were doing and you got up close to them, then they haven't got a chance. If they ain't armed, they're gone. It's not possible for any other outcome. Once you get nicked by a round from the gun, then you ain't going anywhere. I'd just get 3 off quickly, 1 in each of them, then make sure in your own time, sir. It sounds brutal, but it's the way to do it. You wouldn't need all 8 rounds for 3 guys, trust me. So if there was a 4th guy and he had to go, then he could join them? Absolutely, sir. Bill noticed Mr. P exchange a glance with John, who had shrugged his shoulders noticeably. You sound familiar with that weapon, Bill. Familiar with lots of weapons, sir. Would you like to do your country a great service, Bill? Mr. P leaned in close and looked Bill straight in the eye. It was the kind of leading question which could and would probably go where it shouldn't. It had all been less optional in the other life. The lack of options made things easier for Bill. Suddenly he realised that options were sometimes horrible things. Bill never said a word. He just looked at Mr. P and then at John. Bill, if these scumbags decided to go and look at this airstrip, it would be fair to assume they intended to go through with a robbery and killings, if they could. Agreed? Yes, sir, agreed. So if they were there in the car unarmed, and you happened to be there also with one of these modified 870 guns, then you could, in theory, remove an awkward problem for us all. Do everyone a favour, who they will hurt or kill in the future. A life-saving favour. It would send a message out to these scumbags who think they can run Britain. Could you do that, Bill? In theory? Bill couldn't help it. The adrenaline had just coursed through his veins. Some primeval thought process had momentarily run wild. He felt a light flush come over him. Yes, sir, I could do that. Bill Handley was suddenly calm as he spoke the words. I was hoping that would be your answer, Bill. I met with your former commanding officer at the weekend. Do you know what he told me? Buffalo Bill. He's the man for the job. John here will deal with getting you on target, any extraction. We expect to go in the next 48 hours. There's a gun range downstairs. Perhaps if you come up again tomorrow morning first thing, by then we'll have got one of those 870s or something close enough for you to blow the cobwebs away. I'll let D.I. Ellis know that you're working here for the next few days. He won't have a problem. He knows things are getting a bit out of hand on your watch. And when this goes down, it'll put an end to all our troubles and it'll be back to business as usual. And with a lot of rather nervous gangbangers out there. Bill wasn't sure how it had happened, but he'd just volunteered for the job. Something like volunteering in the army. So the option hadn't really been there, and it made it a lot easier for him to take on board. Instead of dealing with any moral dilemma, Bill had drifted into tactical planning and mission assessment even before the pitch from Mr. P had finished. It was as if a switch had been flipped, and he was on automatic. The why had vanished, replaced with the how. How was something he had trained for. Hours, days, months and years. It was easy to turn it into a job of work, and for the first time ever, he knew the target in his sights, intimately perhaps, and he was comfortable with it. It suddenly eased a burden he'd carried for years. Bill always wondered about the ones before. Now he knew the next ones deserved it. The others became easier in that moment. Mr. P could see that Bill was away with the fairies. Bill, you're good to go on this then? We expect to be a go, as I said, in the next 24 to 48 hours. Yes, sir, I'm good. I'll be here first thing. Look, any good semi-automatic shotgun will do, but it would help to have more than 6 up the spout. Otherwise, it's running it to the wire if they have another guy with them, and I need to reload to complete all the target acquisitions. OK, Bill, you'll have the gun you need. You can rely on that. Magnum loads, and no smaller than 7.5 shot in case I have to punch one through the door of the car. It's the standard grade the sporting shooters use, so it will not look too technical to whoever gets to pick out the lead. Bill was thinking ahead, his mind already in tactical mode. Bill, I don't want to alarm you, but Her Majesty's government knows well the business of killing. You will have the right tools. Yes, sir, of course, sir. Right you are, sir. Bill stood up. His mind was churning. The two sat opposite followed his lead. He shook hands and left. In a daze almost. Mixed feelings of trepidation and euphoria continued to swim around Bill's head as he sat on the train. It had been a surreal moment in the office, and the realness of what had transpired was only just starting to sink in. Bill had lived with some demons for a long time, so he wasn't troubled by the unknown. He had no concerns for the outcome of the operation. If he was in the right place and engaged, there would be only one outcome. This wasn't bravado, it wasn't optimism or any misplaced machoism. It was what he did, and he knew he was good at it. Slowly, as the train pulled into Romford, Bill let the other side of himself slide back into the shadows, where it had lived quietly for many years. He walked towards the office in Atlanta Boulevard, feeling refreshed and ready to pick up where he'd left off the following day. Bill climbed the stairs to the door of the Romford outpost. As he entered the office, he had pushed the morning's conversations down deep, where former Special Air Service Bill Handley lived. Anything interesting, Sarge? The question from DC Tony Firmin, who was sitting with a set of headphones on and a writing pad in front of him. Nah, not really. Just picking the bones out of this. They're concerned these lunatics are going to start some sort of war. They just wanted to kick around some opinions and get my take on it. You know, do I actually think these clowns will do it? Bill grabbed his chair and slid a notepad from Firmin and asked, So what have these wankers been up to then while I've been gone? Same old. Putting on everyone they can for money. Nothing's moving. People are slow paying them, maybe hoping they'll go away forever. Be a right shame if you settled your bill and these wankers got themselves killed the next day. You'd be gutted. Firmin laughed. Bill joined in, thinking, Yeah, real gutted. Did they set a meet with their bent copper? Bill was a sergeant on a serious police investigation. He could have fun with the troops, but there was work to do. Business as usual seemed more important than normal. Yeah, made a note on the previous page there. It's this evening at 7 o'clock and it's the corner shop near his old lady's. We had a quick shifty on the map, and where Tucker said his old lady, we guessed he means Porky's mum. There ain't no corner shop near Porky's own house, but his mother lives just up the road from one. Yeah, it'll be his mum. Tucker reminding the little shit that he knows where his mum lives, I bet. He's going to be asking him where this plane is landing, as we know. Now, if these clowns do go for it, then the shit is going to really hit the fan big time. He obviously wants Porky to know that they know exactly where his old mum lives. It's typical of their MO. They don't know the boundaries, do they? A statement, not a question, from Bill. And he was comfortable with the knowledge. Tucker was letting the crooked copper know that he knew where his mum lived. Keep them coming, he thought to himself. Oh, we know that, Sarge. These fuckers don't care, do they? Girlfriends, wives, kids. Proper bits of work, ain't they? Almost rooting for the other firm, to be honest. Firmin laughed, and Bill had to join in. Well, something's going to give here for sure. Anyway, I'm up the yard again for the next couple of days. I reckon they fancy this mob are definitely going for that load. I reckon they might have to mark the boys in blue's card that they got their days wrong, before it gets too silly. You reckon, Sarge? How can they do that? This little shit Porky will go running to his mates the minute Essex police get set up for a bust. Well, maybe so, but we already know Tucker ain't going to mark Clive's card, so Essex and the Met will get their collar and seize the coke. The Essex boys will stay away. Yeah, I suppose so, Sarge. I mean, at least we won't have a bloodbath on our hands and they'll get a decent collar. So you reckon that's what they'll do? Well, Tone, look, I honestly don't know, but it has to be an option. I can't see them letting our Essex boys marching guns blazing. Bill had to be careful not to let Tony Firmin think there was any possibility of Tucker's firm actually getting a run at the imaginary cocaine. Yeah, but Sarge, if that happens, then our boys will be off the hook and become a proper nuisance. They're nasty fuckers, and if the lid's off the box and Clive ain't there to keep it on, then they're going to become a proper handful in Essex. I know, Tone, I know that. We'll get them one day if it's not today. They aren't going anywhere. We do our job right and greed will get them all in the end. Yes, Sarge, but there's going to be a lot of casualties between now and then. Firmin was right, and Bill knew it, especially if he didn't put an end to it. The rest of the day, Bill kept himself busy. The trouble was, time had slowed down for him. He was consciously trying to act normal on several occasions. He pushed the thoughts deeper and was able to get on with things as he always had done. The ranting and ravings of the firm now seemed impotent as Bill listened to them. It was a good feeling, one of power, the ability to act and do the job he had joined the police to do. Stop crime, protect and serve, albeit in a rather unconventional way. Bill had now spent months listening to the way the crime syndicates of Essex and East London operated. He knew how violent, evil and powerful they were. He saw with clarity the way they operated with almost impunity from the conventional police forces. Bill understood the difficulties conventional policing methods faced trying to contain them. They were just generating too much money. In a way, they were almost an unstoppable force. Tucker had ducked out the back of a busy pub just after lunch. It wasn't a usual haunt for him, and the guy he'd met was one of his loyal foot soldiers. No one knew what was discussed. It sounded like a lot of nothing to the branch team, from what they actually heard over the background noise. This time next year, we'll all be millionaires. That was what was heard over the din of the busy lunchtime session. Tucker had chosen a busy venue where he wasn't well known, so he didn't clear the place with his arrival. Tony Tucker and crew were now to a business venue as welcome as a colony of lepers. The foot soldier had a friend who wasn't on anyone's radar. He picked Tucker up at the back door. The foot soldier was sat in the window and had watched his friend's car drive out of the car park. He had called Tony a few minutes later, who had probably laid across the back seat. Your mates are still out front, looking at your motor, mate. You're sweet. Tucker's on the move, Sarge. DS Bartholomew was tracking the burner mobile Tucker was currently using. The contract phone he had was stationary, probably still in his Range Rover in the car park. The listeners picked up a bit of audio from Tucker's burner mobile. It sounded like the car stopped and the driver got out. From what they could make out, Tucker would pick the guy up in a few hours and he could then drop Tony to the nearest cab office, whereon they assumed Tony would return to his own car and reappear on the radar for the Essex police surveillance team. A couple of hours later, and the team's suspicions were right. They had checked the file, so they knew where the bent copper's mum lived. The meet was in fact a small parade of shops not far from her home. Not the most complicated code to break. Porky must have preferred not having Tucker in his own car if he could. This time, he appeared to join Tony in whatever vehicle he had arrived in. Tony ran the old pals routine, and it sounded like he'd brought a small present. Probably a couple of grams of coke. The team heard him tell Porky it was a good bit of gear. The file note was made. Then Tony got to the reason for the meet pretty quickly. He had waited longer than he wanted to get to Porky. The branch team could feel the tension. Or maybe Bill could, and the others were more relaxed. That bit of gear due in here at Christmas. You said you know where the plane lands? Tony had pushed the event horizon out a bit, probably deliberately. Did I? It sounded feeble from the informant. Bill and Tony Firmin exchanged glances. Porky wasn't going to get off that lightly. Yes, you did, my son. Tony let it hang. Oh yeah, I did, Tone. But it's proper on top for them. I mean, I wouldn't go within a mile of the place, mate. Or their firm. Porky was backpedalling. We've hardly got a team camped up there already, have you? It ain't fucking due to land for weeks. It's fucking freezing at the minute as well. Tucker was pushing. Porky would fold, and they knew it. Nah, of course we ain't, mate. Why do you want to know where it is? It's only some poxy field in the middle of nowhere. A reasonable question from Porky. But Tony would have known it was coming, and had plenty of time to work through his arguments to obtain what he needed to know. Tucker would know that Porky would know all about it, especially if they left a few bodies in the field. Porky would know that Tony was behind it, and had nicked the load from under their noses. Porky was never going to say anything, how could he, without implicating himself? Tony would slip him a few quid in the new year, and the little runt would keep his gob firmly shut. It would put the pig even deeper in Tony's pocket as well. The knowledge would be another nail in the bent policeman's coffin. The higher the ladder the bent little bastard went, the more he had to lose, and the more he could be squeezed. I want to have a look at this place, mate, and I want to know whose place it is as well. This is my manor, and if they think they can land planes full of gear in my back garden, then I want to know who's in it from round here. Tone, you don't need to worry, mate, they're all going to get nicked anyway. Porky was avoiding the question. Paul, mate, I want to have a look. Can't do no harm. You can do that for me, can't you? Tony had put the question again. To not answer it would be awkward at best for DS Green. Yeah, OK, Tone. It's near Rettendon. I'll have to pull out a map in the office and have a look just to refresh exactly where it is. It's only a field. That's all, mate. It's like a small track runs to it, off the main road. It's sort of near Rettendon, on the way to Woodham, if I remember right. Let me have a look on the map in the morning. I doubt I'll even be able to drive down it in this weather. Good man. Then you can show me where it is, please, mate. Yeah, sure, Tone. Look, it might be a bit awkward right now. Why don't you wait until after we've nicked them? Then the surveillance on you lot will probably be finished as well, and I'll take you up there then. It was a fairly reasonable route out for the sergeant, and he sounded like he was being helpful as possible. But it didn't help Tony at all. Paul, how about I let you into a little secret? Something I know and your mob apparently don't. Bill and Tony exchanged glances. Was Tucker going to tell Porky his plans? Yeah, sure, you can trust me, Tone. Porky sounded a little hesitant over the crackled transmission coming through from Tucker's burner phone. I think your boys have got their timings all wrong. You see, I got a little whisper from my sources. The gear's going to be here Friday or Saturday at the latest. No way, Tone, it can't be. We'd have known about it. They've got undercover guys right on it. Porky sounded more confident. It was a subject he was sure of. He had also just given up colleagues who on another day would now have their lives in serious danger. Well, I have it on good authority that piece of piss has a large shipment landing in the countryside somewhere around here in a few days' time. If it's landing where you reckon you've been told, then you lot have got your dates wrong, mate. No way, honestly, Tone. They said they'll know exactly when he's coming. Paul, look, mate, we ain't stupid. Just because we never got O-levels or anything. One thing about us, mate, we all know a copper when we see one. There ain't no way that you lot have got an undercover geezer into that fella's firm without him knowing about it. It'll be feeding you lot, we want you to know. Odds on you ain't even got the right field. So what's the harm in showing me? Tony hadn't thought of that scenario until he used it as an argument. They could end up sat in a field freezing their bollocks off while the other fella had his gear landing miles up the road. It must be the right place because they said they've used it before. Porky blurted it out. That's interesting, you're sure of that? Yes, Tone, that's what they told us. I mean, there's no reason for that bit to be wrong. If it worked once, they'd use it again, wouldn't they? Yeah, they would, mate. That's what I'd do. So you need to show me exactly where it is and as soon as. I don't want them fuckers to slip in under both our noses. You sure about this, Tone? I'm very sure, mate. So I want you to show me where you think this lot's landing. Because if you lot ain't going to be there to greet 'em, I am. Fuck me, Tone. What the fuck will happen if you have the parcel off them? Porky sounded genuinely concerned and surprised. Leave me to worry about that one, mate. Now, can you show me this field? If it turns out to be the right place, then I'll forget about that bit you owe me. And I'll also put a score on top for you. It'll be a nice fucking Christmas for us all. Fucking hell, Tone, you can't. You're under observation anyway. They'll know it's you. There'll be bloody murders over it. No, there won't, mate. No one will know. Only you. And you ain't going to tell anyone, are you, mate? Bill and Tony just looked at each other. Porky hadn't replied. It was a deathly silence in the car. OK, mate. I'll do the best I can. I'll call you in the morning. Porky was probably looking to get away as quickly as possible. Giving up the location of a large combined police force operation wouldn't be making him feel very comfortable. Don't you go missing on me now, Paul. I'll be expecting your call in the morning. Tony was making it clear the timescale he was expecting Sergeant Green to stick to. Tony didn't have a lot of room for manoeuvre. Of course, Tony, you know you can rely on me. Tony had achieved one thing. The landing site had to be the right place. Porky had definitely confirmed it, and he knew the location and could find it. If the bent sergeant came through the following day, great. If not, then Tony would have to up the game and let Pat chat with Porky. Within an hour, Tucker was back in his own car, back under surveillance they assumed, and on his way to meet Pat and Craig. The following exchange of his two henchmen confirmed the team's assumption. They would give Porky a day. Then Thursday they would turn the screws on him, as he now knew their plan. If they had to take the little cunt on a bit of work with them and leave him in the fucking field, that wouldn't be a problem. The gang saw an opportunity and would take it at any cost to others. D.I. Ellis had been with them for the last half an hour. So you're at the yard for the next few days then, Bill, I hear? Sounds like things are getting a bit too difficult for us to just sit back. Have they got anything planned? It wasn't invasive from D.I. Ellis, just conversational. But he was Bill's immediate senior, so he had to say something. Not that they're telling me, Gov. I would suspect the operation will have to go ahead without the involvement of Essex police. The operation should still achieve a decent result. In fact, a better result, I'd say. We get our Essex boys on a large cocaine importation alongside the firm from East London. 2 for the price of 1. I guess the timing out there in the dark might be a bit touch and go. Let's hope they don't all shoot each other before we can nick them. D.I. Ellis laughed as he finished up. The DCs were laughing too. Bill did his best to join in. Bill had noted the absence of the DCI and the superintendent when he'd been at the yard earlier in the morning. The mysterious Mr. P was clearly in the chair and running this one. Bill wouldn't be letting information flow up the chain of command, if it hadn't flowed down. Bill reckoned the day was done for the Essex boys. It was a Tuesday, not a big club night, and the team had no reason to think anything else was due to happen. Of course, at any moment a rival firm might turn up on the scene and create havoc. That, however, should have been picked up on someone else's watch. If it hadn't, then it was unlikely to be happening. So the branch team called it a night. It would be business as usual for the office again the next day. Bill would be working on the same material, but at the yard they would assume. They'd all stay in touch, and not much more to do but listen and report. Bill arrived early at the yard. He had woken in the small hours and not found sleep again. The gun range was in the basement, and he was taken directly there upon his arrival. What was waiting for him was a standard 5-shot Browning semi-automatic shotgun, not the weapon he'd asked for. Bill was disappointed, but in the absence of anyone other than the range sergeant, what could he say? Bill worked his way through a box of shells. It meant 5 sessions with the gun. 25 rounds in the standard box of 12-gauge shotgun cartridges here in the UK. There were more boxes if he wanted. There was no need. The gun felt comfortable in his hands, and he shot like he'd always done. It was a bit like riding a bike, he told himself. The old adage everyone used for things you'd not done for a long time, but should be able to pick up where you left off. Bill asked where the canteen was. He needed a cup of tea at least. He'd not had breakfast and by now was starving. The gun had felt familiar and comfortable, but Bill suddenly had the feeling of being rather alone in the world. Mr. P found him munching on a cheese and ham toastie. Bill was about to raise the gun issue, the main concern on his mind. Bill, let me stop you there. We've got the tool of your choice. It's waiting for you at a location. There's no need to be travelling around London with it. Point taken. What's the drill then? Well, we think this could be on for this evening, Bill. The surveillance on your boys is being pulled as we speak. Budget will do as a good enough reason. I mean, they weren't getting anywhere, were they? Anyway, that'll make our Sergeant Green a bit more comfortable. He's going to be kept busy for the day, then we'll free him up early evening. Now, it gets dark from around 4 in the afternoon. We know the ground. John has some similar skills and reckons you'll be happy. So we'll have you on site around dusk. We will try to manoeuvre this to get the targets to you early evening. There's no point hanging around all night. John will collect you as soon as you're done. You and John have the afternoon to do a recce and work it out between you. If it's not a go tonight, then it's going to be tomorrow. It's no good trying to do this when they're on site thinking the plane is due, as we know by then they'll be heavily armed. And how do you know they won't be armed tonight? Bill, cut in. Okay, Bill, this is the sticky bit. Mr. P paused momentarily and a penny suddenly dropped for Bill. There are 2 scenarios here, Bill, and we're a little bit grey on how it will go down. The reason we've pulled the surveillance today is that we hope it'll entice them to all arrive together. Porky Green will be able to find the location again easily enough on the map when he checks this morning. We know he's told them it's a farm track and the weather's pretty poor at the moment. We have Tucker floating about in a Range Rover, so expect that to be the vehicle of choice. It's a dirt track off a busy main road where there's nowhere to park. It's been chosen for a number of factors, and we expect if they all come into play properly for us, it will drive the prey forward as we want. Porky won't want to take his own motor out to the place. As we know, he's quite happy to jump in the motor with this lot. He thinks they're his mates and he believes he's safe. The timescale means that the gang have to see the location ASAP. They think they need to be operational in 2 days' time. They ain't got time to keep going backwards and forwards, and the more visits means the more likelihood of someone remembering their motor. So our best estimate is they will go at the earliest opportunity to survey the ground. Now, if Sergeant Green agrees to show Tucker today, and I'm sure they'll all prefer to go in the dark, then we expect them to be over there sometime in the early evening. John will take you over the ground. He has some ideas and you can work out where you think it's best to deal with them. They'll have a serving police officer in the car with them. The penny had dropped hard, and it was as Bill had suspected. Yes, Bill, we believe they will, and we think this is the best opportunity. They are definitely not going to be concerned about their safety with a serving policeman on board, and they won't be armed. It would compromise both them and Sergeant Green. Now, they may be headbangers, but they, like all the scum out there, know that anyone of their ilk would never kill a copper. It's just more trouble than it's worth. A shotgun round is not the most predictable of ballistic devices, and it can get real messy in a close space if you're the wrong end of it. Bill wasn't comfortable with what was going down. Bill, I'm not for one moment suggesting we shoot our Sergeant Green, although he might deserve no less. No, not at all. Let me finish. There is some science and psychology gone into this, and it's not as gung-ho as it sounds. You'll understand better when you see the ground. I had a look myself, and I'm comfortable with the predicted course of events, and of course, the final decision lies with you. If you don't think you can achieve the objective, then you abort. We do not want any dead policemen, no matter how bent they are. Essex has enough problems already. OK, go on, I'm listening. Bill should have known it wasn't going to be as straightforward as it sounded the day before. Nothing in life ever was. OK, Bill, now, at a point a good way along the track, well away from the main highway and in a very overgrown wooded area, is a gate. It goes across the single track and it will be closed but not locked. Just one of the standard sort of things you find all over the country. From this point you can't see the field and you need to drive through it to get to the destination which Sergeant Green is going to show them. In the dark, and with the weather that we are having, it's very unlikely that anyone is going to want to leave the warmth and comfort of a Range Rover to proceed on foot. The gate also has no sign to say private or keep out. Not that that would deter these guys, but just in case. We expect the car to pull up, and the lowest man in the pecking order in the vehicle will get out and open the gate. The lowest man in the pecking order also happens to be the only one in the car who knows where they're going. He's seen the map, and he's their guide for the evening. All the psychology tells us is that Green will either be volunteering quickly to open the gate or be told to by Tate. He will either be in the front passenger seat or in one of the rear seats. As he leaves the car, the interior light should come on. This will clearly illuminate the car's remaining occupants, and should our three be sat there, then you will be presented with an opportunity. At this point, we are sure they'll be unarmed. If they are not all present, then we would expect all three to return in the vehicle within the next 24 hours, most likely under the cover of darkness. But if it's daylight, then there's no reason to hold back if the opportunity arises. John will be on hand for your extraction. Obviously we need all three, or at an absolute minimum Tate and Tucker in the vehicle, before you engage. If they have a fourth member of the gang on the visit, then it's most likely going to be their foot soldier, and we have no objection to him joining his friends in hell. Bill, I want to make it clear, no survivors. It just makes it so much more complicated. Personally, I much favour the first opportunity, as they will be unarmed. Their first visit with their little piggy will be when they're at their most relaxed, especially as they will know that the surveillance is off them. It will all seem like things have fallen into place for them. It will also solve another little problem that we have to resolve. And what if they're all in the car on the first visit and Sergeant Green is leaning on the gate? What do I do with him? Bill was still trying to take it all in and make sense of what he was being told. Mr. P seemed extremely confident of how it would play out. Bill had been to war, and the first casualty was always the plan. Oh, Bill, our Sergeant Green will shit himself. I would love to be there for that one. One of the advantages of this is that the man knows you, and he should recognise you. Under the war paint, of course, which I'm told we have for you, along with all the right clothing. So once he's recovered his senses, you take him with you. We will deal with him, I can personally assure you of that. We'll have a nice little chat with him, and then he can go back to work. He won't ever get higher than a sergeant, and he can spend the rest of his days making up for his error of judgment. If he was able to live with his former deception, he'll have no difficulty living with this one. He'll be too terrified to ever step out of line again, so it's a win-win. We end up with a reasonable copper, working his little nuts off forever, and of course if we ever need anything special from him, we only have to ask. Rather like you're asking me now, sir. Bill couldn't help feeling he was between a rock and a hard place. No, Bill, no. Nothing like where you are now. You have always been a team player. It's never been a question. We look after our own, Bill. You should know that. Bill followed the man out of the canteen and out of the building. Mr. P led Bill to a nondescript-looking Land Rover and opened the passenger door. John was behind the wheel, and the motor was running. Good hunting, gentlemen. Mr. P shut the door gently. The drive out of London was in silence, except for several calls John received on his mobile phone, to which he basically just listened. The pair eventually arrived at a small cottage at the edge of a village just outside of Chelmsford. In the back of the Land Rover was a large black holdall, which John handed to Bill, before reaching in and retrieving a large tatty cardboard box. The Land Rover had been reversed onto the small driveway, and no one would have paid them any notice in the remote location. The cottage looked lived in, but the garden was overgrown, and the Land Rover looked perfectly at home. Sergeant Green had gone into the station at around 8:30 that morning. He was a bit earlier than usual, but he had plenty to do. The surveillance was yielding nothing except a backlog of other things, which all had to be dealt with. The sergeant hadn't made any attempt to dig out a map of rural Essex and check the exact location of the landing site. He was fairly confident of easily working it out again. He was certain of the OS sheet he'd been shown along with the other officers. He remembered where on the sheet roughly the guy from the Met had pointed to. The guy from the Met had been pretty clear. In fact, he had made sure they'd all got in close and had a proper look. The sheet he'd used had drawn a large circle around the field in question, with red marker pen. In fact, the guy had left the sheet there. Porky had just remembered. It had been folded up by someone and dumped on top of one of the filing cupboards. The governor had just arrived, and told them they were all needed in the briefing room. More work. Christmas was fast approaching, and he was getting plenty of grief from her indoors about doing some shopping. 20 grand from Tony would come in very handy. In fact, it would solve all of his current problems. Okay, gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? The general noise in the room died down. The governor addressed the members of the CID team who were present. Now, gentlemen, with immediate effect, we are pulling the surveillance on Tony Tucker, Pat Tate and Craig Rolfe. The list included others, and it didn't meet with any moans or groans from those present. As you know, gentlemen, it was yielding precious little intelligence and absorbing a considerable amount of our limited resources. Now, I know you were all enjoying the overtime, but I guess it was starting to interfere with a wife's Christmas shopping plans for you all. The joke got a few catcalls and laughs. Now, gentlemen, do not think for one moment that these bastards are not firmly on our radar. We will continue to treat them as persons of interest. We are well aware of what they are capable of and what they are running here. We will get them, so don't get disheartened, anyone. The file is still very much open. And keep up the good work, guys. Sergeant Green, have you got a moment, please? With that, the governor retreated to his own office, followed by Sergeant Green. Sorry to land this on you today, but Division have asked us to get as much as possible straight away. Can you and the two detective constables get all your surveillance material together? Someone from the division's going to come over and collect it. I believe they also want to have a word with you as well. No idea why. I mean, if we didn't get anything, then I doubt they'll find anything. Sergeant Green exited the governor's office and caught his mate's eye. They were both relieved. It took a weight off both their backs now the operation was being stood down. The rest of the room gradually got about its day-to-day business. Porky wasn't particularly happy to be stuck with overseeing what was basically a filing job. Still, it would give him a chance and an excuse to have a glance at the map, which he'd walked past twice already. He could be stuck in the station for the whole day. There wasn't a lot that he could do about that. It wasn't until lunchtime that he got a chance to nip out to the car and turn on the burner phone. Tony Tucker answered him almost immediately. At least he had some good news for his old mate. "Hello mate, how are you?" Porky was feeling cocky. It was easy to be bold when you were the bearer of good news. "I'm fine, and you?" Tucker noted the tone, but hadn't any idea what was so good for Porky to be all chipper, unless he was already looking to his 20 grand. "I'll see you later, mate, if you like. About 6, if that's okay. I can show you that property. Don't forget though, it's proper muddy, so bring the Range Rover." "Well, I'm hardly likely to use that, am I, mate?" Tony knew the old Bill knew his car well, and he knew he was under surveillance, so he was hardly going to arrive anywhere important in it. "Mate, it'll be fine and you'll need it, trust me." Bloody div, thought Tone, but it wasn't the time to start growling at the little weasel, especially when he was so close to providing them with the prize. He'd sorted the motor problem himself. "Well, I'll have to duck about a bit first, as you know. Where do you want me to pick you up?" Tony was confident the phone was okay, but he was cautious and wouldn't make it easy for anyone if they were listening. It was only a burner, and he'd only ever used it for Porky's burner. Tony wasn't a fool, and he wanted to protect his inside man if he could. "Get me outside the front of my office, mate, if you want." Porky used his cockiest and most confident tone. "Yeah, okay, mate, bit daft though, innit? Your missus won't be happy." It was a loosely coded reply. Basically picking the idiot up in front of the police station would be rather stupid at best, especially in his own car. "You can if you want, mate, she loves you now. You're all friends again. She ain't no longer interested in you, mate." Porky knew Tony would understand what he meant. He wanted to get the good news to him as quickly as he could, as if he was somehow responsible for the good fortune. "You're kidding me, right?" Tony wanted to be really sure. "Look out your window, mate. The sun is shining. She's all sweet with you, honestly." "Fuck me, about fucking time. Alright, I'll grab you at the gaff behind Las Vegas just after 6. Sweet, mate." Even if he wasn't under observation, the car might be remembered, and there was no point actually picking the silly pig up in front of the nick. Tony spent the next 30 minutes driving about randomly, doubling back and dwelling too long at junctions. Finally, he pulled into a quiet playground car park and told Pat to drive to meet him. After about 30 minutes of sitting there getting bored, he saw Pat's car drive the length of a football field and swing into the empty car park. Nothing, not a car in sight anywhere behind Pat. "It's office, mate. Porky's just told me. You were on your own when you got here too, and there ain't no one on me, mate, I'm sure." "Well, I wonder why the fuck you wanted me here, to be honest. Thought something was up." Pat opened his jacket, and sticking out was the butt of a large automatic pistol. "We better leave that somewhere this evening. We can't be tooled up in the fucking motor with Porky. He says we're sweet, but if we get a pull and he's with us, we're all knackered." Tony laughed, and Pat joined in. A nervous laughter. The continual surveillance had taken its toll, even if neither would ever admit it. They looked at each other and knew things were going to change. It was time to get back on course. "Pat, get hold of Craig. We're going to check this fucking landing strip out tonight with Porky. We get this parcel, mate, and we are back in fucking business." "Yeah, we are, mate. Might be a good fucking Christmas after all." Tate called Craig. Craig would meet them in a couple of hours. They were going to have a look at the place. Rolf didn't need to be told anymore, as he knew where they were going. The team at Romford had worked it all out, and the reports were getting written. The branch team was functioning as normal, assuming Bill would be looking at the bigger picture with the others up at Scotland Yard. The game was afoot, and it looked like the Essex boys were seriously going to make a play for the cocaine if it arrived as per their information. No wonder Bill was up at the yard. Someone would have to come up with a strategy to derail the robbery. Added to that, it sounded as if Essex police had just pulled a surveillance operation on the firm. They clearly had no idea what was really going on in their own backyard. Someone would have to do something to stop all the madness. That was all Tony Firmin could think of. But who and when? Bill helped John pull the contents out of the box and the large bag they had carried into the empty house, immediately recognising the contents. Bill had seen enough of the clothing in another life. The box had several pairs of boots for him to try. Comfortable boots were always a must. After donning the camouflage trousers and a good pair of government-issue wool socks, Bill found the pair which fitted best. Bill had sat around dressed like this on more occasions than he cared to remember. John took a couple of calls in quick succession while Bill explored the kit available. It was instinctive how he put together what he needed for a couple of days in a quiet woodland location. A knock at the door startled Bill. John looked as if he was expecting it and went to answer. Bill only had to wait for a few moments. He heard no exchange of pleasantries at the door. Someone had come and gone without much said. John walked into the living room and handed Bill a gun case. It was a camouflage single long gun holder, the sort any sporting shotgun owner might be seen taking from the boot of his car on a Sunday morning anywhere across the country, at the many sporting clay pigeon shooting grounds. Bill, like all craftsmen, was straight into the tool bag. He drew out the Remington semi-automatic gas-operated 12-gauge. It was the 1187 model with the magazine modification for an additional 3 rounds and was the tool for the job. John handed Bill 2 boxes of cartridges. Bill looked at the labels. Number 7.5 shot, fibre wad, and magnum loads. The fibre wad would disintegrate and leave less information than the modern plastic wadding about its origin. Bill checked the gun's mechanism. It was smooth and well oiled. The weapon looked new. The smooth bore was clean and had no trace of recent firing. Bill looked at John, who nodded. Bill filled the magazine and set the safety to on, then off, then on again. He manually operated the mechanism and ejected the round into the chamber. Then let the mechanism run forward again. It loaded a round into the chamber from the magazine, again ready to fire. Bill went through every round, letting them eject onto the sofa unfired, after closely inspecting every cartridge and rejecting one of them, which he replaced with another he chose from the box. Bill loaded the weapon slowly, feeding the cartridges into the magazine and one up the spout. The weapon was cocked, loaded, and ready to go. Bill then emptied the weapon again, let the hammer fall on the empty chamber, listening for the click of the trigger. All good. The selected cartridges went into one pocket, the rejected one he left out. But after examining the rest in the box, he slipped them into various pockets. I'm going to have to drop the hammer on a live round somewhere between here and there. I have to know. Sorry, but it's a ritual. I'd look a right twat if I jump out and all it gets a dull click. Bill, it's your show. If you ain't happy, then you stop it whenever you want, mate. You know the objective, and you know what these bastards are capable of. Success is key. We know there ain't going to be any robbery, as the plane ain't coming. So there'll always be another day. Obviously, you know it's me they're going to come looking for on Friday to confirm when it's due, and I'll look a right cunt when I have to tell them I've fucked up. But there'll be other chances. It's just how many more casualties will there be until we get another opportunity like this? Look, John, if they pull up and I get the shot, I'll take it. I'm as committed as anyone on this. Remember, I've had to sit and listen to what these fuckers have been up to for months. Okay, good. Then let's go through where we are on the map. Then I reckon we'll get you over there before it gets dark. I've had a good look around the place and I've got some good aerial photographs here as well. Just to let you know, the surveillance from Basildon CID was pulled this morning and they know it's been lifted. Or rather, Tucker does. The bent copper Porky is going to meet him around 6. With the evening traffic flows, they'll be in the lane just after 7, we estimate. As far as we know, we expect Tate and Tucker at the moment. Tate is on his way to meet Tucker, and Tate doesn't know yet that the surveillance is off, but he will do very shortly. We are certain Tucker got the message from Sergeant Green, and he spent the last hour running his own version of counter-surveillance. Apparently, he's had the tech guys in stitches. Someone's hooked into the same live feed your colleagues are listening to at the moment. So any developments, and I'll get a call from Mr. P. He's directly in the loop on this one. Bill had 1,000 questions for John, but his army head was running things now, and he wouldn't ask any. It was operational detail he wanted, nothing else to waste time thinking on. So they got to the map and the photos. Looking at the aerial photos, it was plain to Bill that considerable thought had gone into the operation. He'd seen aerial photography of terrain he'd then have to operate on. Usually others had dictated the terrain, and often there had been obstacles. From what he now saw, he reckoned the location had been well chosen. Bill wondered how many hours had been spent trawling the Essex countryside to find the perfect spot to exterminate 3 or more of the country's most notorious villains. It was mid-afternoon. They were drinking tea and planning to head out in the next 30 minutes. John took a call. He gave Bill the thumbs up, then ended the call. All right, Bill, now Tucker and Tate are together. They're both confident the surveillance is gone, there's no question of that. Tate's just called Rolf and they'll be going there tonight, that's the general opinion. Tucker has a blue Range Rover and it's almost a certainty it will be the motor that they use now that they don't think anyone's out there looking for them. I would say that's probably your best bet of a soft target. Now, Rolf usually gets the driving job when these lot are together and there's no way they'll be tooled up in the motor if they've got old Bill with them. And our Sergeant Green, I just bring him out with me, do I? Well, unless you want to shoot him. Oh, I'm only joking, Bill. Yeah, he'll be like a frightened rabbit. I mean, chances are he'll be stood right in front of the car's headlights when you do it. So you'll have a clear view of him, and he won't know what the fuck's going on. Well, supposing he legs it? It was a sensible question to ask. It's a question I've asked as well. What I can tell you, Bill, is they're pretty spot on with this human nature stuff, and they try and work out how a specific individual will react. The learned opinion is that Sergeant Green will most likely freeze and shit himself. It'll take a few seconds to process what's going on around him, and when his noggin gets up to speed, then he'll probably scream at the top of his voice that he's a police officer. It's the one thing that he thinks might save him. At which point, you can tell the little wanker to do what you want. It means he's folded and hoping just to live through the night. The only other possible option open to him is to set off up the lane, or into the woods away from the car and the light. If he goes that route, then the choice is yours. If you want to let him go, it's not a problem. He's on his own, shouldn't have been there, and if he declares he was, then he's got a whole world of shit to explain. The rest of the organised crime world will be none the wiser, and the fear and uncertainty will be just the same. If he freezes, as we think most likely, then you just settle him down, and he'll come with you. He'll be so fucking confused, he'd do whatever you told him, and to hear a voice and see a face he thinks he knows will be enough to make him cling to you like a puppy dog. They reckon he'll be too scared to even look back at the car. His poor little world would have collapsed all around him. I'll pick you both up, and we'll come back here. I expect they'll send someone to take him for a nice chat, and it'll be the last you or I ever hear about the matter. Bill watched the Land Rover disappear down the muddy track. He slipped the mobile phone John had just given him into an inside pocket. It was on silent. He would feel the thing vibrate next to his body. Only John would call it. As far as he knew, no one else had the number. John's number was programmed in the phone's memory, and the only number on the phone. He would only be 10 minutes away at all times, he had told Bill as they parted. The sky was grey, and the ground was wet. It was cold, and his breath misted. They'd stopped the Land Rover on the outskirts of Chelmsford, almost as soon as they had cleared civilization. Bill had left the warmth of the vehicle and stepped silently into a wooded glade. He slipped one up the spout, and there was one in the magazine. Bill let the 2 rounds off in reasonably quick succession. Could have been a farmer, out late in the afternoon looking for a bold rabbit on a cold day. 2 rounds, the standard report from a farmer's side-by-side. Nothing to alarm the odd dog walker. They hadn't seen if there was anyone out braving the grey and frosty afternoon. Bill left the gun empty. He would load it sometime shortly after 6. Old habits. No shooter leaves a magazine full or chambered rounds longer than absolutely necessary. The springs weaken, and he gets too comfortable in the wrong positions. Bill now knew it worked. The Remington was considered one of the most reliable shotguns on the market. He had work to do, and serious work needed a serious tool. The Heckler Koch MP5 would have been the tool of choice for Bill. It was somehow cleaner and would do the job in a more surgical way. But the Remington would get the job done and create the scene he had been asked for. It would add to the gore and leave more questions than answers for the target audience. The light had faded fast. Sunset was officially just before 4, but with the high waxing gibbous moon in the east, the whole countryside had quickly taken on a surreal greyness. The cloud cover was thickening, and although Bill's eyes had adjusted to the darkness, it was now hard to make things out at any distance. The place was perfect for the purpose to which it was now intended. Anyone arriving along the overgrown track would only see what the car's headlights picked out. Bill paced the ground, assuming the car would stop a little short of the gate, to allow the headlamps to light the area clearly, so the electric gate opener could see what he was doing, and the car's habitually suspicious occupants could see him. Bill was careful to stay off the main track. He didn't want to leave a fresh set of footprints. He was probably on overkill, as he doubted the car's occupants had any real tradecraft. But they weren't fools. They had a natural animal cunning, and it had served them well up to this point. Bill needed to approach the car from the side and behind. He wanted to get into a firing position with the firing arc to kill or seriously maim all the occupants of the vehicle with the first 3 rounds he fired. The best he could hope for was the gate opener would open a rear door. It would keep 2 men in the front, improving his angle of shot into their bodies. He figured the driver had to go first. The last thing he needed was the powerful 4x4 taking off down the track, probably mowing down Sergeant Green in the process. Bill opted to approach the vehicle on the driver's side from the rear quarter. He would put the first round accurately into the upper neck dead centre on the driver, and it should be fatal at the range of around 5 or 6 feet. destroy the medulla oblongata, and negate any reflex reaction to push the pedals in the car. The gun would then track left, finding the next target. It might be the occupant of the front seat, it might be a passenger in the rear seat. He figured if Porky was in the rear, whatever side he got out of wouldn't make a difference. If the door was left open on his side, he would hit the front passenger next and track on through to the guy sat along the rear seat. If Porky got out of the other side of the rear door, then he would be shooting in through the window and take the rear passenger next. He might have to step forward and shoot through the driver's window to hit the front passenger. It would be quick, and however they loaded the vehicle, he had a shooting solution which involved smooth and steady movement in one direction. It would be efficient and achieve the desired outcome with the first 3 shots. Bill would step from the shadows unseen. He would move forward along the vehicle's driver's side. The gun would track in a steady anti-clockwise arc, away from Porky Green's location as the rounds were discharged. Bill was comfortable with the firing solution. He hadn't bothered with making a hide and was instantly at home in the shadows of the woodland. He decided if he didn't get the shot that evening, he would drop deeper into the scrub and make a small layup for the next day. He would get an update from John if anything changed. A light drizzle fell. Bill felt more at home than he thought he would. He had missed things he didn't realise he remembered. His mind wandered to a lonely place far away in the South Atlantic. For the first time in years, he thought of Sergeant Angus Peacock and wondered what he'd make of it all. The time drifted by. Bill checked the small mobile, the light of the screen temporarily spoiling his night vision. He would remember to close one eye the moment he saw the Range Rover's lights. The time was just after 6, and time to load the Remington. The chosen cartridges, smooth, no ridges or burrs on the end caps to catch on the ejection mechanism. The magazine full. Bill let the slide go. It scooped up a round. Bill squeezed another into the magazine to replace it. 7 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber. He flipped the safety off. Bill had already applied the camo cream all over his face and neck. He pulled the green wool hat down to keep him warm. His ears deliberately stuck out from under the hat's rim. Hearing is a far better sense to rely on in the dark. Bill was invisible to the human eye in the shadows, his human form indiscriminate amongst the vegetation. He'd done this before many times, and knew how to be comfortable and immobile for long periods. Again, it was overkill. He would hear the heavy Range Rover crashing along the rough track, see its lights long before they could ever have known he was there. He could have ducked out of sight at the last minute. It wasn't the way they operated. He was doing it the way he'd been trained, and it made everything easier. No big picture to concern himself, everything on automatic. The trigger had already been pulled. He had been sent. Nothing but a phone call from John to abort would stop him achieving the objective. If the target arrived in the designated time frame, then it was inevitable. He would be walking out with or without Sergeant Green, and the rest would be history. Whoever was left in the car would never be heard from again over in Atlanta Boulevard, or anywhere else for that matter. Bill saw the lights before he heard the crunch of the gravel and mud under the wheels of the heavy 4x4. He never had to move anything more than his eyes. He was comfortable and ready. He shut one eye, the right one. His left eye fed the information to his brain. The peripheral vision disappeared as the car's headlights bathed the track in front of and around the vehicle. The big off-roader slowed as the driver approached the gate. It was just past Bill's chosen spot as it came to a halt. Bill kept the right eye closed and allowed his head to rotate very slowly to follow the car with the open left eye. He couldn't see how many were in the car. The windows were dark, and the car's headlights had reduced his ability to see in the shadows. Bill heard the door latch over the rumble of the now idling V8. The door swung open. It was the rear door nearest to Bill. He still hadn't moved anything other than a gentle rotation of his head as he tracked the passing vehicle. He saw the familiar portly figure of Sergeant Green step out cautiously onto the muddy track, worried about his shoes. Bill remained motionless. The fat sergeant made his way slowly into the light at the front of the vehicle. The empty open rear door gave Bill a clear view into the car. The interior light illuminated the 3 occupants. He could see the back of the driver's head. It was Rolf. Bill let Green reach the gate, then slowly stood like a wraith in the shadows. Before Bill moved forward slowly, he looked down and opened the right eye. The night vision was still good in that eye, and he could clearly see the ground beneath his feet. He stepped, silently forward. He knew Green was between him and the car. The lights would make it impossible for Green to see him. Sound was Bill's only enemy. An alert ear will catch an unexpected sound. The crack of a twig, the scuff of a boot. Bill knew the ground was clear. He'd made sure. As he let his gaze drift up, he was just coming into the light pool cast by the car's interior lights. The gun kicked. The shot was deep into the neck of Rolfe, long before his ears registered the reports of the Remington. Bill took another steady measured pace and fired as he moved, adjusting the shooting angle left into the side of the head in the front seat. Who at that moment he registered was Tony Tucker. Still moving, body going forward and gun arching left, it was a straight shot in through the open door. Tate was probably the only one who knew he was getting shot as it happened. Bill knew it was over. He knew the shots had found their targets. The shotgun round makes a mess, and it didn't shut Tate down immediately. He'd gotten it side on, and some vital organs functioned a fraction longer. Bill wasn't a cruel man. He had a job to do, and a statement to make. Not for him, but for others. So he emptied the weapon. Round 7 was a dud. Bill smoothly cleared the cartridge, slipped another from his pocket into the magazine, and dropped the hammer. The mechanism smoothly ejected the spent round and picked up round 9. Green was already stood stock still at the gate, pleading that he was a policeman. Bill knew the man had collapsed emotionally, so he dropped the hammer and let the last cluster of lead shot rip Pat Tate's face open. The weapon was empty. Cocked, he let the mechanism slide forward. Nothing left to collect from the magazine. Chamber empty. Job done. Why the idiot was stood with his hands up was a mystery. He'd obviously watched westerns as a kid. Face down, arms out, legs spread was the modern version of surrender. Bill pushed a confused police officer along the track in front of him. He could smell the tang of the urine over the cordite in the cold air. Green's pants had been visibly steaming when he'd stood in the headlights of the car. Bill had turned the car's ignition and lights off with his gloved hand and gently shut the door. The car looked like it was parked up for the night and the occupants were all having a nap. He called John, who answered immediately. 15 minutes later and Bill was in the warm Land Rover, with a very quiet, damp and confused Sergeant Green on the seat behind.